Did you know it would take over 1,000 hours to play through every mainline Final Fantasy game? Because I sure didn't when I set out to play all of them over the past year to prepare for this upcoming Magic set. Now, to be fair, a huge chunk of that time was me getting sucked into Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG with a free trial that includes the entirety of... Are we still doing this meme? Anyways, I ended up sacrificing a little over a month of my life's time to playing Final Fantasy so that you don't have to. Because today I will be breaking down every single card in this set and explaining all of the references so that you won't miss a thing. Whether you've only played Final Fantasy VII because it's popular, 14 because your friends begged you to, 15 because you like cars, or none of them because you just haven't had time. That said, before we get into things, if you want to support this absolute fever dream of a project, please consider leaving a like, subscribing, or backing me on Patreon like all of these lovely people here, so that I can keep making ridiculous videos like this one. I always appreciate the support, but for this video in particular, it would mean a whole lot. I mean, you could see how long this one is. But enough talk, let's dive into the cards, starting with the ones from Final Fantasy I. The first Final Fantasy was released in 1987, and it essentially saved Square from bankruptcy. In this game, we play as the 4 Warriors of Light, heroes that you can designate as a warrior, a thief, a monk, a red mage, a white mage, or a black mage. Now, on top of not having preset classes, they also don't have actual names, which is why we don't get specific legendary cards called like Steve the Great or whatever. However, we do have the Warrior of Light alt art for Joda the Unifier, an extremely fitting card with some amazing artwork by Yoshitaka Amano. That said, there is no original new card for this set for these characters. Instead, we get the White Mage's Staff, the Black Mage's Rod, Monk's Fist, Red Mage's Rapier, Thief's Knife, and the Warrior's Sword. Essentially, we are building our own hero. And fitting to this idea, each of these artifacts are equipments that come with the Job Select tag. These allow you to create a protagonist, making a 1/1 colorless hero token, which they automatically attach onto, setting that character's job. It's pretty similar to the Firmiridan mechanic that we saw in Phyrexia All Will Be One. As for what they do specifically, the White Mage's Staff gives +1/+1, adds the Cleric creature type, and gives 1 life whenever that creature attacks. White mages are your healers in Final Fantasy, so this makes perfect sense. And as for the art, we have a white mage in the iconic white robe with red accents that the class is famous for. Similarly, we have the black mage's robe. This gives +1/+0 rather than 1 and 1, and adds the wizard type rather than the cleric. And it will ping for 1 damage whenever you cast a non-creature spell, as you might expect, befitting of a spell slinger. We also have a traditional black mage in this art, with their blue robe and yellow wizard hat. It's definitely one of the most famous designs from all of Final Fantasy, and it's easily my favorite from the original game. Monk's Fist makes the equipped creature a monk and gives it 1 power. As for the art of this card, it shows our monk in their blue vest and headband, as it does in the original game. Red Mage's Rapier makes the hero a wizard and gives them 2 power whenever you cast a non-creature spell. As you might expect, she is in her red cape and hat, along with the iconic white hair for this job. Thief's Knife makes your hero a rogue, gives them +1/+1, and lets you draw a card when it hits another player. And rounding out the hero items for Final Fantasy I is the Warrior's Sword. Definitely more combat focused, giving a whopping +3/+2 and the warrior type. Final Fantasy I's warrior has bright red armor and hair, and that is definitely shown off pretty perfectly here. We see the Warriors of Light appearing as a full party in Prophetic Beginnings, the new art for Preordain. These characters start their journey in Cornelia, our starting town. While not called Cornelia in Magic the Gathering, we do have a card that represents this. Starting Town is a town land that enters tapped for the first 3 turns of the game. Otherwise, it allows you to tap it for either a colorless mana, or to pay 1 life to add a mana of any color, essentially being a slightly more flexible and more restrictive version of Mana Confluence depending on when you play it. And I really like the idea of this land coming in tapped, as people at the start of their adventures are very weak. And as for the art, it looks like it drew influence from and expanded on the representation of Cornelia that we see in the world of Final Fantasy. But that brings us to Town Greeter, a card that mills 4 when it enters and puts a land from among those milled cards into your hand. It will then give you 2 life if that land is a town. The art for this card shows off Cornelia in the background, and we even see a white mage, a black mage, and I think a warrior on the right, though he doesn't have his classic red design. Similarly, they also make an appearance in the mountain in this set, which shows off Mount Gulg, where the players battle the Fire Fiend Merilith. And as I said, again, we get a shot of the party here with a warrior, a white mage, a black mage, and a thief. Of course, we also have the Princess of Cornelia, Princess Sarah, who the Warriors of Light rescue at the beginning of their quest. She appears on the new art for Azusa, Lost But Seeking. The quest takes them all over the world, and we can actually see a map of this world on World Map, an artifact that allows you to sacrifice it to either add a basic land or land of any type from your deck to your hand, depending on if you want to pay 1 or 3 as a cost. But our heroes aren't the only ones from Cornelia. We also have Final Fantasy's first big bad, Garland. Garland is a former knight of Cornelia who kidnaps Princess Sarah. The Warriors of Light chase him to the Chaos Shrine, where they defeat him and rescue her. At which point, the heroes are then sent to defeat the 4 Fiends of Chaos, but when they do, the Fiends' powers are drained into a dark crystal, which opens a portal to the past. Garland then uses this portal to go back 2,000 years, at which point he sends the 4 Fiends to the present, and when they are defeated, they open the portal that he needs to reach the past, so that he can send them forward, so that he can go back, so that they can go forward. It's just a big, messy time loop.
Wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff.
However, Garland eventually absorbs the Fiend's power and becomes Chaos. So, let's take a look at his card. Garland, Knight of Cornelia, costs a red and a black and gives you a 3/2 Knight. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, he allows you to Surveil 1. Like scrying, Surveil is often representative of controlling fate, which is pretty fitting for someone who travels through time and manipulates the future. Garland also allows you to pay 3, 2 black, and 2 red to return it from the graveyard to the battlefield transformed. Which brings us to his other form, Chaos the Endless, a 5/5 flyer who goes to the bottom of the library when it dies. In other words, when you defeat Garland and believe he is dead, he will go back in time and become Chaos, and when he is defeated, he becomes Garland again, creating an infinite time loop just as it was in the game. And this is great news as it allows you to kill Chaos over and over again.
Chaos. My mission is to kill Chaos. When are we gonna fight Chaos? We're here to kill Chaos.
Notably, in other games like the Dissidia series, we see Garland in the Cloud Sea Jin outfit, which is supposedly what he looks like under his armor. This is an alt art for Nyxbloom Ancient, allowing him to triple your mana production. We can also see Chaos appearing in Slash of Light, in which we see the moment where our party defeats him. This is an instant for 1 and a white that damages a creature more for each equipment or creature that you control. In other words, the more prepared you are to take on the final boss, the more damage you can hit him for. And finally, we received an alt art of Ancient Copper Dragon, which shows off the Dragon of Mount Gulg. This is a reference to the red dragon that we fight in Mount Gulg, which guards a set of flame mail that the player can use to make their battle with Merilith just a little bit easier. That brings us to Final Fantasy II's cards. Released in 1988, Final Fantasy II follows a group of orphans who are swept up in a war between the Polynesian Empire and the rebel Wild Rose Resistance. The story begins when Firion, Maria, Guy, and Leon attempt to flee their hometown as the Empire invades. They are quickly overwhelmed by a group of knights, and Leon is separated from the others. Rescued by the rebels, the remaining 3 join the fight against Emperor Mateus, whose growing empire uses monsters, dark magic, and destructive machines in an attempt to conquer the planet. Under Princess Hilda's leadership, the party travels across the continent, forging allies, retrieving magical artifacts, and sabotaging Imperial plans in a desperate bid to turn the tide of war. So let's look at the cards. Firion, Wild Rose Warrior, is a 3-mana 3/3 that gives equipped creatures haste, allowing the rebel forces to charge into battle. Firion also says that when your non-token equipments enter, you can make a copy of them that equips for 2 less than it normally would, and which is sacrificed at the next upkeep. Final Fantasy II was a bit of an interesting game in that any character could use any equipment. However, in the Dissidia games, this is expanded on, and Firion became a walking armory. He's able to use swords, shields, staves, spears, axes, daggers, bows, or even his fists. All of the weapon types that are available in Final Fantasy II, which is why we see this card allowing him to copy and wield any equipment that you put on the battlefield. On top of that, in Final Fantasy II, you're able to dual-wield weapons, so basically Firion allows you to dual-wield any equipment. Firion also received a second card dedicated to him called Firion Swordmaster, though this is an alt art of SRAM Senior Artificer. That said, it is still very in line with his equipment-based identity. Another character who gets an alt art treatment is Minwu Rebel Strategist. In-game, Minwu is the royal mage of Fynn. However, after it was conquered by the Empire, he joins the rebellion. He is a gifted white mage and advisor who gives the party access to sacred spells like Ultima and guides them towards taking on the Empire until he ultimately sacrifices himself. Fitting this role of advisor, Minwu is a variant of Mengara the Diplomat, a card which deters enemies from attacking you and lets you draw if they play 2 cards during a turn, allowing you to capitalize on their hastiness. And he even gets lifelink, which alludes to him being a white mage. But he also gets a more direct tie to this in Minwu White Mage. This is a 3/3 with Vigilance and Lifelink, and whenever you gain life while he is on the board, you can place a +1/+1 counter on each of your clerics. Then we have a new reskin of Counterspell called Wild Rose Rebellion. This features Firion, Guy, Leon, Maria, and Emperor Mateus, as well as a few monsters in the background such as a Black Dragon and Bombs. Speaking of the antagonist of the games, Mateus, the Emperor of Polynesia, is the evil dictator trying to take over the world with his demonic powers. In Magic, the Emperor is a 2/2 for a red and a blue that can tap to create either a red or blue mana for non-creature spells. Then, when you cast a non-creature spell that costs 4 or more mana, you can put a +1/+1 counter on him. Once the Emperor has 3 or more counters, you can transform him into the Lord Master of Hell, a 3/3 that deals damage to each opponent based on the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your graveyard. Mateus is a strategic genius who focuses on magic and political action to stockpile power, which is why we see him generating mana and becoming stronger as he casts spells. Meanwhile, the Lord Master of Hell is the epitome of all the power he has built up as he prepares to use it to conquer the planet. Also, I like the idea that the Lord Master of Hell will be a 6/6 by the time you transform him, as it definitely fits into that Hell theme. The Emperor also receives an alt art card, the Emperor Hell Tyrant, which is a variant of Yawgmoth Thran Physician. Next up, we have one of the most iconic features of Final Fantasy II, which is that Guy, one of our heroes, just randomly reveals that he can commune with beavers. What makes this so great is that Guy barely gets any lines up to this point of the game, so him being able to talk with beavers is just super silly. And on top of that, the beaver thing only happens the one time, so it's not even a recurring plot point, it just happens to happen. The card Commune with Beavers is a sorcery for 1 green that lets you look at the top 3 cards of your deck to reveal an artifact, creature, or land that you can add to your hand. This fits in, as he would say, because when Guy speak beaver, beaver tell information where find things. A bit of a series staple gets introduced in Final Fantasy II, being the Behemoth. In this game, they debut as a boss monster that gatekeeps the Colosseum, though in later games they do tend to be reduced to just a strong late-game enemy instead. Colosseum Behemoth is a 7/7 with trample for 5 and 2 green, and when he enters, he can either destroy an artifact or enchantment, or draw you a card. Another series staple is Leviathan, a massive sea monster who debuts in Final Fantasy II. The Leviathan swallows any ship carrying a crystal rod that approaches the Tower of Mysidia, and we see that on Swallowed by Leviathan, an instant for 2 and a blue, which surveils 2 and then counters a spell unless its owner pays 1 for each card in your graveyard. Hektais are enemies that resist all elemental damage and inflict several debuffs on your party. Its card is a 1/1 for 1 and a black that makes your opponents discard when it enters. And keeping on that theme of monsters, we have random encounters, which basically compose 99% of the combat through your playthroughs of most Final Fantasy games. In this card's art, we have a Coeurl, a Malboro, and an Iron Giant, 3 creatures which you can find through random encounters in the game. This card is a sorcery for 4 and 2 red that lets you shuffle your library, mill 4 cards, and then put each creature milled this way onto the battlefield with haste. It's a pretty fantastic way to show off the idea of a random battle. That said, you do have to bounce those cards back to your hand in the end step. However, this just ensures that your opponent will have to fight these creatures again. And if that wasn't enough, this spell also has flashback, because until a Final Fantasy game is over, you will continue to fight random encounters the entire time you're playing. Next up is Final Fantasy II's Full Art Swamp. It's the waterfall in the Jade Pass that has a hidden shop behind it. Another land coming from Final Fantasy II, though, is Crossroad Village, a town that enters tapped, but which then can be used to make mana of any one color of your choice. In its art, we see the village of Bafsk, which is where the Palamecian Empire is building the Dreadnought. Now, that wraps things up for the Final Fantasy II specific cards, though I do have a bit of a special case here. Cid, Timeless Artificer, is a card that will appear in all games going forward. Essentially, the team working on Final Fantasy wanted a recurring character that could appear in different forms in each game. However, they wanted them to always be someone intelligent and wise, and that is Cid. Because of this, we are receiving 15 different arts for this character, and I think that's kind of awesome. Cid is a 4-mana 4/4 for 2, a white and a blue, and he is one of those rare cards that allows you to run any number of him in your deck. Aside from that, you can cycle him for a white and a blue, or you can play him to give all artifact creatures and heroes you control +1/+1 for each artificer that's on your field or in your graveyard. This really fits in with the idea of Cid being everywhere, as well as him often being a supportive character. He is someone who empowers the heroes and their gear rather than making himself stronger. So, rather than covering a Cid in each game going forward, I'm just going to talk about all of them here at once. And you may have noticed that we didn't have a Cid in Final Fantasy I, and that's because in the original NES games, he actually doesn't make an appearance, though he is mentioned. However, in the remakes, they did put him into the game to fit the idea that Cid is in every game. So no, his Final Fantasy I version doesn't get a card as it's not from the original, but for those curious, this would have been Cid of the Lufane, who creates the airship that the Warriors of Light use in the first game. Final Fantasy II Cid is the original and is essentially a glorified taxi service that helps the rebellion. Final Fantasy III gave us Cid Hayes, who upgrades your sailing ship into an airship. Cid Polendina is the first playable Cid and comes from Final Fantasy IV. He was the engineer for Baron, but eventually rebels against the king after he exiles Cecil and Kain. He even goes on to become somewhat of a father figure for Cecil as the game continues. Final Fantasy V had Cid Previa, who along with his grandson Mid, invented the machine that amplifies crystal power. This version is once again more tied to the plot and explaining things to the characters rather than being playable, and on his card you can see Mid in the background. Final Fantasy VI gave us the Cid with arguably the hardest name to pronounce, Cid del Norte Marquez, the man who invented Magitech for the Empire by extracting essence from espers. You can see him doing his genetic experiments on this card. Objectively, one of the coolest Cids is from Final Fantasy VII, Cid Highwind. This is another playable character who creates the Tiny Bronco and the Highwind for the party. Cid Kramer comes from Final Fantasy VIII. He is the headmaster of Balam Garden, who trains Squall and the Seed soldiers. Eventually, it's revealed that Balam Garden can fly, which makes sense if a Cid is in charge of it. Final Fantasy IX had Cid Fabul IX, the regent of Lindblum, who gets turned into a bug. That said, he does still go on to build airships for the party. Final Fantasy X Cid was the leader of the Albed and Riku's father. He and the other Albed uncover an ancient airship in the Baj Temple, which he then repairs and names the Fahrenheit. In Final Fantasy XI, Cid assists with advancing Bastok's military technology. Another difficult name, Cidolfus Demon Bunansa, is a major villain in Final Fantasy XII, a first for the series. He is Arcadia's lead researcher of Nethicite and creates the airships that the Empire uses. This includes the Sky Fortress Bahamut. Final Fantasy XIII's Cid Raines is a l'Cie military commander, and yet again he is an antagonist. He commands the Lindblum airship, and eventually will begin to question the Sanctum's rule. Cid Garland of Final Fantasy XIV is a Garlean defector who founded the Garlon Ironworks. He engineers Magitech weaponry and mounts, and of course also works on airship, and plays a pretty significant role in the Crystal Tower plotline, which we will talk about later. In Final Fantasy XV, we meet Cid Sophier, a mechanic who can upgrade Noctis's weapons, and helps to maintain the regalia along with his granddaughter Cindy. And finally, we have Final Fantasy XVI's Cidolfus Telamon, who is the dominant of Ramuh. However, as the game progresses, he passes on the title of Cid the Outlaw to Clive, marking the first time that the main player protagonist is a Cid. On to 1990 with the release of Final Fantasy III, which again follows 4 orphans, these being Luneth, Ark, Refia, and Ingus. However, much like how Sid was added retroactively to Final Fantasy I, and so he doesn't have a Final Fantasy I card art, the protagonists in this game only received their names in the remakes, so they also don't get legendary cards here either. Instead, we get the Hero of Light, a reskin of Adeline Resplendent Cathar. Final Fantasy III begins when a powerful earthquake opens a hole in the ground near the village of Ur. Here, our heroes discover a mysterious crystal of light. The crystal grants them its blessing and instructs them to become the Warriors of Light, heroes chosen to restore balance to a world thrown into chaos. As they begin their journey, they encounter remnants of a forgotten world covered in darkness and ruled by tyrannical forces. They travel between floating continents, uncover ancient technologies, and slowly learn that a terrible imbalance between light and darkness threatens all of existence. The main antagonist is eventually revealed to be Xande, an apprentice to the great sage Noah who was gifted mortality and descended into madness. In his attempt to stop time and preserve his own life, Xande disrupts the natural flow of light and dark, allowing a far more ancient threat, the Cloud of Darkness, to begin consuming the world. With the help of the remaining crystals and the spirits of fallen warriors, the party enters the world of darkness, confronts the cloud directly, and defeats it to restore balance. So, on to our cards. Our first one pretty directly reflects the beginning of our story, and it is the Crystals Chosen, a 7-mana white sorcery that creates 4 hero tokens, and then strengthens all of your creatures with +1/+1 counters. These are our 4 heroes receiving the Crystal's Blessing. And of course, in the card art, we have our 4 protagonists. Naturally, we also get a card for each of the major crystals throughout the game, being represented as legendary artifacts attuned to a specific color of mana. Each of these costs 2, and then 2 of their own color. They each give a 1 mana discount for their associated color. They each have an ability that enhances one of the color's major factors, and each has a 6 mana tap ability in line with their theme. So, for example, the first crystal we encounter is the Wind Crystal. This artifact discounts your white spells and doubles your life gain. You can also pay 6 to give your creatures flying and lifelink for the turn. As I explained earlier, we find this crystal in Altar Cave after a massive earthquake opens a chasm and the protagonists fall in. To that end, we also have the Crystal of Altar Cave, a new alt art for Chromatic Lantern. Next, the party heads to the Molten Cave where they find the Fire Crystal. This discounts your red spells and gives your creatures haste. It also allows you to pay 6 to make a copy of a creature that will die during your end step. Then we have the Water Crystal in the Cave of Tides. This reduces the cost of your blue spells and adds 4 to the number of cards that your opponents mill. In line with that, if you pay 6, you can make your opponent's mill equal to the number of cards in your hand. After the Water Crystal is the Earth Crystal. We initially find a fake one, which is shattered, however we eventually come across the real one in the Ancient's Maze. This crystal discounts your green spells and doubles the amount of +1/+1 counters that your creatures would receive. If you pay 6, it also puts 2 +1/+1 counters on up to 2 of your creatures. Finally, we have the Darkness Crystal. This reduces the cost of your black spells, exiles any non-token creatures that die from your opponent's battlefield while also healing you too, and you can pay 6 to steal one of those exiled creatures and empower them with 2 +1/+1 counters. Next up are some generic RPG cards. This set uses Final Fantasy I and III as kind of nameless sets, which give us a lot of common occurrences throughout the series. For example, Item Shopkeep is a 2/2 for 1 and a red that allows you to give menace to attacking creatures that are equipped, obviously strengthening anyone who buys her wares. Because if you spend your gold with her, your party will become an absolute menace. It is a simple card, but it works. The art is also kind of cool as well, with plenty of staples for any Final Fantasy game. Helmets, daggers, swords, axes, shields, and potions. Not only that, but we even have a Moogle in the background, which is always fun. Now in the same lane, we also have another Townland. Adventurer's Inn taps for a colorless mana and gives you 2 life when it enters. And since this is where the player goes to rest and heal up, that checks out. And again, we have a few generic heroes and a Moogle around this building. Along with the Adventurer's Inn is the Adventurer's Airship, because it isn't a Final Fantasy game if you don't get on an airship. This is a 3/2 flying vehicle for 3, and whenever it attacks, you can draw a card and discard a card. We also get a forest representing Final Fantasy III with a bunch of Chocobo around a tree, as well as a couple of boss monsters which get represented as cards. For example, Ahriman is a 2/2 with flying and death touch for 2 and a black, which can sacrifice another creature or artifact to draw you a card. This is a boss encountered late in the game as we explore the World of Darkness, and it's one of the 4 guardians of the Dark Crystals. Next up, the main big bad for the game, Xande Dark Mage. His master, Noah, gifted him with mortality, but Xande feared death and turned to the Crystals of Darkness, which ultimately leads to just about every problem in this game. He sets up his base of operations in the Crystal Tower, which we can see the party looking up at into the Crystal Tower, an alt art of Cryptic Command. And as for Xande himself, his magic card is a 3/3 with Menace for 2, a black and a blue. Xande gets +1/+1 for each non-land, non-creature in your grave, a reference to his use of dark magic, forbidden rituals, and lost knowledge to become stronger and to destabilize reality in an attempt to escape death. Xande also receives an alt art treatment with Master Xande, which is a variant of one of my favorite cards in all of Magic, Venser, Shaper Savant. Now, once Xande is defeated, the player comes across the Cloud of Darkness in a scripted loss encounter. We later find them again after traversing the World of Darkness, and they are an entity that is born from the overuse of the Dark Crystals. The Cloud of Darkness arrives as a sense of cosmic balance, aiming to return existence to the void when things have been disrupted too drastically. Her magic card is a 3/3 with flying for 2, a black and a green, and their ability Particle Beam triggers when the cloud enters, reducing the stats of your opponent's creature by the number of permanents in your graveyard. The more that has been lost, the more the balance has been disrupted, and the stronger the Cloud of Darkness's effect is. The following year, 1991, had the release of Final Fantasy IV. The game begins with Cecil, the Dark Knight commander of the Red Wings, questioning the increasingly brutal orders of his king. After forcibly taking the water crystal from Mysidia, Cecil is stripped of command and sent on a mission with his friend Kain to deliver a ring to the village of Mist. Unbeknownst to them, the ring unleashes a deadly fire that burns the town to the ground, killing innocents and leaving only a young summoner girl named Rydia alive. Racked with guilt, Cecil defies his order and protects Rydia, setting himself on a path of rebellion and redemption. Over time, he gathers allies like the White Mage Rosa, the Sage Tella, the Ninja Edge, and many others as he confronts the growing threat of Golbez, the mysterious man stealing crystals from around the world. As Golbez's power grows, Cecil is forced to confront his own darkness as well. With help from people from the underworld and the Lunarians from the moon, Cecil undergoes a spiritual transformation at Mount Ordeals, shedding his past to become a paladin. Eventually, the party learns that Golbez is being controlled by Zemus, an exiled Lunarian who seeks to wipe out life on the blue planet by awakening a powerful interdimensional weapon called the Giant of Babel. With the 4 crystals of the overworld and the 4 dark crystals of the underworld in play, the party travels to the moon and battles their way through Zemus's lair. In the final confrontation, Golbez breaks free of Zemus's control with the help of his and Cecil's shared bloodline, as they are brothers who were separated since childhood. With Zemus's defeat, his hate-fueled spirit transforms into Zeromus, a monstrous final boss who embodies pure evil. Cecil and his allies of course go on to defeat him. With the help of the crystals and the support of their friends from around the world, peace is restored, and Cecil ascends to the throne of Baron with Rosa at his side, while Golbez returns to the moon to live in exile. So, let's start with Cecil. Cecil, Dark Knight, is a 2/3 for 1 black mana. He has Death Touch, showing how he used to slaughter people at the king's behest, as well as Darkness, an ability that causes you to lose life equal to the damage that Cecil inflicts. However, once you drop to less than half of your starting total, Cecil will transform into Cecil Redeemed Paladin. This shows how doing terrible things wore away at Cecil, with each act of brutality taking a part of himself until he had enough and decided to be a force for good. The Redeemed Paladin is empowered by this new lease on life, becoming a 4/4 and trading Death Touch for lifelink. On top of that, to show off that he is now a savior rather than a destroyer, when Cecil attacks, he makes your other attacking creatures indestructible. Cecil also makes an appearance as an alt art for Timna the Weaver as Cecil Harvey. A bit of an odd matching, but paying life to draw cards is kind of in line with what a Dark Knight wants to be doing, and I'm not going to complain about a Timna reprint. On his journey, Cecil recruits a set of twins, Palom and Porum. These two make an appearance in Porum's Silence Magic, a reskin of Silence where they are silencing a spirit. We also get the White Mage Rosa, who makes an appearance in Rosa Resolute White Mage, a 2/3 with reach for 3 and a white that gives lifelink and a +1/+1 counter to a creature on your field at the start of combat. As an archer in this game, it makes sense that she has the reach ability. On top of that, Rosa empowers her allies both with her magic and through her relationships with them, which is why these +1/+1 counters come into play. But the detail that I really like is her giving lifelink. Rosa is a huge part in how Cecil grows as a character and helps him by acting as a moral anchor. So, in Cecil Redeemed Paladin, we see him gaining lifelink to show that he is becoming a better person. Meanwhile, Rosa gives lifelink to demonstrate her role in that change as well. We also have a card for Cecil's friend, Kain. Throughout the game, Kain struggles with jealousy and insecurity over Cecil's relationship with Rosa, and because of this, he becomes vulnerable to Golbez's mind control, leading him to betraying the party multiple times until the end of the game, where he vows to be stronger and atone for his actions. As such, Kain, Traitorous Dragoon, is a 2/4 for 2 and a black. The ability Jump gives him flying during your turn and reflects the leaping spear attacks that he is known for as a Dragoon. This will be a staple in several Dragoon cards throughout this set. We'll see almost all of them getting flying during your turn. Then, if Kain deals combat damage to a player, that player takes control of Kain and you draw a card, create a treasure, and lose life equal to the damage inflicted. A really cool way of showing him being mind-controlled and turning against his comrades. Kain and Cecil are also featured in the art of Baron Rivalry, an alt-art variant of Deadly Dispute. And speaking of Baron, we also have Baron Airship Kingdom, which is being represented on this land. Another important location is the Dwarven Castle, where the party helps protect the kingdom's crystal, and it's here that we find our next card, Dwarven Castle Guard, a 2/1 for 1 and a white that creates a hero token when it dies, reflecting how the guards protect the players and enable them to avoid danger to continue their journey. But what is a kingdom without a king? And Giat damn do they have a great one. Giat is the king of the dwarves in Final Fantasy IV, ruling over the underground realm that becomes a crucial battleground in the second half of the game. When Cecil and his party travel beneath the surface in search of the Dark Crystals, they find Giat already engaged in a fierce war against the forces of Golbez, who are trying to steal the underworld's 4 remaining crystals. Giat, King of the Dwarves, is a 1/1 with double strike for a red and a white that lets you discard a card and draw whenever he, another dwarf, or an equipment you control enters. On to Tella, yet another party member. Tella was once a prodigious mage raised in Mysidia after losing his parents to monsters. Over the years, he became a seasoned traveler and a protector of the peace, but tragedy struck again when his wife died defending their daughter Anna during a monster attack. Stricken by grief, Tella renounces his magic and becomes a bitter, overprotective father, eventually going on to lose Anna as well in an assault by Golbez's forces. Fueled by sorrow and rage, he regains his magical powers, culminating in the forbidden spell Meteor, which he uses in a final act of vengeance against Golbez, sacrificing himself in the process. Tella Great Sage is a 3/3 for 3, a red and a blue, who creates a hero token whenever you cast non-creature spells. If you spent 4 or more mana on those spells, you can also draw 2 cards, and if you spent 8 or more, you can sacrifice Tella to deal that much damage to each opponent. Tella isn't our only Mysidian representative though, we also have the Mysidian Elder, a 1/3 for 2 and a red that creates a wizard token when he enters. That said, this is kind of an interesting card for the set. The Elder of Mysidia's name is actually Minwu, and it's likely that he didn't get his own legendary because we already have a Minwu from Final Fantasy II, so this guy kinda gets shafted here. But onto yet another party member, Rydia from the Village of Mist. After Cecil and Kain accidentally destroy her home, they choose to protect her, and she joins the party, quickly proving to be useful as a powerful summoner. When the party is attacked by Leviathan, Rydia falls off their ship, and ultimately it is assumed that she was swallowed by the sea monster. However, Leviathan actually takes her to the Feymarch, the home of the Eidolons, where time moves more quickly. Despite being gone for only a short time, she returns all grown up and having developed her magic considerably. Rydia, Summoner of Mist, is a 1/2 for a red and a green that lets you discard a card and draw a card whenever a land enters. And of course, she can summon, paying X and tapping herself to return a saga with that mana value from your graveyard to the field with a finality counter and haste. This is especially flavorful for Final Fantasy IV summons, as Eidolons live in the game's underworld just as these cards come from your graveyard. But when Rydia first joins the party, she is pretty limited in what she can do, as her only summon is a Chocobo, who can use Chocobo Kick to attack your enemies. This attack becomes a sorcery for 1 and a green that lets one of your creatures deal damage equal to their power to an opponent's creature. However, if you choose to bounce one of your lands and this card was kicked, see what they did there, then you can deal twice that much damage instead. Also seen in this card's art is the Antlion boss from Final Fantasy IV, a battle pretty early on which limits Rydia to using Chocobo Kick. And of course, we also get a card depicting Rydia's return from the Feymarch. Golbez had just shown up to steal the dwarf's crystal and summons the Shadow Dragon to paralyze everyone. He takes out all of our allies until just Cecil is standing, and then goes in to finish things off, but Rydia arrives and summons the Mist Dragon, stopping Golbez before he can kill Cecil. This is a sorcery for 3 and 2 green that lets you either give your creatures +3/+3, or allows you to return 2 permanents from your graveyard to your hand. On to Golbez. His plan early on is to gather all 8 crystals, however, this is all because he is being controlled by Zemus. He wants to use these crystals to unlock the path to the Lunar Whale so that they can ultimately awaken the Giant of Babel. And so, Golbez appears on Golbez Crystal Collector. This is a 1/4 for a blue and a black that allows you to surveil 1 whenever you have an artifact enter, which essentially lets Golbez rush through your deck so that you can find the crystals. Then at the beginning of your end step, if you have 4 or more artifacts, again, the crystals from either the overworld or the underworld, then you can return a creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Then, if you have 8 artifacts, all of the crystals, your opponent will lose life equal to that card's power. Golbez also appears in Golbez Clad in Darkness as a variant of Sir Conrad the Grim. But he isn't the only threat we have to worry about in this game. We also have the 4 Archfiends, minions belonging to Zemus who embody the 4 elements. These are these names that I'm not going to try and pronounce. And all of them appear on the new card art for Culling Ritual. Next up we have the Lunar Whale, an airship designed to travel between the Red Moon and Earth, which becomes essential in the hero's journey as it allows them to reach the moon and confront Zemus. This card is a 3/5 vehicle with flying for 3 and a blue, and it allows you to look at the top card of your library whenever you'd like. Then, if the Lunar Whale has attacked this turn, you can play that card as well, which is great because we are approaching the endgame, and it is officially time to spam all of the items you've been saving up all game long. The whale, of course, brings us to the Giant of Babel, who appears in the new alt art for Traxos Scourge of Kroog. But speaking of those items we've been saving up all game, let's take a look at a staple of the Final Fantasy series, elixirs. These are consumable items that fully restore one character's HP and MP. In Magic, we see this as a 1-mana artifact that you can pay 5 mana and exile in order to shuffle all of the non-land cards from your graveyard into your deck. You then gain life equal to the number of cards shuffled back this way. So, if we consider your deck to be your mana pool, this is kind of a way of refilling both your MP and your HP. This card, of course, enters tapped because you gotta wait to use elixirs. You can't just waste them. And you know what? You might as well stockpile 99 of them just in case. You never know when it's going to come in handy. The art for this card also has a Hummingway on it, and these are little rabbit dudes who live on the Red Moon. And Final Fantasy IV's final card is a mountain featuring art of Mount Ordeals, the place where Cecil must go to be tested before becoming a paladin. On to 1992's Final Fantasy V. This game begins with the sudden fall of a meteor and the weakening of the Wind Crystal. A wanderer named Bartz investigates and finds Princess Lena, who is seeking the Wind Shrine to check on that crystal. They soon meet Galoof, an old man who arrived via the meteor but who has amnesia, and Ferris, a pirate captain with a mysterious connection to Lena. Together they learn that the elemental crystals are shattering one by one. As they try to protect the remaining crystals, the group is pulled into a deeper conflict involving the balance of 2 parallel worlds. It's eventually revealed that the crystals were created to steal away an ancient evil sorcerer named Exdeath, and that Galoof came from another world where Exdeath was originally imprisoned. The crystal's destruction is part of Exdeath's plan to break free, which he eventually succeeds in doing. The party then travels to Galoof's world, where the stakes rise dramatically. Galoof's kingdom has been fighting a losing war against Exdeath's rising power. As the worlds merge and reality begins to unravel, Bartz and his allies, now the true warriors of light, push through to stop Exdeath, and in a final confrontation, the party defeats him and restores balance to the merged worlds. So, with the story down, let's get on to our heroes, starting with Bartz and his partner, Boko the Chocobo. Bartz features on the card Bartz and Boko, a 4/3 bird for 3 and 2 green, who has affinity for birds, which makes a ton of sense for Bartz, who is not only a Chocobo rider, but someone who managed to ride the Black Chocobo. This is expanded further with his second ability. When Bartz and Boko enter, each other bird you control deals damage equal to their power to a creature that your opponent controls. And as an enthusiastic bird enjoyer, I approve of this card. Bartz can also be seen in a few reskins. Firstly, Bartz Clouser, which is a new art for Winota, Joiner of Forces. And second, concept art of Bartz appears on Dawn Warrior's Legacy, a new version of Mizzix's Mastery. We can then find Bartz on the art for Travel the Overworld, a sorcery for 5 and 2 blue with affinity for towns that lets you draw 4 cards. In other words, your Chocobo brings you to new towns and then lets you find new items and experiences there. Another party member is Ferris, who appears on the Coral Sword. This equipment for 1 red has flash and attaches to a creature when it enters, giving it 1 power and first strike. In Final Fantasy V, the Coral Sword has the thunder element attributed to it, which is why we can see electrical energy coming from the blade in its art. At one point, Exdeath positions himself to kill Bartz and the rest of the party, but Galoof gets up and battles him one-on-one. Unfortunately, this results in Galoof's death, but when he dies, he passes his strength to his granddaughter Kryl, who joins the party in his place, which is where we get Galoof's final act. This is an instant for 1 and a green that gives a creature 1 power, and then if that creature dies, allows it to distribute +1/+1 counters equal to its power to another creature. Exdeath also takes a beating in this fight, however, with the power of the crystals he manages to get back on his feet. So, Evil Reawakened is a 5-mana sorcery which features Exdeath on it and reanimates a creature from the graveyard with 2 +1/+1 counters. As for Galoof's granddaughter, she appears in the Art of Restorative Magic, a tiered instant for 1 white, which at base cost casts Cure, giving a permanent hexproof and indestructible for the turn. You can pay 1 more mana to cast Cura, which adds giving you 3 life to that effect, and finally Curaga costs 3 and a white, giving all of your permanents hexproof and indestructible, as well as giving you 6 life. Exdeath himself can be found on Exdeath Void Warlock, a 3/3 for 1, a black and a green, who gives you 3 life as he enters. Because Exdeath was born from a tree that had been used to seal evil spirits, and grown to become the most evil tree in the universe as a result. So he gives you tree life. Then, at the beginning of your end step, if there are 6 or more permanents in your graveyard, he transforms into Neo Exdeath Dimension's End, retaining the 3 toughness, but gaining power equal to the number of permanents in your grave. In this form, he also gains the Trample keyword. This is a bit of a missed opportunity. Exdeath is the embodiment of nothingness. I feel like that could have been leaning into an exile effect of some kind, and that could have been a bit more flavorful, but this is still fun. Exdeath's right-hand man throughout the game is Gilgamesh, a boastful and proud warrior who collects legendary weapons, which is why, as a card, we get Gilgamesh Master at Arms, a 6/6 samurai for 4 and 2 red. When Gilgamesh enters or attacks, you can look at the top 6 cards of your library for an equipment, and then play and attach that to a samurai for free, which is perfectly in line with the weapon collecting theme. Gilgamesh can also be seen in Gilgamesh Weapon Collector, a new art for Godo Bandit Warlord. He then makes an appearance on Genji Glove, a 5-mana equipment that gives double strike and an extra combat phase when the equipped creature attacks. In colorless, by the way, which is crazy. Lore-wise, the Genji equipments are a recurring set throughout the series. In Final Fantasy V, Gilgamesh wears this armor, and the player can actually steal it from him in their fight. That said, the effect seems to be more like the Genji gloves from Final Fantasy VI, which lets you dual wield, which would be in line with both double strike and the double combat phase. A major battle against Gilgamesh can be seen in the Battle at the Big Bridge, a reskin of Fatal Push. However, Gilgamesh has a change of heart and begins to appreciate and respect the heroes. Because of this, he intervenes in their battle against Necrophobe, self-destructing and taking the boss out with him. And that's exactly what we see in the art of Self-Destruct, an instant for 1 in red that has a creature deal damage equal to its power to itself and another target creature. Of course, there are plenty of monsters in this game for the party to fight, and Tonberry is probably the most iconic to have made its debut in the 5th game. They are extremely slow monsters that will slowly move towards a party member before either dealing massive damage or just flat out killing them with their chef's knife, which is pretty much perfectly translated onto their card. This is a 2/1 for 1 black mana that enters tapped with a stun counter on it, because they are slow, they need time to get close. But once it can attack, it gains First Strike and Death Touch, killing whatever it hits. Another creature first appearing in Final Fantasy V is the Magic Pot. This is a monster found in the Phoenix Tower that will demand elixirs from the party, and each time that you give it one, it has a 1/3 chance of either fleeing or giving the party 100 ability points. In Magic, Magic Pot is a 1/4 artifact creature for 3 that gives you a treasure token when it dies, which is kind of 100 ability points if you squint hard enough. They also let you pay 2 mana and tap them to exile a card from a graveyard. The Gallicat is an enemy which we typically fight in groups as they are pretty weak on their own. This is a 1/3 with flying and vigilance for 2 and a white that gains 2 attack if you have 2 or more artifacts. A monster who poses a bit more of a threat though is the Sandworm, a boss who ambushes the party as they try to cross the Desert of Shifting Sands. When the Sandworm is defeated, its body can be used as a bridge to let the party enter the desert. So, Sandworm is a 5/4 with haste for 4 and a red. When the Sandworm enters, you can destroy a land, and that land's controller gets to search for a basic land to play tapped. Essentially, he blocks a path and then bridges you to a new location. Finally, speaking of lands, for Final Fantasy V, we have a full art swamp that shows off a ship graveyard that we visit in the game. As well, a new townland called Gone, Town of Ruin. This holds the remains of an ancient civilization which collapsed 500 years before the game begins. On to 1994's Final Fantasy VI, the first game in the series that I was actually alive for, which makes me feel very old. Anyways, Final Fantasy VI opens in a world where magic has all but been lost, following a cataclysmic war called the War of the Magi. The story begins with Terra, a young woman enslaved by the Gestalian Empire who possesses the rare ability to still use magic. After another magical being known as an Esper awakens her latent power, Terra escapes Imperial control and is taken in by the Returners, a resistance group fighting the Empire's expansion and technological tyranny. Along the way, we get party members like the treasure hunter Locke, the rebellious royal Edgar, his brother Sabin, and the enigmatic warrior Cyan. As the party uncovers the Empire's plan to extract power from Espers to build their own magical weapons, they set out to stop their leader Emperor Gestal and his court mage Kefka. However, Kefka betrays Gestal, seizes the power of the Warring Triad, which are ancient godlike figures of magic, and goes on to shatter the balance of the world, causing it to plunge into ruin. The second half of the game takes place in this world of ruin, where Kefka rules as a mad god from a tower of light. Terra and her scattered allies must reunite, confront their own personal failures and grief, and find a new reason to fight in this apocalypse. In the end, the party storms Kefka's tower and ultimately defeats the clown god. So, starting things off, let's talk about Terra herself. Terra, Magical Adept, is a 4/2 for 1, a red and a green. When she enters, you mill 5 cards and add a milled enchantment to your hand. This is kinda cool, since milling is thematically tied to memory loss in Magic, and so this shows Terra literally digging into the past to reclaim what has been forgotten. While not on Terra herself, we will see the flashback keyword used a few times in cards from this game, and it's kind of a similar idea, leaning into Final Fantasy VI's theme of exploring the past. But she can also trance by paying 6 mana and tapping herself. From there, she transforms into Esper Terra. This is a 6/6 saga creature with flying that has 4 chapters. On the first 3 turns, you can create a token that's a copy of a non-legendary enchantment you control, give it haste, and empower it by adding up to 3 lore counters if it is a saga. The 4th stage is adding 2 of each color of mana to your pool before returning her back to her base form. This all shows Terra entering her Esper state and bringing magic and mana back to the world that has lost it. Meanwhile, Terra, Herald of Hope, is a 3/3 for each of the Mardu colors, and again this card has Trance, but in this case it allows you to mill 2 cards and give her flying for the turn. Then when the Terra hits the player, you can pay 2 mana to return a creature with 3 or less power from the grave to the field tapped. Again, Trance alludes to her flying Esper form, and Mill, as always, leans into losing her memory. The recursion ability, on the other hand, reflects the idea of Terra bringing hope to the hopeless by reviving the fallen and the weak. Finally, Terra also receives 1 more card as a variant of Urza High Artificer as Terra Branford. Both Urza and Terra are characters who change the fate of their world by blending technology and magic, so it's a kinda neat choice. Our next party member, Locke Cole, is a charismatic thief, treasure hunter, who joins the Returners to fight against the Gestalian Empire. However, despite the cheerful demeanor, Locke struggles with the death of Rachel, a woman that he loved who lost her own memories because of an accident while they were together, and who was later killed by the Empire while he was away. As such, Locke wants to find the Phoenix Magicite in hopes of reviving her. Locke Cole is a 2/3 with Death Touch and Lifelink for 1, a blue and a black. These keywords pretty directly tie into his relationship with Rachel. Locke blames himself for her death and is aiming to bring her back to life. To that end, when Locke hits a player, you can draw a card and discard a card, helping you rush through the deck in hopes of finding the Phoenix and helping Rachel. He also appears as Locke Treasure Hunter, a 2/3 for 1, a black and a red, that can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. His second ability, Mug, makes every player mill a card whenever he attacks. If they mill a land, you get a treasure, and any other cards can be cast for the rest of the turn. This is probably one of the best interpretations of a thief that Magic has ever had. It's a super cool card. Locke also appears on Big Score, a 4-mana instant that lets you discard a card to draw 2 and create 2 treasures. In the art, you can see him holding Magicite, the same stone that we can see in this set's Soul Ring. Of note here, there are also 3 other Soul Rings in the Final Fantasy set. Final Fantasy VII's has a Materia, Final Fantasy X has a Save Sphere, and Final Fantasy XIV's has Aetheryte. Locke can also be seen on Stolen Uniform as well. This is an instant for 1 blue that lets you attach any equipment on the battlefield to one of your creatures until the end of the turn. Early in the game, Locke infiltrates the recently captured town of South Figaro, which requires him to steal a merchant's clothing and disguise himself as he sneaks into the mansion that the Imperials are occupying. At another point, he also steals a soldier's uniform to rescue Celis from being tortured, so it makes sense that we have a card for this. Speaking of Celis, she is a former general of the Empire who is genetically infused with magic and trained as a rune knight. Though she is initially loyal to the Empire, she defects when she realizes its cruelty and joins the Returners. That brings us to Celis Rune Knight, a 4/4 for 1, a white, a red, and a black, which allows you to discard any number of cards when she enters so that you can draw that many cards plus 1. Then, when other creatures enter your field from the graveyard, you can buff the entire board. By discarding your cards and drawing a new set, we can see Celis abandoning her life in the Empire and starting a new one. Meanwhile, if her allies can manage to get up after being knocked down, she can rally the army and fight back against the enemy stronger than ever, just as she did when the party was scattered across the world of ruin. Celis also appears in a few other cards as well, including this set's Mind Stone, but more importantly, we have Talisman of Conviction. At one point in the game, Celis attempts suicide when she is at her lowest point and believes all of her friends are dead. However, she is protected by a bird who she notices has been bandaged by Locke's bandana, showing her that he is likely still alive and renewing her conviction, which is why we see her kissing the bandana in the art and calling out that he is still alive in the flavor text. Following Celis, we have Sabin, the younger brother of King Edgar of Figaro. He gave up royalty to train as a monk, preferring freedom and physical mastery to court politics. Sabin is a powerful combatant, and his card, Sabin Master Monk, reflects that, having both Double Strike and Blitz, which really leans into that all-out style of attack. Speaking of Blitz though, in Final Fantasy VI, Sabin fights with Blitz techniques, which infuse ki into his attacks, so it's cool that we have a magic keyword that fits that theme as well already. That said, the graveyard ability feels a bit out of place. It could loosely be tied in if we consider the graveyard as a place of hopelessness rather than literal death, but even that's kind of iffy. Along with Sabin, we have his brother Edgar, an engineer who, while king, definitely prefers a wrench to a scepter. His defining combat mechanic is the Tools system, which lets him use a variety of mechanical weapons like an auto crossbow or a drill that each bring along their own different effects. His card, Edgar Master Machinist, is a 2/4 for 2, a red, and a white. Edgar lets you cast artifacts from the grave each turn, though they come in tapped, and when he attacks, he gets power equal to the highest mana of artifacts you control, really showing off that tool system in Magic. He also appears as a 4/5 for 4 and 2 blue in Edgar, King of Figaro. When he enters, you can draw a card for each artifact you control, again, leaning into that artificer and engineer theme. However, he also has two-headed coin, ensuring that you will always win your first coin flip each turn. When Edgar and Sabin's father died, they flipped a coin to see who would rule the kingdom. Knowing that Sabin wanted to be free, Edgar used a double-headed coin to ensure that the burden of the crown would fall to him rather than his brother, all without his brother feeling guilty about it. This idea is also explored in Coin of Fate, a 2-mana artifact that surveils when it enters, which, as we've discussed, is a way of showing manipulating fate, like how Edgar does by using this trick coin. More importantly, you can pay for and sacrifice this card along with exiling 2 creatures from your graveyard. Your opponent then chooses one of the 2 creatures for you to summon tapped, while the other goes to the bottom of your library. Then, you become the monarch. The 2 creatures represent Edgar and Sabin. The opponent is Fate choosing who will be king. Placing the card on the bottom allows Sabin to go free while Edgar takes the burden of the throne, coming in tapped and making you the monarch. This is an incredibly flavorful card. Sabin does also appear on another card, but before we get to that, we have to talk about the Phantom Train. Sabin, Cyan, and Shadow board a ghost train that ferries souls to the afterlife, and naturally, getting away from it involves fighting it. Phantom Train is a 4/4 vehicle for 3 and a black. It has trample and can sacrifice other artifacts or creatures to get a +1/+1 counter, as well as to make itself a spirit creature for the turn. This is the train killing its riders to make itself stronger. And in the art, we see Sabin, Shadow, and Cyan running away from it. But what we are really here for is what Sabin does to the train. In their greatest moment of danger, this man simply grabs the train and suplexes it, which of course leads us to Suplex, a 2-mana red sorcery that either exiles an artifact or deals 3 damage to a creature and exiles it if it would die. Basically, exercising the train by exercising and training. 10 out of 10, absolutely beautiful. The other 2 people here also get cards as well. Shadow is a cold, mercenary ninja known for deadly efficiency, a mysterious past, and a loyal dog named Interceptor. Shadow, Mysterious Assassin, is a 3/3 assassin for 2 and a black. And fitting to an assassin, he has Death Touch, but more iconically, he also has the Throw ability, referencing his in-game mechanic of hurling weapons for massive one-time damage. However, on the card, Throw allows you to sack a non-land permanent when you hit a player, and then draw 2 cards before dealing damage to the opponent equal to that sacked card's mana cost. Shadow weaponizes what he no longer needs, mirroring his emotional detachment and willingness to discard people, items, and even relationships if they no longer serve him. That is, until the story forces him to confront what he has been throwing away. Before we move on to Cyan, we might as well cover Shadow's dog, Interceptor. Interceptor, Shadow's Hound, is a 4/3 dog for 2 and 2 black with Menace to reflect how terrifying and aggressive he can be on the battlefield. He also grants Menace to Assassins, supporting Shadow directly and reinforcing their bond. But most flavorfully, his ability to return from the graveyard tapped and attacking when legendary creatures attack captures how protective he can be. Even in death, Interceptor will come back to fight alongside Shadow. Then we have Cyan Garamond, a noble samurai whose loyalty and honor are tested after the Doma Empire poisons his homeland, killing his king, his wife, and his son. Cyan Vengeful Samurai is a 3/3 for 6 and a white, but his cost is reduced by the number of creatures in your graveyard, a direct nod to the tragic loss of his family and country. And of course, he has the ability to grow stronger whenever creatures leave your graveyard, reflecting how Cyan's strength is fueled by his grief, and how reclaiming the memory or spirit of the fallen drives him to fight harder. He also appears on this set's version of Night's Whisper, which shows him chasing after the spirits of his family. Finally, Cyan and Sabin both appear on this set's version of Wayfarer's Bauble, where you can see them in the reflection of a helmet. The boy holding the helmet is Gao, a wild child raised by monsters in the Veldt. He ends up joining the party, and despite his feral behavior and broken speech, he is kind-hearted and incredibly adaptive, learning techniques from the beasts that he grew up with. Gao, Feral Youth, is a 2/2 for 1 and a red with Rage, granting him a +1/+1 counter whenever he attacks, mirroring his in-game ability of the same name, which would allow him to mimic the power of monsters and become stronger. His end-step ability deals damage to opponents if a card left your graveyard that turn, with the damage being based on his power. This is another loose connection that more ties into the theme of reclaiming things, which we see throughout Final Fantasy VI, but I would have loved to see something more along the lines of copying abilities for Gao instead, if only Gao was Deadpool. But speaking of people who are just a bit strange, let's take a look at Gogo. We find Gogo inside the belly of a giant worm. He has no clear origin or motive, and joins the party as a mimic, able to copy the abilities of other characters in battle, making him one of the most versatile and unpredictable members of the cast. Gogo Mysterious Mime is a 2/2 for 3 and a red that can become a copy of another creature you control at the beginning of combat, gaining +2 power, haste, and being forced to attack alongside the original. This perfectly captures his role as a mimic, who doesn't just imitate, but who also amplifies. He also makes an appearance in Gogo Master of Mimicry, a 2/4 for 2 and a blue that can pay double X to tap himself and copy an activated ability, having it trigger X times. This, of course, stays in line with imitation. Next, we have Strago, who is an elderly blue mage that learns magic by observing enemy abilities. Meanwhile, his granddaughter Realm's sketch abilities allows her to magically recreate what she sees. To reflect these two, we have Strago and Realm, a 1/3 for 2 and a red, with the Sketch and Lore ability, allowing you to exile cards from your opponent's library until you hit a creature, instant, or sorcery, and then cast that for free with creatures entering temporarily and with haste. In other words, Strago's lore magic allows him to mimic enemy spells, while Realm's sketching abilities allow her to reimagine creatures that she comes across. The fact that the creatures disappear at the end step mirrors Realm's temporary illusions, while the randomness of the effect captures the chaotic creativity of both characters. Now along those lines, we also have Realm Sketching, a sorcery for 2 and 2 blue, where Realm paints a token copy of an artifact, creature, or land. Meanwhile, Strago appears in the Art of Legions to Ashes, where he unleashes a powerful magic spell that disintegrates several monsters at once. Then we have Setzer, a thrill-seeking gambler who pilots his airship, the Blackjack, and joins the party, though it is more out of fascination than a sense of duty. Setzer, Wandering Gambler, is a 2/2 for 1, a blue and a red, who creates the Blackjack when he enters, a 3/3 flying vehicle that crews for 2. On top of that, whenever a vehicle you control deals combat damage to a player, you can flip a coin. And, fitting to his identity as a gambler, if you win a coin flip, you can create 2 tapped treasure tokens. That said, the Blackjack isn't the only airship in the game. We also have the Falcon. The Falcon is the second airship that the party uses, and it's found and restored in the World of Ruin after the party has been scattered. And it ultimately becomes the means by which the heroes regroup, search for their allies, and prepare to defeat Kefka. The Falcon airship restored is a 4/3 flying vehicle for 2 and a black, with the ability to sacrifice itself after dealing combat damage to reanimate a creature, demonstrating how the Falcon's return revives the party's spirit and brings back hope. However, the Falcon doesn't stay down for long, as you can pay 5 to return it from the graveyard to the battlefield tapped, fitting for a ship that rose from the wreckage of the World of Ruin. Now, let's talk about Moogles. Moogles are a race of adorable little guys who live in caves and often avoid humans, except for Mog, who joins the party, bringing with him the unique dance ability which unleashes unpredictable effects in battle. We see him in Mog, Moogle Warrior, a 1/2 for 1, a red and a white with lifelink. His dance ability triggers at the end of each turn, asking each player if they want to discard and letting them draw a card if they do. However, if a creature is discarded, you get a 1/2 Moogle token, and if a non-creature is discarded, your Moogles get buffed. I think this is a pretty perfect way of showing Mog's balance between his improvised dance commands and his ability to support his allies. Early in the game, we also see a squad of Moogles heroically defend Terra from Imperial soldiers, which we see in Moogle's Valor, an instant for 3 and 2 whites that makes a 1/2 Moogle with lifelink for each creature you control, and then makes creatures you control indestructible for the turn. Not only do we get an army of little guys, but they keep us safe. What a time to be alive. And the last major party member that we need to look at is Umaro. Umaro is a Yeti who can be recruited late in the game as a powerful but uncontrollable ally. Though he doesn't speak and can't directly be controlled in battle, he is fiercely loyal, especially to Mog, and fights with overwhelming and unpredictable brute force. Umaro, Raging Yeti, is a 6/6 for 5 and a red with trample, and his random combat trigger mirrors how the player can't control him in the game, and how that can have some pretty wildly different effects. Buffing the party, dropping your hand to draw 4, or dealing damage to any target. This is a really cool translation into Magic. With the main party out of the way, we can get to the temporary and supporting characters, like Banon. Banon is the leader of the Returner rebel group that Terra joins. He isn't a fighter, he acts more like a constant beacon of hope and reassurance that supports the heroes and motivates them to get back up and fight. His card, Banon the Returner's Leader, is a 1/3 for a red and a white that allows you to cast a creature that was put into the graveyard from anywhere other than the battlefield this turn, showing how he can rally allies who have lost their will to fight. On top of that, when you attack, you can pay 1 to cycle a card from your hand, showing his sense of strategy, willing to make small sacrifices for the cause, and again, the ability to bring hope to those without any. General Leo Christoph is a high-ranking officer in the Empire, but unlike many of his peers, he is noble, compassionate, and deeply moral. He believes in honor and restraint, often clashing with the Empire's cruelty, and is tragically betrayed and killed by Kefka during a moment of peace. General Leo Christoph is a 2/2 for 4 and a white, who brings back a 3 or lower cost creature from your graveyard when he enters. Then he grows stronger for each creature on your board. Like Banon, Leo inspires those around him, however, he takes a much more direct role and leads by example. His revival effect reflects his role as a protector of the fallen, while the +1/+1 counters represent the strength that he draws from his allies who follow his ideals. Many of the characters mentioned so far appear in the new art for Rise of the Dark Realms, which shows off the heroes preparing to take on Kefka after they were separated, which is perfect for a card all about resurrecting all of your fallen creatures. Similarly, we have Stitch Together, which shows Celis's search for her companions after they are separated, and the party coming together once again. Another card featuring several heroes is Rejoin the Fight, a sorcery for 5 and a black that mills 3 cards, then makes each opponent choose a creature in your graveyard to return to the battlefield. The art of this card shows Terra's turning point in the World of Ruin when she chooses to rejoin the fight after initially refusing to use her powers. In the devastated town of Mobliz, she had been caring for a group of orphan children, but when the monster Humbaba returns, she finally embraces her strength to defend them. And so this card reflects how Terra draws strength from others even when hope feels buried, as well as how her resolve to protect the innocents literally brings life and power back from despair. But enough with the good guys, let's get into one of the coolest villains in Final Fantasy's history, Kefka. Kefka is the deranged court mage who ascends to godhood by seizing control of the Warring Triad. This, again, is a group of 3 ancient deities who were the creators of magic. Emperor Gestahl wanted to use the Triad to take over the world, but at the last moment, Kefka kills him and takes their power for himself, using it to throw the world into ruin purely for the love of creating chaos and suffering. With such an iconic villain, it is natural that we are going to get quite a few cards with him on them, so let's start with Kefka Dancing Mad, a name which comes from his battle theme in-game. This is a 6/6 for 5, a black and a red, that becomes indestructible during your turn. Kefka is a character who attains godlike powers as they take control, so while you are in control of the game on your turn, he can't be destroyed. His end step ability exiles a random spell from each enemy graveyard and allows you to cast them for free, and then he burns each player for the mana value of their spells that you cast this way. This is a representation of Kefka taking the Triad's power and turning it against the world, which lines up pretty well as you will be taking power from 3 people and using it against them. His other card shows a more complete version of his story. Kefka Court Mage is a 4/5 for 2 and Grixis that forces each player to discard whenever he enters or attacks. And then you get to draw a card for each type of card discarded this way. Again, this shows off Kefka's manipulation. He seems to be part of a group since we all have to discard, but then he takes advantage of everyone at the last minute and benefits from their sacrifices. You can then pay 8 mana to force each player to sacrifice a permanent and then transform Kefka. And again, the 3 sacrifices represent the Warring Triad. Once this is done, he becomes Kefka, Ruler of Ruin, a 5/7 flyer that lets you draw a card for every point of damage that your opponents take during your turn, which is basically him feeding on the suffering of others. Also in this vein is Kefka Palazzo. Being a mad god that inflicts pain, we have him appearing in a reskin of Perforos, God of the Forge. We also see Kefka in many other card arts. For example, Laughing Mad, one of my favorite arts in the set, is an instant for 2 and a red that lets you discard 1 to draw 2, and can be cast again from the grave for its flashback cost. I'm not sure why this isn't just an alt art for Electric Revelation, but I guess this means that if you want, you can technically run 2 of it. Otherwise, this is just about everything that sums up Kefka, throwing away what you have to get something shiny and new, and more importantly, it enables madness. Poison the Waters, another banger as far as art goes, is a sorcery for 1 and a black that lets you either give all creatures -1/-1 for the turn, or make a player reveal their hand before forcing them to discard an artifact or creature. This card pays homage to a moment in Final Fantasy VI where Kefka poisons the water supply of Doma, ultimately killing all of its inhabitants aside from Cyan. Similarly, we also get an alt art for Toxic Deluge called Merciless Poisoning, which shows off the exact same scene. And keeping in line with Kefka's attacks, we have Light of Judgment, an instant for 4 and a red that deals 6 damage to a creature and destroys an equipment that is attached to it. The art of this card shows off Kefka destroying the town of Mobliz with Light of Judgment. This is also an AoE spell that he might cast against your party in the battle against him. Espers to Magicite is an instant that costs 3 and a black, then exiles each opponent's graveyard and allows you to create a copy of 1 creature exiled this way. However, it becomes an artifact and loses all other creature types. This directly mirrors the process of forcibly converting an Esper into soulless magical tools, which Kefka and the Empire carry out in the Magitech research facility. And the rest of Kefka's cards are all alt arts. Ruinous Ultimatum is a pretty straightforward pick as Kefka created the World of Ruin. That said, the art of this card seems to be showing off the destruction of Thamasa, where he orders the Imperial troops to burn the town down to the ground. Talisman of Indulgence, pretty fitting for a dude all about indulging in his impulses. Tragic Arrogance shows Kefka's defeat. Reanimate's new art shows off Kefka awakening the Triad. And finally, this set also has 4 arcane signets, one of which is for Final Fantasy VI and shows the soul of Thamasa, the flavor text of which refers to it as Kefka's treasure. Final Fantasy VII also gets one showing a materia in Cloud's Buster Sword, Final Fantasy X has Titus's necklace, and Final Fantasy XIV has the Soul Stone belonging to Azum. But back to the Warring Triad, they also get their own card. As I mentioned, these are the 3 godlike beings whose ancient battle nearly destroyed the world. To prevent any further chaos, they sealed themselves in magical balance, becoming the source of all magic until their power was manipulated and unbalanced by Kefka, ultimately leading to the world's collapse. The Warring Triad is a 5/5 legendary artifact creature for 3, but doesn't become a creature until your graveyard has 8 cards in it. This shows how they were a dormant but devastating force waiting to be awakened. Once they become a creature, they gain flying, trample, and haste, and of course you can tap them to mill and fix mana, showing how, even in their slumber, they act to balance and control the world's magic. Then we have Siegfried. This is a recurring joke character in Final Fantasy VI, a self-proclaimed legendary swordsman who constantly boasts about his greatness. You encounter him in the Colosseum and a few other times as well, usually for comedic effect. However, later an imposter Siegfried appears, further muddying his already questionable abilities. He appears on Siegfried, Famed Swordsman, a 2/2 for 3 and a black with Menace, and an enter effect that mills 3 cards and gains +1/+1 counters equal to double the number of creatures that are in your graveyard. This one is kinda cool because, objectively, Siegfried is pretty weak, but he could be strong, you know, if you look at him in the right lighting and the stars align. I think of this card more like the rumor of Siegfried. If there are plenty of bodies for people to give him credit for, then he seems super powerful, but if there aren't, he just isn't. And as you might expect, there are several Esper-related cards in this set as well. Esper Origins is one of these cards. It is a 2-mana sorcery that surveils 2 and gives you 2 life. This is a flashback card, which I mentioned being a theme earlier, and if cast through its flashback ability, you can summon Esper Madwyn, a 4/4 Saga Elemental with 3 chapters. Chapter 1 sees you revealing the top card of your deck and adding a permanent to hand if possible. Chapter 2 adds 2 green mana, and Chapter 3 gives all of your other creatures +2/+2 and trample for the turn. Madwyn was the guardian of the Esper world, who the party can learn elemental spells from, such as Fyra, Blizzara, and Thundara. So the Saga version of him shows several things. Checking the deck could be related to his curiosity of the human world. Adding mana shows his connection to nature, and the battlefield buff shows how he helps your party become stronger. Also, the flavor text in this is his naming of Terra, as he is her father, which is why the Esper Origins side of this card has Terra herself on its art. Madwyn also appears in the new art of Mortify as well. Finally, summons are all very temporary in this game, so these sagas sacrifice themselves after a few turns to demonstrate that. Yet another Esper enters Magic the Gathering with Summon Esper Ramuh. Ramuh is a powerful lightning-based Esper whose first appearance is in the city of Zozo. He rescues Terra after her transformation into an Esper and explains the truth about Espers, magic, and the Empire's exploitation. He is a 3/3 saga for 2 and 2 red with 3 chapters. Chapter 1 blasts a creature with damage equal to the number of non-creatures and non-lands in your graveyard. In Chapter 2 and 3, he buffs your wizards by giving 1 power. Most likely a representation of how he turns himself into Magicite to give your party access to his strength. Retrieve the Esper, a 4-mana sorcery with flashback, creates a 3/3 robot warrior token and puts 2 +1/+1 counters on it if it is cast from the grave. These tokens and the art for the card are the Empire's Magitech soldiers. In this case, flashback shows how the Empire siphons off magic from Espers, sometimes to the point of killing them, in order to strengthen their own forces. The next Esper we see is actually Frozen. Nature's Claim is reimagined as Search for the Frozen Esper, the card art of which shows soldiers approaching the Esper Tritok. We're gonna call it Tritok, that was the original name. Tritok is frozen in ice and is waiting to absolutely shred through these soldiers' Magitech armor. Speaking of which, Summon Esper Valigarmonda, nailed it, is our last summon for Final Fantasy VI. As I mentioned earlier, you will hear either name for this, as the early localizations use the name Tritok, while later ones call him Valigarmonda. This Esper is associated with fire, ice, and lightning magic, making it a rare fusion that is extremely versatile. Discovered frozen in the cliffs near Narsh, its awakening marks a turning point in the story, unleashing both raw magical energy and escalating the Empire's obsession with controlling Espers. This is a 3/3 with flying and haste for 3 and a red. Chapter 1 exiles an instant or sorcery from your grave, freezing them in magical stasis like this Esper was itself, while chapters 2 through 4 build up red mana and let you cast those stored spells, mirroring the power that was released when this Esper was freed from the ice. But with the Espers behind us, let's take a look at the last few Final Fantasy specific cards, like Phoenix Down. In the games, Phoenix Downs are items which can be used once each to revive a party member, and we see that as this artifact can exile itself to reanimate a creature that costs 4 or less from your graveyard. However, if you use healing items on the undead in Final Fantasy, they actually have inverse effects, so rather than reviving them, it would kill them, or at least deal massive damage, which is why the second ability also exiles skeletons, spirits, or zombies. In Final Fantasy VI, we also battle Typhon, or Chupon in earlier versions. This goofy pink guy acts as a boss with the ability Snort. Basically, he sneezes at you so hard that he removes a party member from the fight. Along with Typhon, we also battle Ultros here, which is why he appears in the card art as well. But Snort is a sorcery for 3 and a red that makes each player discard their hand and then draw 5, after which Snort deals 5 damage to each opponent who discarded their hand. Essentially, he is sneezing your hand away. And if that wasn't bad enough, he can be cast again for a flashback of 6, which is fitting as we see Typhon returning later in the game. Back to Ultros though, he also gets a card in the set called Ultros Obnoxious Octopus, a 2/1 for 1 and a blue, who gets benefits when you cast large non-creature spells. If they cost 4 or more, you can tap and stun an opponent's creature, essentially holding them in place with his tentacles. Or, if you cast a spell that costs 8 or more, then Ultros gets 8+1/+1 counters because he's an octopus. And lastly, Magitech Armor is a 4/4 vehicle for 3 and a white that creates a hero token as it enters, because giving this suit of armor to any member of the Empire's military empowers them to the point where they feel like a hero. The fight with Kefka at the end of the game takes place over several stages, but before you reach him, you must fight through several statues of gods. Angel of Ruins shows the 3rd stage, called Sleep and Lady, and again, another top contender for some of the best art in the set. Anger shows off a massive fireball with bombs in front of it. These are fire elementals, which will self-destruct if not killed fast enough. Archfiend of Depravity features Deathgaze, a boss that attacks the player while they are flying on the Falcon in the World of Ruin. Deathgaze begins their fight with level 5 death, instantly killing any party members that have a level that is a multiple of 5, fitting to the Archfiend's sweeping forced sacrifice. The Devil has a new art, which features an attack on the Blackjack. And most importantly of all, Final Fantasy VI introduces one of the most iconic creatures in all of Final Fantasy, the Cactuar. This cactus monster has the infamous 1000 Needles attack, dealing a flat 1000 damage, which can be pretty devastating if you aren't prepared for it. But just as importantly to the Cactuar's identity is that it will sometimes pop up to fight you and then flee from the battle shortly afterwards. Which brings us to their card, which is a 3/3 with trample for 1 green. However, it only stays on the field for 1 turn and then bounces back to your hand in the following end phase. Combustible Gearhulk is the Guardian, the strongest Magitech war machine that was made to protect the Imperial Palace. This boss is completely indestructible the first few times you come across it, though it can be taken out in the final dungeon. Command Sphere has been replaced with the Growth Egg Relic, an item which doubles the experience that the wearer receives. Crackling Doom shows Emperor Gestal's final moments where Kefka betrays him. Here, he is trying to blast Kefka with powerful fire magic. However, the Warring Triad statues absorb magic and ultimately leave the Emperor vulnerable to being attacked. Key to the City features Impresario, the manager of the Opera House, who ends up dropping the letter that he is holding in this card's art and reveals to Locke that a gambler named Setzer is planning to abduct Maria, who is the star of the opera's show. Speaking of the opera, Opera Love Song features one of the most iconic scenes in the game, where Celis poses as Maria and sings Aria de Mezzo Carattere, a love ballad about longing, sacrifice, and the uncertainty of fate. This card is an instant for 1 and a red, and in line with the uncertainty in the song, you can choose one of 2 paths. You can either exile the top 2 cards of your library so that you can play them until your next end step, or give 2 creatures 2 power for the rest of the turn. In terms of flavor, the opera performance is a pretty spontaneous event, so Impulse Draw fits pretty well here. And Celis' performance not only buys her friends time, but also inspires them and lifts their spirits, or in other words, gives them power. From here, we also have several powerful monsters that can be found as we approach the final battle at Kefka's Tower. And speaking of this tower, we see this both as a reskin of Bolas' Citadel and as Final Fantasy VI's Command Tower. Flayer of the Hatebound is a Mudsud, a monster found in Kefka's Tower. Meteor Golem shows off a Gamma, yet another dangerous enemy from this location. Milliken features a monster called Junk, guess where you find him. Morbid Opportunist has a Harvester in its art, and the Harvesters can be found, that's right, in Zozo, where they steal gold from the player. You thought I was going to say Kefka's Tower, didn't you? Of course, if you are going to fight any of these creatures, you need to be familiar with the battle menu, which actually gets a card as well. This instant for 1 and a white imitates the battle menu for the game, giving us 4 options that we can choose from. Attack creates a 2/2 knight to fight for us. Ability enhances a creature by giving them 4 toughness. Magic destroys a creature with 4 or more power. And Item lets you drink a potion to gain 4 life. Palace Jailer represents the prison in South Figaro where Celes was held captive, and speaking of which, Pitiless Plunderer also references a secret cave that leads to South Figaro Castle. Priest of Fell Rites shows off a group of Kefka's cultists who begin worshipping him after he rises to power. Ruin Grinder is yet another monster, the Magma Rotor, which is essentially just a scary tricycle. A Hydon can be seen in Sepulchral Primordial. This is a monster that Strago hunted while he was younger, but who he could never defeat, until the party confronts him at Ebbets Rock. He has an ability to turn your fallen allies into zombies, which is probably why this card was chosen. This set's Solemn Simulacrum has a soldier in mega armor. Stitcher Supplier is fittingly a necromancer, another enemy which can turn your party into zombies. Then there is Sun Titan, who features Rex Soul, a boss we fight in the Dreamscape that is an amalgam of souls who were killed in the War of the Magi. This is a tricky boss that possesses your party members and is impossible to injure until you remove him from whoever he is inside of. Hilgigus is a recurring giant that has been in plenty of Final Fantasy games, usually representing brute force and physical damage. This card is a 5/4 with trample and haste for 4 and 2 reds. On top of that, fitting to being a hill giant, you can cycle him for a mountain. And finally, Swiftfoot Boots is now Sprint Shoes, a relic which allows you to move twice as fast in towns and dungeons. The last set of cards we have to talk about for Final Fantasy VI are the locations. Ash Baron is the ancient castle where the player finds Odin. Desolate Mire is a bit confusing to me because it shows off a desert, so I thought it's probably the desert around Figaro Castle, you know? However, the flavor text says that Velt is in the south, and there is no desert in that area. I might just be forgetting. Let me know in the comments if you know where this might be, because it seems wrong. Dragon Skull Summit seems to show off Dragon's Den, where we battle a red dragon, while the flavor text refers to how 8 elemental dragons need to be defeated before the player unlocks the ultimate Esper Crusader. Fetid Heath is the Phantom Forest where you suplex the train. Foreboding Ruins is Thamasa as it burns down under Kefka's orders. We can find Phoenix Cave in Geothermal Bog. This is where Locke's goal kinda comes to a head as he finds the Phoenix Magicite, which he then uses to revive Rachel. Graven Cairn shows us the tomb of Setzer's best friend, rival, and love interest, Daryl. Port town of Nikia can be seen in High Market. This is a place known for a massive collection of shops and markets, so that's pretty fitting. The Sealed Gate, which connects to the Esper world, can be seen in Isolated Chapel. Jadur Aristocratic Capital is, well, Jadur, a town known for wealthy citizens where the party can go to auctions and win Espers or relics. This card also has an adventure side called Overture that mills half a player's library. We've talked about how milling can represent mental state, so this is likely in reference to how the party fools Setzer by having Celes impersonate Maria to lure him out. Final Fantasy VI's Full Art Mountain card comes from Mount Colts, an early game location that leads the party to the Returners. Nomad's Outpost is the actual Returners' hideout. The mines that Avarice sends Terra through after her slave crown is disabled can be seen in Rogue's Passage, while the floating continent where the Warring Triad were sealed is Sacred Peaks. Shadowblood Ridge shows the Magitech research facility in Vector, which, on that note, Vector Imperial Capital also shows this location. Smoldering Marsh's flavor text explains how you need to cross a volcanic dungeon to reach the Sealed Gate, which means this is probably the cave to the Sealed Gate, which is admittedly not the most creative area name. Sulphurous Springs mentions a mountain range forming a star leading to the Phoenix Magicite, making this the Phoenix Cave. And our last Final Fantasy VI card, finally, is Sun-Scorched Divide, showing the Imperial army prepping to attack Doma. With that, we have finally reached Final Fantasy VII in 1997. This is the first Final Fantasy game that I played as a kid, though I was like 7, and I never actually went back to beat it until university. Final Fantasy VII follows Cloud Strife, a former elite soldier turned mercenary who joins the eco-terrorist group Avalanche to fight against the corrupt megacorporation Shinra who is draining the planet's life force. As the group battles Shinra and its agents, Cloud's fragmented memories unravel, revealing the truth about his past and his connection to Sephiroth. The story eventually escalates from rebellion against corporate exploitation into a race to stop Sephiroth from using the planet's energy to become a god. But with that brief overview of the story out of the way, let's talk about our party, is what I would say. However, there is one character we have to talk about before that, Zack. Zack Fair is the protagonist of Crisis Core and a member of Soldier. In fact, he was Soldier First Class, making him the same rank as Sephiroth. He inherited the Buster Sword from his mentor, Angeal, and when Sephiroth learned about his true origins and goes a little bit crazy, Zack ultimately challenges him. That said, he gets beaten pretty badly, and both he and Cloud are taken by Dr. Hojo and injected with Genova cells. Zack eventually manages to help Cloud get out of there, and the two of them head towards Midgar, but along the way they are ambushed. Zack does all he can to protect Cloud, but is killed by an army of Shinra's soldiers. But with his last breath, he calls Cloud his living legacy and gives him the Buster Sword, the same way Angeal had passed it to Zack. That said, in the remakes, the story is a bit different, but that's like a whole thing, and I don't want to spoil the games that are still ongoing, you know? So instead, we're going to be jumping right into his card, Zack Fair, a 0/1 soldier for 1 white mana. He enters with a +1/+1 counter on him, showing how he is made to be more than a normal human through the soldier program, which infused him with Mako. You can then pay 1 mana and sacrifice Zack to give another creature indestructible and pass along any of his counters or equipment to that creature, essentially showing his last moments, his sacrifice, and making Cloud his living legacy. And of course that brings us to Cloud himself, who was not a soldier, despite what he might have you believe. Rather, Cloud failed to qualify and was instead enlisted as normal infantry. When Final Fantasy VII starts, he is more or less an unemployed homeless man with a big knife. However, as Hojo had injected him with Genova cells and infused him with Mako, he did eventually get the boost that the soldier program is known for. But, of course, after Zack's death, Cloud turns away from Shinra and Soldier altogether before joining Avalanche and resisting them. With that in mind, we can look at a few of his cards right away. Firstly, Cloud X Soldier, a name which is just flat out a lie, but that's fine. This Cloud is a 4/4 with haste for 2, a red, a green, and a white. Just as Zack passes equipment when he is sacrificed, this Cloud attaches an equipment when he enters, which is a flavor tie-in that I really like. When Cloud X Soldier attacks, you can draw a card for each equipped creature you control, and then make 2 treasure tokens if his power is 7 or more. In other words, you are trying to make your party as well equipped as possible, and then once you bonk the enemy, you get paid for completing a job with 2 treasures. And we're looking for the number 7 because, Final Fantasy VII. We also have Cloud Midgar Mercenary, a 2/1 for 2 whites that adds an equipment from your deck to your hand when he enters, and that re-triggers his equipment abilities. And these abilities could be a reference to the materia that you slot into your weapons, and which give you abilities in-game. We also have an alt art of Najila the Blade Blossom, which is just Cloud Strife, a pretty fitting choice overall as something that is incredibly combat-oriented. And Cloud's 4th and final card is Cloud, Planet's Champion. Rather than being an early game representation like the other 3, Planet's Champion represents Cloud at the end of Final Fantasy VII as he prepares to take on Sephiroth. This is another 4/4, this time for 3, a red, and a white. If he's equipped during your turn, he has Double Strike and Indestructible, and he gives you a 2 mana discount for equipping things. Honestly, Cloud's cards are alright, but they kind of all feel the same, if that makes sense. The coolest flavor detail is X-Soldier auto-attaching equipment, otherwise they all just kind of say, give Cloud his big knife and bonk really hard. Which is fine, but I don't know if we needed 4 cards to do that. Mini rant aside though, Cloud also appears as the focus for a bunch of cards. As you might expect, we have a Buster Sword, and listen, I know this art is objectively cooler, but I am such a sucker for the normal art, which is the main menu screen for Final Fantasy VII. This is the sword that Cloud gets from Zack, and which Zack got from Angeal. In Magic, it is a 3 mana equipment that gives +3/+2. Then, when the equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you can draw a card, and play a spell from your hand for free that costs less than the damage dealt. And you probably noticed that putting this on X-Soldier brings him up to the 7 power requirement, and I really like the idea of the sword enabling spellcasting, which again mirrors that socketing of materia which you can do in-game. After Buster Sword, we have Cloud's Buster Sword, which is different, and an alt art of Umizawa's Jite. Similarly, Hero's Blade and Darksteel Plate get Final Fantasy arts, which are yet another Buster Sword, and Cloud in his Shinra uniform respectively. But this game is all about experimenting with new weapons and armor, so from time to time you're going to put down the big knife and pick up something like the Behemoth Sledge. Yet another redesign, this time of the Nailbat, an item which I've always thought was particularly funny to use. Of course, you also need truly legendary weapons like the Ultima weapon. This is a reoccurring weapon in the series and is usually one of, if not the strongest weapon that you can find in each game. In Final Fantasy VII, you get this after defeating the ultimate weapon boss, and it allows you to deal more damage while you are closer to full HP. In Magic, though, we get a 7 mana equipment that equips for 7 and gives 7/7, because Final Fantasy VII. It also allows you to destroy a creature whenever the equipped creature attacks, which is pretty in line with needing to destroy the ultimate weapon to earn this. Cloud's Limit Break is an instant for 1 and a white, and it is a tiered spell that allows you to pay more for added effects. At base, you can use Cross Slash, destroying a tapped creature. For 1 extra mana, you can destroy any number of tapped creatures with different controllers. And finally, for 4 extra, you can destroy all tapped creatures with Omni Slash. In Final Fantasy VII, your characters slowly build towards powerful abilities called limit breaks while they are in combat, and you get access to improved versions throughout the game, and these are 3 of Cloud's most iconic. Haste Magic is an instant for 1 in a red that gives a creature +3/+1 and haste for the turn. Then you can exile the top card of your deck and play it until your next end step. The haste spell allows a unit to act more often, which is in line with the haste keyword, as well as with allowing you to rush through your deck by playing the top card. I don't know if it needed the stat boost, but I still think it's a pretty cool and versatile card. All the rest of the cards that Cloud appears on are redesigns of older cards. Clever Concealment shows him in a dress while trying to infiltrate Don Corneo's mansion to save Tifa. Secret Rendezvous shows off the date scene where Cloud chooses between going on a date with Yuffie, Aerith, Barrett, or the correct choice, Tifa. And this card shows off an alt art for each of those options. Dispatch shows off Cloud's iconic motorcycle chase scene during his escape from the Shinra building, and I believe Vandal Blast is Cloud rushing to escape an exploding Mako reactor. And that's probably the one at the start of the game in which we battle the first boss for Final Fantasy VII, Scorpion Sentinel. This is a 1/4 for 1 in a blue that gains 3 power if you have 7 or more lands. The big thing for this card though is the flavor text, reading, "Barrett, be careful, attack while its tail's up, it's gonna counterattack with its laser." So as the first boss, this enemy acts as a tutorial for the ATB system. However, it was delivered 1 line at a time, so instead we got the message, "Attack while its tail's up," leading to plenty of players getting blasted by its laser because of the pace that this message was explained to us in. On to Tifa Lockhart. Tifa is Cloud's childhood friend, a skilled martial artist, and a core member of Avalanche. Her card, Tifa Lockhart, is a 1/2 for 1 in a green with Trample, reflecting her ability to punch well above her weight class. Meanwhile, her landfall ability doubles her power each time a land enters. And this is tied to Avalanche, as going on the offensive to protect the planet, or the land, is their entire mission statement. Then there's Tifa Martial Artist, a 4/4 for 1, a red, a green, and a white, and this version has melee, giving her +1/+1 for each opponent that you are attacking. This is in line with her limit break, allowing you to move on to new enemies if you kill one mid-combo. She then allows you to untap all of your creatures to get an additional battle phase if a creature attacked with 7 or more power and hits a player. Speaking of Tifa's limit break though, this is a tiered instant for 1 green, which uses Somersault, giving a creature +2/+2 for the rest of the turn. For 2 more mana, you can cast Meteor Strike instead, doubling that creature's power or toughness, or you can pay 7 for Final Heaven, tripling their power and toughness for the turn instead. Tifa also appears on Memories of Nibelheim, a reskin of Stroke of Midnight that shows one of the most iconic moments of the game, where we find Tifa sitting on the water tower of the town. Cloud joins her and promises that if she is ever in trouble, he will come to protect her. Each of Final Fantasy VII's party members also gets an accessory that is associated with them. In Tifa's case, it is going to be her shoes, which make an appearance for Lightning Greaves. And finally, we get a full art planes showing off her bar, the 7th Heaven. Following Tifa is Barrett Wallace. Barrett is the leader of Avalanche and is a passionate dude with a gun for an arm. Driven by a desire to protect the planet from Shinra's exploitation, Barrett also carries guilt over the destruction of his hometown and the death of his best friend. Barrett Wallace is a 4/4 for 3 in a red. He has reach as he easily takes care of flying enemies with his gun arm, and when he attacks, he deals damage equal to the number of equipped creatures you control to the defending player. Basically, when Barrett is alone, he feels like he can't do much to stop Shinra, but as he expands Avalanche by recruiting new members, he is able to deal more damage to them. Speaking of which, Barrett, Avalanche Leader, is another 4/4, this time for 2, a red and a green, and again he has reach. Just as Barrett recruits members of Avalanche, he also creates rebels for you whenever you play equipment. He then allows you to attach those equipment to rebels you control for free at the end of your combat phase each turn. In the background of this card's art, we see Jesse Raspberry, Biggs, and Wedge, iconic members of Avalanche, which play much heavier roles in the remake. This trio appears on Avalanche of Sector 7, a 3-mana rebel with menace that gains power equal to the number of artifacts your opponents control. Then, when opponents activate their artifact abilities, Avalanche pings them for 1 damage, which basically translates to the more Shinra reactors there are, the more Avalanche needs to take action. Our final Barrett card is Wrecking Ball Arm, a 2-mana equipment that attaches for 7 normally, or for 3 if you target a legendary creature. This sets the creature's base stats to 7 and 7, and stops creatures with 2 or less power from blocking them. This is Barrett's strongest weapon in terms of pure attack power in-game, though it turns him into a melee attacker rather than his normal ranged threat. On to Aerith. Aerith Gainsborough is a flower seller living in the slums of Midgar. She is secretly the last surviving Cetra, which is an ancient race with deep connections to the planet. And because of that, she is pursued by Shinra for her lineage and ability to hear the planet's voice. In the past, she had a relationship with Zack after he fell through the roof of her church, and later she meets Cloud the exact same way, leading to her joining Avalanche. Aerith Gainsborough is a 2/2 for 2 and a white that has lifelink and gains a +1/+1 counter when you gain life. And as she is our party's healer, that all makes sense. At least, she was our party's healer until she was shish kebabbed, which leads us to her second ability, passing her counters to all of your legendary creatures when she dies, inspiring the party and protecting them once more with her final prayer. We also see her in Aerith Last Ancient, in reference to her being the last Cetra. This is a 3/5 for 2, a green and a white, and again has lifelink, but this time she casts Raise. Raise is a spell in Final Fantasy that brings a character back to life, and in Magic, it allows Aerith to bring a creature from your graveyard to your hand if you've gained life this turn, or you could fully resurrect it if you've gained 7 or more life. Aside from those main cards, Aerith does have other appearances as well. For example, she appears in an alt art of Heroic Intervention, becoming Aerith's Curaga Magic. This references the spell Curaga, which massively heals your team, or in this case will protect them for 1 turn. Eject is an instant for 3 and a blue that bounces a non-land card, draws you a card, and can't be countered. The art of this shows the Midgar Zolom, a massive snake monster that can use Blow Away to eject your party from the fight. Though Aerith is the focus on this art, we also see Yuffie and Cloud in the card as well. Harmonize shows Aerith's final prayer for Holy. And I know this is a little bit out of order, but I just have this feeling that I should also talk about Sephiroth's sword here for some reason, totally unrelated. Anyways, the Masamune is a ridiculously long sword that belongs to Sephiroth. It is a 3-mana equipment that forces your opponents to block your creature if able, and it also gives your creature first strike, which alludes to the range that this sword gives Sephiroth. The equipped creature also doubles its own death triggers and the death triggers of your emblems as well. Cultivate shows Aerith growing flowers in her church, despite flowers not being able to grow in Midgar anywhere else. And similarly, Gilded Lotus shows off one of these flowers as well. And finally, Sword of the Animist shows Aerith stopping Reno and Cloud from fighting and ruining the flowers in her church. Following Aerith, we have Red 13, or Nanaki, a lion-like party member who joins after being freed from Shinra's lab. Initially, Red 13 believes that his father Seto was a coward who abandoned their home of Cosmo Canyon during a war. However, he eventually learns the truth that Seto died defending his people and became a silent stone guardian at the top of the canyon. Red 13, Proud Warrior, is a 3/3 for 1, a red and a green, and has the abilities Trample and Vigilance, showing both his feral side and the watchful wisdom that he offers the party throughout the game. And this is passed on through his card as well, as he gives these abilities to your other modified creatures. Then there's Cosmo Memory. This is named after Red 13's ultimate limit break, however, that is more of a pure damage move, so the effect of returning an aura or equipment from the graveyard to your hand is probably just more tied to the name itself, pulling at the memory of Cosmo Canyon's history. Hero's Heirloom shows Red 13's feather, earring, and collar, and Path of Ancestry shows him being reunited with his father's statue over Cosmo Canyon. While not a party member himself, we also have Red 13's adopted grandfather, Bugenhagen. He helps the party understand the planet's life force, the life stream, as well as Shinra and Sephiroth's impact. Bugenhagen, Wise Elder, is a 1/3 for 1 and a green. He has both reach and can tap for a mana, reflecting his connection to and understanding of the world. Meanwhile, his upkeep trigger draws a card if you control a creature with power of 7 or greater. And of course, his observatory is shown on Rampant Growth. The next party member is Kate Sith. Kate Sith is a strange, fortune-telling robotic cat who rides a giant Moogle. It's later revealed that they are being remotely controlled by Reeve Tuesti, a Shinra executive who's secretly sympathetic to the party's cause. Kate Sith Fortune Teller is a 3/3 for 3 and a red with lucky slots, which lets you scry 1 at the start of each of your combat steps, and then exile the top card of your library and play it this turn. If you do exile a card, you can give power equal to its mana value to a creature for the turn. This Chaos really leans into Kate Sith using randomness in their abilities like roll a dice, and of course lucky slots. Kate Sith also appears on the new art for Colossus Hammer as well. Then we have Yuffie Kisaragi, an energetic ninja from the hidden village of Wutai, and at first she joins the party under false pretenses and steals our materia. However, over time we learn that she's just trying to restore the strength and pride of her homeland after they were humiliated at war with Shinra, ultimately giving us a common enemy and placing us as easy allies going forward. Fitting to this story, we have Yuffie Materia Hunter, a 3/3 for 2 and a red, and of course she has the ninjutsu ability. But more importantly, when she enters, you can take control of a non-creature artifact while she is on the board, and then you can attach an equipment to her for free. Basically, she is stealing from your opponents just as she stole from us. Yuffie also appears on an alt art for Yuriko the Tiger's Shadow, this time being named Yuffie Kisaragi. And her last appearance is in Conformer Shuriken, her ultimate weapon in Final Fantasy VII. This is a 2-mana equipment that attaches for 2 and allows the equipped creature to tap a creature the defending player controls when they attack. Then if that creature has more power than the creature attacking, you can add +1/+1 counters until you bring them to the same strength. This game Sid also joins the party as Sid Free Flyer Pilot, a 2/2 for 1 and a white. As an engineer, he makes your equipment and vehicles cost 1 less, and he has the jump ability which gives him flying during your turn, which references a few of his limit breaks, being boost jump, hyper jump, and dragon dive, which itself is a reference to him being our dragoon-like character for the game. Then we have Sid's goggles featured in Explorer's Scope, and we can even see his airship the Highwind in the reflection. And our final party member is my personal favorite, Vincent. Vincent Valentine is a brooding, gun-wielding former Turk who sleeps in a coffin beneath Shinra Mansion in Nibelheim. Vincent fell in love with Lucretia Crescent, a scientist involved in the Genova Project, and also the mother of Sephiroth. After learning of her role in these terrible experiments and being mortally wounded by her colleague Hojo, Vincent himself was subjected to horrifying experimentation, gaining immortality and the ability to transform into monsters. Haunted by the guilt over failing to stop Lucretia, and consumed by his monstrous rage, Vincent chooses isolation until the party awakens him. Also, he is the protagonist in an absolutely terrible game called Dirge of Cerberus that I loved playing as a kid. Does it hold up? Probably not. Doesn't matter though. His first card is Vincent Vengeful Atoner, a 3/3 for 2 and a red. He has Menace, and whenever one or more of your creatures hits another player, he puts a +1/+1 counter on himself. Remember, this dude is basically a big ball of rage and brutality that is waiting to be unleashed, even if he is doing his best to avoid that, so this is just that rage boiling up over time. Eventually though, that gets released as his second ability, Chaos. This is named after his ultimate transformation, where he enters this vampire demon kind of form. His other level 4 limit break, Satan Slam, deals massive AoE damage, and so when this card hits an opponent while his attack is 7 or higher, or when his limit break builds up, then he cleaves, dealing damage to all other opponents as well. Essentially, we're combining his 2 big limit breaks into one functional ability. But speaking of Chaos, we also see a silhouette of his Chaos form in the new art for Chaos Warp. Then we have Vincent Valentine, a 2/2 for 2 and 2 black that gains +1/+1 counters equal to the power of creatures that die on your opponent's field. Again, we are building up towards a limit break, though this time we get to actually transform into the Galean Beast, which is his default limit break transformation. This is a 3/2 with trample and lifelink, and when it dies, he returns to the field face up as Vincent. And you might think that a 3/2 seems kind of small here, but remember, he does keep the +1/+1 counters that he had as Vincent, so the longer you want to build him up, the bigger the beast becomes. Keeping on this trend of Vincent's transformations, we have Vincent's Limit Break, a tiered instant for 1 and a black that gives the creature the ability to return to the battlefield tapped with new stats if it dies this turn. At base, it transforms with Galean Beast stats, making it a 3/2 like the Vincent Valentine's card's transformation. For 1 more mana, we see a Death Gigas stat line being 5/2, and lastly, for 3 mana, you can use Hellmasker, becoming a 7/2. Like the other party members, he also has his own dedicated accessory card and alt art for Trailblazer Boots, in which we feature Vincent's iconic pointy boots. Of course, our best ally is always going to be our Chocobo, the birds we ride and race to get around the world, and naturally, we have Traveling Chocobo appearing in Magic as a 3/2 for 2 and a green. This card lets you look at the top card of your deck at any time, then play any lands or birds that you find there. On top of that, if a land or bird entering causes an ability to trigger, then it happens an additional time. We go fast with our birds. Chocobo can come in several different colors, so on top of our base card, we also have alt arts showing a yellow, black, pink, blue, green, and gold Chocobo as well. And speaking of the different colors of Chocobo, this is a whole thing in the game, as you can breed and raise them for racing, which we kind of explore in side quest Raise a Chocobo. This is an enchantment about birds fucking, I guess, which I don't super want to think about, but for 1 and a green, it enters and creates a 2/2 bird token that gains 1 power whenever a land enters, which is in line with the Chocobo flavor for the set. But if you have 4 or more birds at the start of your main phase, you can transform this into Black Chocobo, which fetches a land when it transforms and gives all of your birds 1 power whenever you play a land. And that Black Chocobo makes another appearance in Chocobo Racetrack, an artifact for 3 and 2 green that creates the same Chocobo bird token whenever a land enters your field. Chocobo also appear on 2 summon cards for Final Fantasy VII. Firstly, Summon Choco and Mog, short for Chocobo and Moogle, a summon which kicks, throws bombs, and calls a Stampede to run over the enemy. Its card is a 3/3 for 2 and a white, with 4 identical chapters. That being Stampede, which gives your other creatures 1 power for the turn. That said, how does this card not have trample, like it is literally trampling the opponent? I don't understand. But more importantly, we have Summon Fat Chocobo. The Fat Chocobo can create shockwaves to stagger enemies, throw bigger bombs, and has Kerplunk, where he basically jumps onto the target. As a card, this is a 4/4 for 4 and a green, again with 4 chapters. Chapter 1 is Wark, creating the typical Chocobo bird token. Then in chapters 2, 3, and 4, it casts Kerplunk, giving your creatures trample for the rest of the turn. There's the trample. And while we're here, we also see a green Chocobo on Call the Mountain Chocobo, a sorcery for 3 and a red that lets you search your library for a mountain to add to hand. You can then create a Chocobo bird token, and finally this spell can be flashed back for 6. With that, we have rounded up the main heroes and we can jump over to the Turks. Luckily, there aren't nearly as many Turks as there are heroes. This is a covert unit within Shinra filled with spies, assassins, and enforcers. Basically, they do all of the company's dirty work, like recruiting candidates for soldier, suppressing dissenters, and eliminating any potential threat to Shinra and their interests. The 2 most iconic of the Turks in Final Fantasy VII are Reno and Rude, who appear on the card Reno and Rude. This is a 2/1 for 1 and a black with Menace, reflecting their aggressive coordinated combat style that makes them hard to block or avoid. Then when you hit another player, you can exile the top card of their library, and it lets you cast it if you sacrifice either a creature or an artifact, mirroring how these 2 will exploit enemy weaknesses and are willing to create any amount of collateral damage to complete their task. Like our party, Reno also gets his own equipment card, an alt art for Conqueror's Flail that shows off his iconic electromagnetic rod. Our 3rd Turk to be on a card is Elena, fittingly called Elena, Turk Recruit. She's often over-eager and emotional, and is always trying to prove herself. Her card is a 1/4 for 2 and a white that returns non-assassin historic cards from your grave to your hand when she enters. As someone who is being mentored and learning from those who came before her, it makes sense to have an emphasis on the historic. That said, the non-assassin clause makes it so that she can't grab any other Turks, which is kind of interesting. Finally, all 3 of these characters, as well as Seng, another major figure in their organization, appear on the new art for Unfinished Business, showing the scene just before the Turk boss fight as we go to rescue Aerith from them. This mission also appears on Aerith Rescue Mission, which sees us climbing the pillar support for Sector 7 to track them down. This is a sorcery for 3 and a white that lets you choose to either take the elevator, creating 3 hero tokens, being Cloud, Tifa, and Barrett, who actually go on this mission, or take 59 flights of stairs, tapping 3 creatures and stunning them out of exhaustion. This is because in the game, if you don't take the elevator, you literally have to walk up 59 sets of stairs, which exhausts our 3 remaining party members. But with the Turks behind us, we can turn to their employers, the Shinra Corporation, starting with President Shinra himself, or at least a statue of him, which we see in the new art for Inspiring Statuary. However, once Sephiroth kills President Shinra, the president's son Rufus takes control. As greedy and manipulative as his father was, Rufus is just diabolical and cutthroat, ruling through fear and abusing his military strength. He and his dog Darkstar battle Cloud on the helipad of the Shinra building, which is where we see his card. Rufus Shinra is a 2/4 for 1, a white and a black, and whenever he attacks, you can create a legendary dog token called Darkstar if you don't have one already. But he's not the only powerful figure in Shinra. We also have Heidegger. Heidegger is one of the top executives serving as the head of public safety and military operations, including the Soldier program. Heidegger Shinra Executive is a 3/3 for 3 and a white, which boosts a creature's power based on the number of soldiers you control. His end step ability creates soldier tokens for each opponent that has more creatures than you do. As the man in charge of Soldier, it checks out that he has such a focus on creating and empowering them. Both Heidegger and President Shinra appear in Austere Command, and we even have Reeve, the man who controls Kate Sith, present as well. This card shows the moment where the Shinra executives plan to destroy the Sector 7 slums to deal with Avalanche. And we actually get to see that destruction in Midgar in the set's Decimate. After leaving Midgar, the party finally reaches the world map for the first time and can choose between two directions to head towards: Calm or Chocobo Ranch. This moment is reflected in Reach the Horizon, our standard explosive vegetation that fits the new set mechanic of towns, which normally I would think is kind of boring, but here it's pretty flavorful, especially with the art showing us looking at the horizon and choosing which of the two towns we want to visit. That said, we still do have another Shinra executive to cover here. Scarlet, who oversees mechanized weapons and artillery, doesn't have her own card, but does appear on Furious Rise, being lifted up by Proud Claude, a boss that was created specifically to battle the weapons. And the final major figure that we're going to talk about from Shinra is Professor Hojo. This is the man behind Shinra's science division, which is infamous for the inhumane experiments on characters like Sephiroth, Red 13, and Vincent. A big slew of the evil in this game all leads back to Hojo in some way or another. As for his card, Hojo is a 2/2 for 1 and a green that promotes experimenting on your creatures by giving the first ability you activate that targets one of them a 2-mana discount. And of course, why experiment if you aren't going to profit? So the first time that your creatures are targeted by an ability on your turn, you get to draw a card. Now that the major players are out of the way, let's talk about Shinra's troops. The most common of them can be seen in Shinra's Reinforcements, a 2/3 for 2 and a black that mills 3 cards and gives you 3 life when it enters. This is perfect for Shinra's soldiers. They are meant to throw wave after wave of these guys at their opponents because they are completely disposable, which is why you don't mind milling a few cards when you put them into play. Despite that, these soldiers sustain them in war. They are the lifeline that keeps Shinra open, and so using them up provides value as well. Similarly, we have Bastion Protector, another Final Fantasy alt art featuring an elite security guard. A pretty excellent choice as they support their commanders and shield them from any real damage. Shinra soldiers are typically equipped with the helmet seen in Champion's Helm. However, more advanced soldiers might be upgraded to Helitroopers, flying enemies which can be pretty annoying to deal with. In Magic, they are a 1/2 for 1 and a white, and when they attack, they support their allies by giving one of them flying until the end of the turn. And fitting for military units, they also need to be well equipped, which is why putting equipment onto them gets a 2-mana discount. But sometimes you need something bigger, which is where sweepers come in. These are massive combat mechs which are extremely durable, and we see one of them in Armory Automaton's new art. But when all else fails, we send in the cream of the crop, soldiers. Soldier is Shinra's elite military initiative designed to create superhuman warriors using Mako infusions and Genova cells. These enhancements dramatically increase the subject's strength, speed, and combat ability, but often come with severe mental and emotional side effects. For Magic's purpose, the Soldier military program is an enchantment for 2 and a white, which lets you either create a soldier token or pump up to 2 of them with +1/+1 counters. However, if you have a commander out, you can pick both effects, which you could consider being something like having an inspirational leader like Sephiroth to be with them. One of these soldiers can also be seen on the new art of Pure Steel Paladin, and soldiers appear in one of 3 classes. Third class, like the one in this card, wear blue, second class wear red, and first class are people like Zack and Sephiroth, though most of the others in this rank wear purple. Speaking of Sephiroth though, it is finally time to get into one of the most famous big bads in all of gaming history. Sephiroth is known for being the greatest and most powerful member in the history of Soldier. He was born from the Genova project and was infused with the actual cells of Genova, an ancient alien life form, while he was still in the womb, making him a hybrid of human and otherworldly origins. At first, he was the perfect warrior. However, things changed when he learned the truth about his creation. But there was something that wasn't quite right in Shinra's notes. They believed that Jenova was a Cetra, and so Sephiroth thought that humanity had wiped out his people when they committed a genocide against the Cetra, and so he resolved to rise above humanity. He wanted to become a god by merging with the planet's lifestream as he wiped out those who had wronged his people. So let's take a look at his cards, and like Cloud, there are quite a few of them. We can start with Sephiroth Fabled Soldier, showing him at the peak of his military career. This is a 3/3 for 2 and a black that allows you to sacrifice a creature when he enters or attacks to draw a card. Sephiroth was relentless in getting the job done. He was more than willing to cast aside and sacrifice any of his allies to complete a mission, or even just to create an advantage. And that advantage comes in the form of draining 1 life from an opponent whenever another creature dies. But if you trigger this 4 times in 1 turn, for example, if you were to, wipe out an entire player's party, then he transforms into Sephiroth, One-Winged Angel. Having transcended into his godlike form called Safer Sephiroth, he is now a 5/5 with flying. In-game, his iconic attack, Supernova, hits the party for massive damage and has the chance to silence, confuse, and slow them as well. All of that coming after a full 2-minute long animation, and its magic counterpart instead gives you an emblem that drains 1 life whenever a creature dies. A little bit less flashy, but it will definitely get the job done. Finally, this Sephiroth is ready to sacrifice all of humanity to elevate himself, so when he attacks you can sacrifice any number of other creatures to draw that many cards now. We see Sephiroth learning about his origins in Resentful Revelations, a sorcery for 1 and a black that lets you dig through the top 3 cards of your deck and put 1 of them into your hand while you throw the rest into the graveyard. Similar to Sephiroth rifling through Hojo's notes, taking incomplete information, and missing the truth. And of course, fitting to a card about reflecting on the past, this has Flashback for 7. Between being a hero and a god, Sephiroth lost himself, and we see this version of him in Sephiroth Fallen Hero. This is a 7/5 creature that comes in for 3, a red, and a white. He also has the ability Jenova Cells, which puts a cell counter on a creature whenever Sephiroth attacks, and then buffs all of your modified creatures into 7/5s. As I mentioned, these Jenova Cells are basically what made Sephiroth Sephiroth, but there is more to this ability. After battling Cloud in Crisis Core, Cloud was captured and infused with Jenova Cells as well. So in a way, Sephiroth's attack created another him, which we can kind of see in this ability. This was done to facilitate Dr. Hojo's Jenova reunion theory, basically suggesting that Jenova's cells would always work towards reuniting, which is why Cloud's path was always destined to cross with Sephiroth's. On the card, the Reunion is a 3-mana ability that lets you sacrifice a modified creature to revive Sephiroth, and so wherever someone changed by Jenova's cells may be, Sephiroth will arrive. The art of this card shows Sephiroth surrounded by flames, which takes us to Nibelheim. After he finished reading all of Shinra's research notes on his creation, he burned down the entire town and slaughtered the residents. This is also reflected in Nibelheim Aflame, a sorcery for 2 and 2 red that lets you choose 1 of your creatures, then deal damage to all others on the field equal to that creature's power. This is literally Sephiroth killing everyone. And as this is probably the scene that we get flashbacks to most in the game, it makes sense that this card also has flashback. And if you cast it from the graveyard, you can also discard your hand to draw 4, hinting at the knowledge you get for actually going back to Nibelheim and facing history head on. Now, the counterpart to Cloud, Planet's champion, is Sephiroth, Planet's heir, a name based on his idea that he is meant to inherit the world as a Cetra. This is a 4/4 for 4, a black and a blue. He has vigilance and gives all opponent creatures -2/-2 as he enters. And then he gets a +1/+1 counter whenever any opponent's creature dies. Finally, we get an alt art for Atraxa Grand Unifier in Sephiroth the Savior, which shows off him in his safer form and is pretty fitting for someone trying to unify himself with the lifestream. Of course, his cards don't end there. Sephiroth's intervention is an instant for 3 and a black that destroys a creature and gives you 2 life. And naturally, this shows the moment just before he drops from above and plunges his sword into Aerith while she is praying for Holy. However, Sephiroth has his own big spell, and we see him casting it in Meteor Fall, an alt art for Star of Extinction. The spell itself appears in Ultimate Magic Meteor. This is the meteor that Sephiroth calls down to force the planet to heal itself with the life stream so that he can take the opportunity to fuse with it. The card is a sorcery for 5 and a red that deals 7 damage to all creatures. The spell has a bit of a casting time though, so you can foretell it, and if you do, it also destroys an artifact or land that each opponent controls. Luckily, once the party defeats Sephiroth, Aerith's Holy spell is finally allowed to be completed, allowing it to push back the meteor and protect the planet, which brings us to Holy itself in Ultimate Magic Holy, an instant for 2 and a white that gives your permanents indestructible for the turn. Like Meteor, this also has a foretell cost, and if you cast it this way, you can prevent any damage that would be done to you that turn as well. Unfortunately, even Holy isn't enough to stop the meteor, but the planet itself takes action and the lifestream strengthens the spell enough to protect the world. Naturally, the lifestream also has a card, 2 in fact. Lifestream's Blessing is an instant for 4 and 2 green that lets you draw cards equal to the highest power among creatures you control. This can also be foretold, and if you do, you gain twice that much life as well. And then an alt art for Nature's Lore, which also shows off the lifestream. But back to the idea of Jenova. Let's look at her cards, starting with Jenova, Ancient Calamity. Jenova is a space parasite that crash landed on Earth, mimics other life forms, and corrupts the mind of the hosts it infects. This is a 1/5 alien for 2, a black and a green. She puts +1/+1 counters equal to her own power on another creature you control at the start of your combat steps. This also turns them into a mutant and allows you to draw cards equal to the power of your mutants that die. Jenova also appears on the new arts for both Mask of Memory and Skullclamp. From there, let's take a look at some summons. Of course, if you're going to want to summon something in Final Fantasy VII, you're going to need a summoning materia. In a very similar way, this card is an equipment for 2 and a green that can attach for 2, and then lets you look at the top card of your library whenever you'd like. As long as this is equipped, you can cast or summon that card. It also gives the equipped creature +2/+2 vigilance and allows them to create mana to cast those creatures. As well, in the art, we see Bahamut Zero, which is just always kinda rad. Another iconic summon can be found in Summon Knights of Round. This is the strongest summon in the game, so naturally its card is pretty cool. This is an indestructible 3/3 for 6 and 2 whites with 5 chapters to it. The first 4 each create 3 2/2 knight tokens, and on the final turn, it gives all of your other creatures +2/+2 and an indestructible counter. It is expensive, it is slow, but man is it cool. Our last summon is seen in Summon Kujata. Kujata uses Tetra Disaster, an attack that hits enemies with fire, ice, and lightning. In Magic, it is a 7/5 saga creature with trample, haste, and 3 chapters. Chapter 1 casts Lightning, dealing 3 damage to up to 2 creatures. Chapter 2 is Ice, making it so that 3 creatures can't block this turn. And Chapter 3 is Fire, letting you discard a card to draw 2. Then you can deal damage equal to the discarded card's mana value to each opponent. So, only a few more enemies to cover here. Bronze Guardian gets a new art, fittingly showing a Guardian which can be found in the Underwater Reactor. Professional Facebreaker shows off a Bandit. Hellkite Tyrant is a red dragon which we fight at the Temple of the Ancients. Valkyrie Aerial Unit shows the Valkyrie boss, which we battle on the collapsed Sector 7 plate. This is a 5/4 for 5 and 2 blue, with affinity for artifacts and flying. And fitting for a boss that we fight over the remains of the sector, it also allows you to surveil for 2 when it enters. In Vanquish the Horde, we see the Diamond Weapon boss. This is one of 5 colossal weapons created by the planet to defend itself, which emerges from the sea after the death of the Forgotten Capital's protector. This thing is just about unstoppable until Rufus Shinra orders the Sister Ray Cannon to blast it, stopping its movement before it can finish its assault. The Diamond Weapon itself is a massive 8/8 with reach for 7 and 2 greens. However, it does get discounted for each permanent in your graveyard. Basically, the more trouble the planet, aka you, is in, the closer the Diamond Weapon is to awakening. It also has Immune, preventing any combat damage that it would take. This is cool because in combat we aren't going to do too much to it, but it can still be destroyed if you use the right removal. You know, like a giant fuck-off cannon. A staple of Final Fantasy games is the Ether, which can be used to restore 20 MP. This is an artifact in Magic for 3 and a blue, and can tap to exile itself and add a blue mana in order to duplicate the next instant or sorcery that you cast. More MP, more spells. Similarly, Weapon Vendor is a 2/2 for 3 and a white that draws as he enters. Then, at the start of combat, you can pay 1 to attach an equipment to a creature you control. And speaking of things we see in every Final Fantasy game, we gotta talk about some banger music. Fight On is the boss battle music for Final Fantasy VII, which was made into an instant for 2 and a black that brings back 2 creatures from your graveyard to your hand. The art shows Cloud holding off the Materia Keeper boss from Mount Nebel, while Aerith heals a downed Yuffie. Now, on to Final Fantasy VII's lands, which there are a bunch of. Battlefield Forge features Junon, a city with a military installation that Cloud infiltrates by dressing as a Shinra soldier. Bonder's Enclave shows us the inside of Chocobo Bill's ranch, while Sungrass Prairie shows us a shot of the outside. Canopy Vista is a small town built over a massive lifestream vein where Cloud regains his identity after going through a mental breakdown. This town is later destroyed in a lifestream eruption. Cinderglade is Yuffie's hometown, Wutai. Clifftop Retreats shows Mount Nebel's Mako reactor where Sephiroth begins his descent into madness. Command Tower shows off one of Shinra's Mako reactors in Midgar, and along with Command Tower we also have Midgar City of Mako, which comes with the Reactor Raid adventure, referencing the raid on Reactor 1 at the start of the game. The Wall Market from Sector 6, where Don Corneo's mansion is located, can be found in Firelit Thicket. Fortified Village depicts Fort Condor, a settlement built around a defunct Mako reactor, where villagers have formed a militia to resist Shinra's repeated assaults. Fury Calm Snarl show the tracks leading to Coral, the town destroyed by Shinra, and where Barrett's trauma stems from. We can see the remains of this attack on Rugged Prairie. Game Trial depicts the Gold Saucer, a massive theme park built around a desert prison that features minigames, battle arenas, and of course the famous date scene. That said, the Gold Saucer also gets a card for itself, which also plays into the theme of gambling. For 2 mana, you can flip a coin and create a treasure token if you win, and for 3, you can sack 2 artifacts to draw a card. Jungle Shrine's art is of the Temple of the Ancients, which the Cetra built, and which held the black materia that could summon Meteor. Then we have Rocket Town, where Sid Highwind lives, which is the Mossfire Valley. Rootbound Crag is a particularly cool one, as it shows the Zolom that Sephiroth killed, which is impaled on a tree in the swamp heading towards the Mithril Mine. Avalanche's base in the Sector 7 slums is seen on the Slayer's Stronghold, which stands in direct opposition to our next land, Spire of Industry, which shows off Shinra's headquarters in Midgar. And our final lands are the Wooded Ridgeline, which has art of the Gongonda region, where a Mako reactor melted down and nature reclaimed most of its land. Inside of that region, you can also find the Gongonda Reactor Town, which is where this tragedy took place. With Final Fantasy VII behind us, we move to 1999's Final Fantasy VIII. This follows Squall Leonhardt, a withdrawn cadet at the elite mercenary academy known as Balam Garden, as he is swept into a war between nations and a battle far larger than he expects. After graduating and taking on his first mission alongside his allies Zell, Selphie, and Quistis, Squall is assigned to protect Rinoa Heartilly, a resistance leader from Timber. Though initially cold and emotionally distant, Squall gradually becomes entangled with both Rinoa and with unraveling the mystery of the sorceress Idea, a powerful figure manipulating the world events from the shadows. What begins with a military conflict soon transforms into a multi-dimensional struggle with shifting loyalties, time travel, and fading memories that blur the lines between reality and fate. As the party defeats Idea, they discover that she was being possessed by an even greater threat, Ultimisia, a sorceress from the distant future who aims to compress all of time into a single moment to control all of existence. To resist the collapse, the team travels through time and space, challenging Ultimisia in a realm beyond time itself. Squall is briefly lost in the void, struggling with isolation and existential fear, but ultimately he finds strength through his bonds with others, especially Rinoa. So let's start simply at the beginning with Balam Garden itself, an alt-art card for Command Beacon. However, it also appears on Balam Garden Seed Academy, a town that can be transformed for 7 mana, though you do get a discount for the number of towns you control. This then becomes Balam Garden Airborne, a 5/4 vehicle with flying that draws a card when it attacks. Balam Garden begins as a school, but soon reveals itself to be more than just a training ground. It is a mobile fortress, and it is one of the last remaining structures with ties to an ancient war between sorceresses and humanity. Among the students is our main protagonist, Squall. Throughout the story, Squall gradually evolves from a lone wolf who avoids connection to a reluctant leader who learns to care for and protect others, especially Rinoa, shown here in their iconic ballroom dance scene. Squall Seed Mercenary is a 3/4 for 2, a white and a black, and his ability Rough Divide gives any of your creatures that attack alone double strike. In the actual game, Rough Divide is a Renzokuken, a extremely difficult word for me to pronounce, that is a limit break for Squall in which he hits the opponents several times before landing a massive finishing blow. Then, if Squall manages to hit another player, he allows you to revive a permanent that costs 3 or less from your graveyard. So while Squall might be beginning as a lone wolf, attacking by himself to get double strike, he eventually learns to become a leader who brings out the strength of his allies. Squall Leonhardt is also an alt art for Danitha Capuchin Paragon. In Memories Return, we see Squall and Selphie remembering back to their childhood. In Final Fantasy VIII, the use of the Guardian Forces, this game's summon mechanic, slowly eats away at the memories of the ones who summoned them. This card reflects the moment that the party pieces that together and recall that they grew up in Idea's orphanage together. This sorcery for 2 and 2 blue lets you reveal the top 5 cards of your deck, and then you and your opponent take turns putting one into your hand and the next to the bottom of your deck, effectively choosing which memories or thoughts you get to keep. And of course, this card all about memory comes with flashback. Also, not a flavor thing, but I saw someone call this fact or fiction or fact or fiction or fact, and I thought that was super funny. We also get Squall's Sword, Lionheart, a 4-mana equipment that gives a creature +2/+1 and deals 2 damage to any target when it enters. Pinging an opponent's creature is the equivalent of shooting them because this sword has a gun on it. Or does the gun have a sword on it? Regardless, we also see Squall on both arts for Triple Triad. Triple Triad is an iconic card game introduced in Final Fantasy VIII. Nearly every major character in the game plays it, and winning rare cards is tied directly to recruiting summons and unlocking more lore. This is an enchantment for 3 and 3 red that lets you exile the top card of your deck at the start of your turn, and then allows you to either play it or any other cards that you've exiled this way that cost less until the end of your turn, essentially allowing you to play more if you hit big. On to Squall's love interest, Rinoa Heartilly, the daughter of Galbadia's military commander, Fury Caraway, as well as a famous idol singer, though she does distance herself from both her father and her legacy. After her mother's death when Rinoa was 5, her relationship with her father fell to the wayside, and by 17, she had left home, took on her mother's last name, and joined a resistance group called the Forest Owls. Together, they fight against Galbadia's authoritarian regime. Before the events of the game, Rinoa had a brief, ambiguous relationship with Cypher, and he ultimately introduces her to Seed. Through him, she meets the headmaster Sid and convinces him to assign a group of seeds, including Squall, to support her cause. And of course, she goes on to meet Squall himself during the inauguration party. Rinoa Heartilly is a 4/4 for 3, a green, and a white that creates a token of her dog Angelo whenever she enters. Her ability Angelo Cannon triggers when she attacks and gives another of your creatures +1/+1 for each creature you control. Angelo Cannon is Rinoa's limit break in the game, where she fires her dog at the enemies. Both Rinoa and Squall each appear on a Promise Fulfilled and alt art of Light Up the Stage, which shows the moment where the two of them are finally reunited at the ending cinematic. Quistis Trepa is an instructor known for her intelligence, poise, and mastery of blue magic, a form of magic that mimics enemy abilities. Her card is a 2/2 for 2 and a blue, and her ability, Blue Magic, triggers when she enters the battlefield, allowing you to cast an instant or sorcery from any graveyard using mana of any color. That spell is then exiled instead of going back to the graveyard, and all of this is a nod to blue mages learning spells from their enemies. Our next party member is Zell, a hot-headed and energetic member of Seed whose ultimate limit break, My Final Heaven, has him running around the entire planet, building up speed and throwing one crazy punch. And Zell's card reflects this pretty well, building up strength the more land he crosses. Originally a 0/3 for 2 and a red, Zell allows you to play an additional land each turn and gets a power for each land on your field. That said, you can't just let Zell run wild, you do have to rein him in a little bit, and so you have to bounce one of your lands at the end of each turn. But that just enables more landfall triggers in the future to continue building momentum. Cypher Almacet is Squall's rival from Garden. He's obsessed with the idea of heroism and wants to become a sorceress's knight, which leads him down a much darker path than he intends as he defects from Garden to become Idea and later Ultimicia's enforcer. The card, Cypher Almacet, is a 3/4 for 3 and a red that gives creatures double strike if they attack alone, just like Squall does, although his is related to the idea of heroism rather than Squall, who is looking to be a lone wolf. Then, if Cypher hits a player, he lets you cast an instant or sorcery from your grave that costs 3 or less for free, which checks out for a guy supporting sorceresses. In general, this card is almost a mirror of Squall's card, and I just think that's really cool all around. Idea, the first major villain of the game, can be found on the new art for Teferi, Mage of Zhalfir. She also appears on the alt art for Force of Negation, Witch's Prediction. Beyond that, her orphanage can be seen in the set's Final Fantasy VIII full art for Island. That said, she doesn't get her own original card, which is kind of disappointing. Next, we have Dreams of Laguna, a card that shows Laguna Loire, a Galbadian soldier that we experience the life of through Squall's dreams. This is an instant for 1 and a blue that lets you surveil and then draw, digging through time to understand the future. And fitting to a story that we largely experience through flashbacks and dreams, this card can also be played from the graveyard for its flashback cost. Now, along with our heroes, we have the Guardian Forces, powerful summons that also serve as the core character progression system in lieu of the traditional equipment-based growth stats that we've had in the past. One of the earliest Guardian Forces we receive is Diabolos, who uses gravity to halve the enemy's HP. And the idea of draining the target of their power comes through pretty clearly in his card, Diabolos Guardian Force, which is a new version of Death's Shadow. Yet another Guardian Force is Cactuar, who can be obtained by defeating the Jumbo Cactuar, which you can find on Cactuar Island. This supersized green guy's signature attack is 10,000 Needles, which deals a flat 10,000 damage, and we get a pretty direct representation of that on his card. This is a 1/7 for 5 and 2 green, and who has the ability to get 9,999 power when it attacks, bringing it to a flat 10,000. Our next Guardian Force is Ifrit, and yes, I know it's Ifrit, but I've been saying Ifrit wrong for 3 decades now, and we're just gonna stick with it at this point. Anyways, this is one of the first Guardian Forces that we get by defeating him in the Fire Cavern. He appears on Summon Guardian Force Ifrit as a 3/2 for 2 and a red, with 4 chapters on him. The first allows you to discard and then draw a card, while the latter 2 give you a red mana. This is a super bare bones set of abilities, but I think that it's meant to reflect how he essentially acts as a tutorial Guardian Spirit, so it's meant to be simple. That said, the idea of discarding a card or forgetting something in exchange for gaining power by drawing is in line with the cost of using a Guardian Force. And our final Guardian Force is Cerberus. This reflects a Guardian Force that we find during the Battle of the Guardians. His attack, Counter Rockets, casts double and triple on the party, allowing them to cast several spells in one turn. Summon Guardian Force Cerberus is a 3/3 for 2 and 2 reds with 3 chapters on it. First, we have Surveil 1, again messing with memory. Chapter 2 is double, allowing you to copy the next instant or sorcery after this procs. And finally, Chapter 3 triple does the same thing, but copies twice rather than once. Now, onto our big bad. Ultimecia is a powerful sorceress aiming to compress time into a single moment to become an eternal, omnipotent being, allowing her to rule all of existence by erasing the boundaries between the past, present, and future. Probably one of the wildest villain plans in all of Final Fantasy. She manipulates everything from behind the scenes, possessing sorceresses throughout history like Idea, who, as I mentioned, appears as the main villain early on. In this way, Ultimecia orchestrates wars, destabilizes governments, and shapes the world to weaken its resistance to her future arrival. Or her present arrival? Past arrival? I guess whichever it happens to be at the time. Ultimecia, Temporal Threat, is a 4/4 for 4 and 2 blues, who taps all creatures opponents control when she enters, essentially freezing them in time. And as Ultimecia manipulates time, she continues to build her own advantage, which we see in her allowing you to draw a card whenever one of your creatures hits an opponent. Her other appearance is Ultimecia Time Sorceress, a 4/5 for 3, a black, and a blue, who surveils 2 whenever she enters or attacks, manipulating time and fate in her favor. Then you can pay 8 and exile 8 cards from your graveyard, because Final Fantasy VIII, and transform her into a 7/7 with Menace that gives you an extra turn. We of course also see her taking on the party in Absorb into Time, an alt art of Temporal Extortion that shows off her time compression. And similarly, Ultimecia features on Sorceress's Scheme, a sorcery for 3 and a red that can return any instant or sorcery or card in exile with flashback to your hand, and then it gives you 1 red mana. And of course, this card also has flashback for 5. This one might be my favorite card in the set based on flavor, as it brings all of time into one moment, just as Ultimecia wanted. The idea of flashback is to bring cards from the past into the present. Sorceress's scheme takes that one step further by allowing those memories of the past to be re-experienced again and again. Then the cards which were taken out of time by being exiled are returned to your hand and the graveyard, where they can be remembered again. Not only that, but it could target an exiled copy of itself. Hell, if you manage to reduce the spell's cost by 4 with cards like Fire Crystal, Ruby Medallion, or Goblin Electromancer, then this card can go infinite with 2 copies of itself, allowing you to repeat time over and over and over and over again. Like I said, definitely one of the coolest cards in the set in terms of flavor. But onto our enemies, and we start off with a big one, the Balam T-Rexor. This is a dangerous enemy found in Garden's Training Center, and acts as a lesson to players that sometimes it's better to avoid powerful monsters rather than rushing in unprepared. And this card has stats to fit this. The T-Rexar is a 6/6 with trample for 4 and 2 green, which gives you 3 life when it enters, while also being able to be cycled for a forest. Colossal Dreadmaw is crying out there somewhere right now. On a similar note, we have X-ATM-092, which is a giant robotic boss that chases your party through Dalit during the Seed final exam, and which is supposed to teach you to run away from tough battles, though you can technically kill it. Typically though, when you knock this thing down, it will enter self-repair mode, giving you a chance to run until it fixes itself and continues its pursuit. It is relentless, and so we see it on Relentless X-ATM-092, a 6/5 for 6 mana that requires 3 or more creatures to block it, reflecting the 3 party members that are trying to run from it, being Squall, Zell, and Selfie. Then if this card is in the graveyard, you can pay 8 to return it to the battlefield with a finality counter. So I guess Relentless means 2 in this case. On to another iconic monster. Poo-Poo is one of the strangest encounters in the game and appears in a hidden side quest requiring the players to collect UFO sightings from across the world map. Eventually, Squall confronts the actual UFO, and after a brief battle, Poo-Poo appears and politely asks for elixirs. If the player gives the requested item, they avoid a fight and are rewarded with a rare triple triad card. Poo-Poo UFO is a 0/4 for 2 with flying. You can tap it to put a land from your hand onto the battlefield, or pay 3 to boost its power by the number of towns you control. This all reflects how you need to scour the world, finding all the places that Poo-Poo had visited or been seen. While not a monster itself, Lunatic Pandora is an alien tower built around the Crystal Pillar that draws in monsters from the moon. Cypher later uses this to trigger a catastrophic event called the Lunatic Pandora Phenomenon, which throws the entire planet into chaos. This is a 1-mana artifact that allows you to pay 2 to surveil 1, or you can pay 6 and sacrifice it to destroy a non-land permanent. On to the year 2000 with Final Fantasy IX. Before we get into the game's actual story though, we need to quickly talk about the Cycle of Souls. Basically, each planet has a massive crystal at its core, and all life is born from those crystals and returned to them after death. However, a planet called Terra has begun to decay, so to preserve their civilization, Terra's people create a man named Garland, and he is tasked with finding a new planet to assimilate. Unfortunately, he is unable to find an uninhabited world, so he targets Gaia, a thriving planet that has its own crystal. Rather than conquer it directly, Terra initiates a process of gradual fusion, and as a result, Terra becomes hidden, becoming a dormant sub-realm within Gaia, waiting for Garland to begin manipulating Gaia's soul cycle to make it hospitable for Terra's eventual takeover. In order to prepare for this, Garland creates artificial beings known as genomes, empty vessels that are meant to house Terra's souls when the time is right. Among them is Kuja, an early prototype engineered to accelerate Terra's plan by sowing conflict and disruption in Gaia's world. However, Garland makes a fatal mistake. He gives Kuja great power and intellect, but he denies him the ability to grow, literally and figuratively. As he was created as an adult, there's no space for him to develop. Kuja eventually discovers that Garland planned to replace him with a superior genome, a younger, more adaptable model called Zidane. Consumed by jealousy and fear of his own obsolescence, Kuja turns against his creator. Rather than serving Terra's goals, he begins manipulating Gaia's politics for his own ends, accelerating its destruction so that he can defy fate and claim ultimate power for himself. To do that, Kuja secretly arms and advises Queen Brana of Alexandria, feeding her ambition with powerful magic weapons and summons that are torn from her adopted daughter, Princess Garnet. That said, summons are called eidolons in Final Fantasy IX. You know how they have to change what they're called almost every game. Either way, under Kuja's influence, Brana wages war against neighboring kingdoms, spreading death and chaos, disrupting Gaia's soul cycle in the process, just as Kuja intended. And that is a super summarized version of what leads up to the start of the game. That said, it should be enough to understand most of the cards. So, let's get into our heroes. As I explained, Garland realized his mistake with creating Kuja as an adult, robbing him of the chance to develop complex emotions and to enter trance, which is this game's version of Limit Break, but is essentially just an enhanced state. This was corrected when he created another genome named Zidane Tribal. However, Zidane is cast away before fulfilling that purpose and grows up on Gaia with no memories of his origins. He ends up being raised by the Tantalus Theater group and becomes a skilled rogue who gets sent to kidnap Princess Garnet. However, they begin working together when she asks him to help escape the Queen's influence. Zidane's main card, Zidane Tantalus Thief, is a 3/3 for 3, a red and a white that gains control of an opponent's creature when he enters, and then gives that creature lifelink and haste for the rest of the turn. On top of that, whenever you steal an opponent's permanent, you get to make a treasure token. In-game, Zidane has a tendency to turn enemies into allies, and is a pretty prolific thief, so these abilities line up in both aspects pretty effectively. That said, he also got printed as an alt art for Ragavan Nimble Pilferer, because monkey boy who steal things. Zidane also appears on Unexpected Request, where Princess Garnet, dressed as a white mage, asks him to kidnap her and take her away from Alexandria. This sorcery for 2 and a red allows you to kidnap a creature for the turn, untapping it and giving it haste, and then attaches any equipment on your field to it for free, while also detaching it before you give that creature back. Later in the game, Zidane learns about his true origins and cuts himself off from the party as he feels that he is undeserving of their friendship. Despite this, when he becomes swarmed by enemies, each of his party members arrives one by one to show him that he can rely on them, bringing us to You're Not Alone, an instant for 1 and a white that gives a creature +2/+2 for the turn. Or, if you have 3 or more creatures on the battlefield, they get +4/+4 instead. Now, along with Zidane, we also have his Chocobo, Choco, who first hatches from an egg and later becomes the star of the Chocobo Hot and Cold minigame. With the help of a Moogle named Mene, who we also see in the art of this card, Zidane raises Choco into a powerful treasure-hunting companion. As you continue to raise Choco, he evolves and gains the ability to traverse mountains, oceans, and even fly. Choco himself appears in Choco Seeker of Paradise, a 3/5 for 1, a green, white, and blue. He allows you to look at the top card of your deck equal to the number of birds that are attacking, and then you can add one of them to your hand, and play any number of lands you find. Not only that, but Choco gets 1 power for the turn each time a land enters your field. All of this is in line with Choco's treasure hunting adventures, and his ability to help you travel the world. Our next character was born as Sarah and raised as Princess Garnet Till Alexandros the 17th. She is secretly the last surviving summoner from the village of Madain Sari, and her journey begins when she willingly allows herself to be kidnapped by Zidane and Tantalus in an effort to escape her increasingly tyrannical adopted mother, Queen Brana. Garnet, Princess of Alexandria, is a 2/2 with lifelink for a green and a white, who can remove a lore counter from any number of your sagas when she attacks, and then gains a +1/+1 counter for each lore counter removed this way. And this is similar to Garnet's Trance. Now, a very simplified version of this, but when casting a summon in Final Fantasy IX, there are long and short animations which decide the Eidolon's power. Garnet's Trance allows you to get the long animation's benefits while only using the time and resources involved in a short animation, and this effect can remain in play for as long as you skip Garnet's turn. So, by removing lore counters, Garnet keeps her summons in play for longer and longer. And bonus points, as we also see Ark in the background, likely in the battle against Ozma. Of course, Garnet also appears in Garnet Till Alexandros 17th, a new art for Lauren of the Third Path. On to our Black Mage Vivi, who I have been calling Vivi ever since I played Kingdom Hearts. So that's a bit embarrassing. Vivi was originally created in one of Kuja's Black Mage factories, and as a result of this, they struggle with their identity and with what the value of life is throughout the entire game. Their card, Vivi Ornator, is a 0/3 for 1, a blue and a red, and comes with some extremely powerful abilities. For the insane cost of 0 mana, once per turn, Vivi can add any combination of red or blue mana to your pool equal to his power. On top of that, every time you cast a non-creature spell, you can add a +1/+1 counter onto Vivi and ping each opponent. Basically, Vivi builds up his magic over time and unleashes powerful spells like the ones we'll see in the next cards. Vivi's Thunder Magic is a reskin of Lightning Bolt, and Fire Magic is a tiered spell, allowing you to pay a red and then either 0, 2, or 5 mana to rank up into Fire, Fyra, or Fyraga. Each of these being increasingly stronger AoE spells, and of course, our boy is featured on the card's art. Vivi is far from the only black mage created by Kuja, there are countless of them. However, one of them appears as an early boss fight, that being Black Waltz number 3, who is just kind of a more advanced golem than the others and has some pretty cool wings. This card is a 2/2 with flying and death touch for 2, a black and a red, and fitting to the theme of many of the black mages in this set, Black Waltz number 3 deals damage to an opponent whenever you cast a non-creature spell. However, he does deal more damage than the normal tokens we create. Black Waltz makes an appearance as we're on the cargo ship, an airship that transport black mages from Dali to Alexandria, and the cargo ship itself also gets a card as a 2/3 vehicle with flying and vigilance for 1 and a blue. It can be tapped for a colorless mana that can be used to cast artifacts or activate their abilities, which is in line with the idea of man-made mages being transported on this ship. Sticking in line with this battle with Black Waltz 3, in this fight the party can steal the Flame Staff from them, and this gives you access to Sleep Magic, which gets translated into this game as an enchantment aura for 1 blue that taps a creature and doesn't let them untap. However, while asleep, that creature can always be woken up, so if they take any damage, the aura sacrifices itself. Back to our party though, and our next member will be Adalbert Steiner, a loyal but stubborn captain of the Knights of Pluto who was sworn to protect Princess Garnet. While at first he is hesitant to trust Zidane, he eventually begins questioning the kingdom and decides that protecting people is more important than following orders obediently. Adalbert Steiner is a 2/1 with lifelink for 1 and a white. While lifelink is often associated with healers, in this case it's more a note on loyalty. Steiner is sworn to protect Garnet and his life is literally linked to hers. But more than that, Steiner also gets a +1/+1 for each equipment that you control. I like this as it kind of prioritizes protecting others with his weapons and armor to ensure that they are safe before Steiner himself, because you don't actually have to put these equipment on him for him to get the boost. An equipment that you could put on him, though, is Excalibur 2, which he appears in the art of. This is a legendary holy sword that is his ultimate knight sword. However, you can only get it if you speedrun the game, reaching the gate to space in under 12 hours. This 1-mana equipment gets a charge counter whenever you gained life, and also gives the equipped creature +1/+1 for each counter the sword has on it. Pair this with Steiner and you are dealing insane damage. The party also picks up Freya Crescent, a proud dragon knight from the city of Bermesia. This is a rain-soaked kingdom of rat-like people known for their martial prowess. Years before the events of Final Fantasy IX, she fell in love with a soldier named Sir Fratley, but he vanished without a trace during his travels. So Freya leaves Bermesia to search for him and eventually joins Zidane and his allies on their journey. Freya is a 1/1 for a red that jumps into the air and gains flying during your turn, which we've seen with several Dragoons in this set. You can also tap her to add a red, though you can only use it for casting or attaching equipments. While Freya might not be the most powerful on her own, if she's supported by her equipment and her tools, she can be both elusive and deadly while attacking. Our next party member, Queen Aquen, is a quirky and food-obsessed member of the Q tribe. They see the world through a single lens, what is edible and what is not. Quina joins Zidane's party on their journey more or less by accident. She is sent by Master Quail to travel the world and learn through culinary exploration. Their insatiable appetite and their unusual powers allow them to eat awakened enemies to learn blue magic. And that brings us to Quina Q Gourmet, a 2/3 for 2 and a green that gives you a frog token whenever you make any other token, which is in line with the minigame that you can play with Quina, where she catches frogs to power up her frog drop ability. This does a fixed amount of damage that increases based on how many frogs you've caught in this minigame, which is why her second ability allows you to pay 2 mana, sacrifice a frog, and give Quina a +1/+1 counter. Next up, we have General Beatrix, a brutally powerful boss from the Alexandrian army. She serves Queen Brana with unwavering loyalty at first, despite her reservations about how brutal the kingdom's actions have become. Beatrix is a master of swordsmanship and is arguably the strongest human in Alexandria, which is great news as she eventually defects from the crown's corrupt regime and fights to protect Princess Garnet and her allies. Beatrix, Loyal General, is a 4/4 with Vigilance for 4 and 2 white. At the start of combat on your turn, you can attach any number of equipments you control to any creatures you control. While Beatrix is an absolute monster on her own, she is also an effective leader, and the ability to supply her party with equipment and direct them into battle is emblematic of that. Another ally that we come across in this game is Stiltskin the Moogle, who travels the world selling items to Zidane and the party. Like the other Moogles we've seen so far, Stiltskin Moogle Merchant is a 1/2 with lifelink, this time for 1 white. He also allows you to pay 2 and tap himself to give an opponent control of one of your permanents in exchange for drawing a card. Stiltskin literally sells your permanents for card draw. Then we have the airship for Final Fantasy IX, the Prima Vista. Disguised as a traveling performance vessel, this ship serves as the group's base of operations for both the stage productions and covert missions, which of course includes the kidnapping of Princess Garnet that kicks off the game's story. As a card, this is a 5/3 flying vehicle for 4 and a blue, which can bypass its crew cost whenever you play a non-creature spell with mana value 4 or more. The Prima Vista isn't always a weapon, but given the right circumstances, it can always make a flashy entrance. Early in the game, we escape Alexandria on the Prima Vista, however the airship is damaged and crash lands in the Evil Forest. A moment we see in Airship Crash, an instant for 2 and a green that destroys an artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying, which I think is pretty good flavor for a card about taking down a flying magical boat. Now, on to our villains and monsters. Blazing Bomb features a bomb, a living fireball that has a bit of a tendency to self-destruct. In Final Fantasy IX, these even absorb fire attacks as well. And so, this is a 1/1 for a red, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell that costs 4 or more, you can put a +1/+1 counter on it. Think of it like hitting this with a fire spell. Blazing Bomb can then blow itself up by tapping and sacrificing itself to deal damage equal to its power to another creature. Queen Brana is the power-hungry ruler of Alexandria and the adopted mother of Princess Garnet. Once a wise monarch, she is manipulated and influenced by Kuja, who supplies her with black mage soldiers and powerful eidolons. Soon she becomes obsessed with expanding her power and wages war against the Mist Continent with the new army of mages and the eidolons that she forces Garnet to summon. This obsession with conquest through magic makes its way into Queen Brana, a 2/1 for 2 and a red who becomes stronger through abusing your spellcasting with the prowess keyword. When Brana wages war against your enemies by attacking, she also creates a 0/1 wizard that pings your opponents whenever you cast a non-creature spell. The more wizards that she has under her control, the more deadly Queen Brana's spells become. Also, this is a type of token that several cards in the set can make, so to save me the trouble of explaining this effect every time, I'm just going to be calling them Black Mage tokens going forward. These black mages can also be seen in Cornered by Black Mages, a sorcery for 1 and 2 black that forces an opponent to sacrifice a creature before making you a black mage token. Of course, Brana is nothing to the big bad of the game, Kuja, a powerful genome created by Garland to be an agent of Terra's will. However, unlike Garland's ideal vessel, Kuja was made as an adult, lacking the capability to grow or evolve. When he learns that he's been deemed a flawed prototype who will eventually be replaced by Zidane, Kuja turns on his creator, supplying Queen Brana with black mages and eidolons that she can use to wage war. And that brings us to Kuja, Genome Sorcerer, who comes in as a 3/4 for 2, a black and a red. Like the Queen, he makes wizard tokens, however he doesn't need to attack, and it happens passively at the end of each of your turns. This is Kuja laying in wait as he builds up his forces and waits for the ideal moment to take action. Once he has 4 or more wizards under his control, he can transform into Trance Kuja, Fate Defied. Originally, Kuja was thought to never be able to use Trance, but after defeating Garland and taking control over Terra, he learns that he is doomed to die soon as all of the genomes are engineered to live short lives. This completely breaks him mentally, and as nihilism sets in, he finally reaches his full potential and enters trance. This new Kuja is a 4/6 and has Flame Star, which I think should have been Flare Star unless it's different in the version I played, but I could be wrong. In-game, this hits your whole party for 40 times their current level. So, fitting to that, he allows your wizards to deal double damage to permanents or players. Finally, Kuja also appears on Kuja Mage Manufacturer as an alt art for Inala Archmage Ritualist. Over to Darkness of Eternity, an alt art of Dark Ritual, showing off Necron, the final boss of the game who emerges after defeating Kuja. Of course, with a game so focused on Eidolons and summons, we also have a pretty big one to cover here as well. After Queen Brana's death, Kuja takes control of Bahamut and attacks Alexandria, at which point our final two summoners, Garnet and Echo, combine the 4 fragments of an ancient Eidolon crystal and use it to summon the Guardian of Alexandria. As such, Crystal Fragments is an equipment for 1 white that gives a creature +1/+1. However, by paying 7, you are releasing the crystal's full potential, binding them together and transforming them into Summon Alexander. Turns out, Alexandria's entire castle was an Eidolon in waiting. This is a 4/3 saga creature with flying, which has 3 chapters on it. In the first 2 chapters, Alexander prevents all damage to your creatures for that turn, and on the third, he taps all of the creatures your opponents control. Essentially, this all-powerful Eidolon makes your party unkillable, and then opens your enemy up for attack. On to Final Fantasy IX's lands. First is a forest which shows off the Mist Continent's Evil Forest, where Zidane, Vivi, Steiner, and Garnet crash after their escape on the Prima Vista. Lindblum Industrial Regency shows off a major hub for airship travel in the game, which is ruled by its regent Cid. The party heads here to warn them about Queen Brana's expansion efforts in hopes of stopping her together. This town can also be cast as an instant adventure for 2 and a red to create a Black Mage token, likely representing how Brana warps her armies of Black Mages into the city before her final attack. And finally, Treno Dark City is another townland which is home to both some of the richest and poorest people on Gaia, with very few people in between. Here we meet Garnet's childhood tutor, Dr. Tot, and find the auction house. In 2001, we received Final Fantasy X. This game tells a story of Spira, a world caught in an endless cycle of destruction caused by an apocalyptic creature called Sin. The people of Spira live in fear, relying on religious tradition and the hope that summoners can bring a temporary peace. Our protagonist is a star blitzball athlete named Titus, who gets flung into this world from what seems to be an entirely different time in one of Sin's attacks. Titus soon learns that Xanarkand, as he knew it, was destroyed 1,000 years ago, and now it only exists as a dream maintained by powerful beings called Faith. He joins a young summoner named Yuna on her pilgrimage to obtain the final Aeon, which is the only known method of defeating Sin. Yuna's other guardians include Waka, Lulu, Kimari, Orin, and Riku. They accompany her across the world to pray at temples and gain Aeons, powerful beings used in battle, so that Yuna can defeat Sin. Before we get into the actual story though, we have Titus's opening line of the game, a moment which would reveal itself later in the story as the party prepares for the final part of their journey and vows to stay together, which is why Promise of Loyalty is an excellent card to demonstrate this scene. In it, we see several party members' weapons planted in the ground as proof of this promise. Speaking of Titus, as I mentioned, he was a star blitzball player in Xanarkand, just as his father Jecht was, until during one of Titus's games, Sin arrives, attacks, and warps him away, which is what we see in the new art for Path to Exile. This part of Titus's life is also represented in Titus Blitzball Star, a 2/1 for 1, a white, and a blue, who gains a +1/+1 counter whenever an artifact enters your field. He then also allows you to tap an opponent's creature when he attacks. This card is all about building up momentum and controlling the flow of a game. You can think of artifacts entering your field as Titus making goals, and with each goal that he makes, he will continue to grow in fame and popularity as he manages to take control over the match. Titus actually appears playing Blitzball on the card Blitzball, a 3-mana artifact that taps for any color. It also has the ability Go, which lets you sacrifice it to draw a card, but only if one of your opponents has been hit by a legendary creature this turn, aka you scored a point against them. After Sin's attack, Titus becomes one of Yuna's guardians on her pilgrimage to collect Aeons. So naturally, that brings us to Titus, Yuna's Guardian, a 3/3 for a green, a white, and a blue. When this card attacks, he can move a counter from one of your creatures to another. As well, when one of your creatures with counters hits a player, you can draw a card and proliferate once each turn. At this point, Titus is fully committed to Yuna's journey, and this comes across in a really cool way. On the surface, this ability continues the trend of Titus manipulating the flow of battle and supporting his allies. However, as you look into things a bit more, you see how this specifically assists Yuna and her summons. Titus is able to relocate lore counters from sagas to either keep Yuna's summons alive longer or to boost them towards their larger effects. And finally, Titus also appears in Titus Xanarkand Faith, an alt art of Thrasios, Triton hero. Notably, this image is from the cover for the game's box, which is kind of fun. The sword we see in this image is the Brotherhood, and it was given to him by Waka and is represented on the new art for Sword of Truth and Justice. Titus, as well as a few of his allies, including Riku, Kimahri, and Waka, all appear on Collective Effort as well. This is a sorcery for 1 and 2 whites that allows you to escalate its effect by tapping a creature you control. This can destroy a creature with power 4 or more, destroy an enchantment, or give a +1/+1 counter to each creature a player controls. As for the art, it specifically references the team coming together to stop Yuna's wedding with Seymour, sliding down wires from their airship to arrive at the ceremony. This one is also a cool one because Final Fantasy X in particular has an emphasis on each party member specializing in dealing with particular threats. It isn't just that they each have their own playstyle, like mage, tank, or healer. Instead, we get more specific, saying Auron is effective against armored units, for example. So by tapping an ally, we allow them to deal with their own specific threat in the same way. This idea is followed through in Combat Tutorial, a sorcery for 2 and a blue that lets a player draw 2 cards and put a +1/+1 counter on a creature they control. In the art of this, we can see Lulu teaching Titus that some enemies need to be battled strategically. As such, we see his sword getting stuck inside of a flan, an enemy that takes very little physical damage, but which is vulnerable to Lulu's black magic. Then we have Overkill, an instant for 2 and a black that drops a creature's toughness by 9,999. This works for a few reasons. Firstly, unless you have a way of breaking the typical damage limit, 9999 is the most you can do in one attack. Secondly, overkilling is a mechanic in Final Fantasy X referring to dealing 1.5 times a creature's max health, and if you do this, you will earn extra AP and items from that enemy, which can be helpful in grinding and farming. In Hardened Scale's new art, we also see Titus taking on Braska's final Aeon, a transformed version of his father Jecht. And finally, we have the infamous laugh scene. Yuna finds Titus is going through it, and trying to relate, she explains that as a summoner, she has to sometimes force herself to smile and laugh so that other people aren't discouraged when they see their ray of hope looking upset. She goes on to tell Titus that sometimes you need to force yourself to laugh, and we have this fantastic moment as a result of it. Speaking of Yuna, the whole game essentially revolves around her pilgrimage. The fate of Spira rests on her ability to gather Aeons and to put a temporary stop to sin. As such, we have Yuna, Hope of Spira, a 3/5 for 3, a white and a green, that enhances your enchantment creatures by giving them trample, lifelink, and ward. And since all Aeons and summons are saga creatures in this set, this is pretty perfect. She also always has a way to access her summons, as she can return them from the graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on them, meaning that she can't bring them back infinitely. However, when done in combination with Titus, she can move those finality counters onto something else, and each of them can reach their full potential. She also appears on Yuna Grand Summoner, a 1/5 for 1, a green, a white, and a blue, and at this point, we are reflecting her role as one of, if not the strongest summoner in Spira. The ability Grand Summon is a reference to her Overdrive skill, which allows her to summon an Aeon at full strength so that they immediately have access to all of their powerful attacks and skills. Similarly, by tapping Yuna, you can add mana and empower the next creature that you summon with 2 +1/+1 counters. And if any of your creatures die with +1/+1 counters on them, you can move them onto another creature, because as always, when people die, Yuna dances. And speaking of her dance, let's move on to Summoner's Sending, an enchantment for 1 and a white that allows you to exile a creature from your grave during the end step, and then it will create you a spirit token. A Summoner's Sending in Final Fantasy X is essentially a funeral dance, which allows souls to be purified and guided to the far plane where they can rest in peace. Along those lines, we also have Yuna's Sending Staff, an alt art of Staff of Storytelling, which both reflects the sending and the knowledge gained by completing each temple and learning new Aeons. On the topic of Yuna's journey, let's cover some of the cards that show off different parts of it. Tireless Tracker's new art shows Riku preparing to kidnap Yuna to stop her pilgrimage. Everflowing Chalice, while not directly showing one of her trials, does feature pedestals which Yuna needs to manipulate with spheres and glyphs to get through each temple. Later, we see the party being branded as traitors by the Maesters of Yevon for killing Seymour, and we see this moment in the new art for Damning Verdict. They get arrested, break free, and eventually they make their way to the Macalania Woods, which we see in 3 visits. This is a pretty pivotal moment in the story that is actually reflected in several cards. Titus opens up to Yuna here and apologizes for always talking about defeating Sin so that they can go back to his Xanarkin together, as he didn't know that defeating Sin would involve Yuna's death as well. He also tries to convince Yuna to quit her quest because of the terrible sacrifice she is going to have to make for her final summon. However, Yuna tells him that she loved hearing his stories and that though she wishes that she could quit, she can't find the strength to do so. Yuna and Titus spend time in the springs here together and kiss each other for the first time. In the card Yuna's Decision, we see Yuna struggling to make the choice to continue or not. This is a sorcery for 3 and a green that lets the player choose to either continue their pilgrimage or bringing it to an end. The prior is represented by sacrificing a creature, drawing a card, and then placing a creature or land from their hand onto the battlefield, which you could call performing the final summon, or you could always find another way, returning 2 permanents from your graveyard to your hand instead. We also see this moment in the new alt art for Rhystic Study, Stay With Me, and naturally this leads into their kiss in Together Forever's new art. Destroy Evil's alt art shows our battle with Seymour, where he tells the party that even after he is sent to the next life, Spira's sorrow will continue. The game ends with the party defeating Sin and Yu Yevon and ending the cycle of death and rebirth. However, it is then revealed that Titus is a dream of faith and was created as a byproduct of the summoning that sustained Sin. And so, as the faith stopped dreaming, Titus starts to fade away, and in his last moments, he asked Yuna to stay with him until he is gone. A very beautiful story to be telling in the new art for Farewell. So, with the major story elements over, let's cover her last few cards. Another of which shows Yuna and Titus's connection. Early in the story, he teaches her how to whistle and says that if she ever needs him or they get separated, all she has to do is whistle and he will come running. Yuna's whistle is an instant for 1 and 2 green that reveals the top card of your deck until you find a creature, and then lets you add that card to your hand. Finally, you can put +1/+1 counters onto a creature you control equal to the mana value of the creature you added to your hand. Basically, Yuna whistles for help, Titus rushes to her aid, and gives her support. Protection magic features Yuna casting Protect on her party to keep them safe from physical damage. This is an instant for 1 and a white that places a shield counter on up to 3 of your creatures. This way you can keep the other 3 members of her party who are in battle with her safe. And finally, Yuna's holy magic is a reskin of Prismatic Ending, which allows you to send a permanent to the far plane by exiling them. On to our next party member, Auron, objectively one of the coolest characters in Final Fantasy history. Auron is a stoic and legendary guardian who once protected Summoner Braska on his pilgrimage to defeat Sin. After dying during that journey, he returned to Spira as an unsent, clinging to the world to watch over Braska's daughter Yuna and to guide Titus as Auron tries to make up for the broken promises and failures from his past. Auron, Venerated Guardian, is a 2/5 for 3 and a white that has Vigilance, reflecting how he watches over Yuna and Titus. His ability, Shooting Star, is the limit break he learns for defeating the Spheromorph, which deals some immense damage and which can even kick an enemy out of the battle. As such, Auron puts a +1/+1 counter on himself when he attacks, and then exiles an opponent's creature with less power than he has until he leaves the field. After Yuna decides to break Sin's cycle and refuse the final Aeon, the party prepares to take on Lady Yunalesca. This is the person that killed Auron originally. And so Auron tells the party that this is the time for them to shape their stories, essentially doubling down on Yuna's decision and spurring on our heroes. All this despite knowing that he will fade soon after their mission is completed. We see this in Auron's Inspiration, an instant for 2 and a white that gives attacking creatures 2 power for the turn, and which can be flashed back from the grave for 4, a nod to Auron being an unsent who returned after his death to guide the next generation. Following Auron, we have Wakka, the captain of the Besaid Aurochs, a blitzball team infamous for their losing streak, as well as one of Yuna's most loyal guardians. While initially devout in his belief in Yevon, Wakka slowly begins challenging his faith, accepting the truths about the church, and ultimately standing by Yuna and Titus in their rebellion against tradition. Wakka, Devoted Guardian, is a 4/4 for 2, a green and a white, that has both reach and trample, which when you see how hard he can throw the blitzball at enemy flyers, makes a lot of sense. As we saw with Titus Blitzball Star, blitzballs are seen as artifacts in MTG, and scoring a goal is reflected by earning a +1/+1 counter. So when Wakka scores a goal by hitting an opponent, he gets a +1/+1 counter and takes the ball from an opponent by destroying one of their artifacts. Then at the end of the turn, if you scored a goal, Wakka rallies his team by putting a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Wakka also features in several other cards as well, for example, Blitzball Shot. I've mentioned it a few times here, but Blitzball is Spira's biggest sport. It basically is three-dimensional handball taking place in a massive sphere of water. And this card is an instant for 1 and a green that gives a creature +3/+3 and trample, imbuing them with the strength needed to plow through the enemy team and sink a shot. To unlock many of Waka's overdrives, as well as his celestial weapon, you can play through a Blitzball tournament, which we see in side quest Play Blitzball, an enchantment for 2 and a red that gives your creatures 2 power at the start of combat, this getting them ready to make a big play. Then, at the end of combat, if you've dealt 6 or more damage, you can transform this enchantment and attach it to a creature. Once you've become champion and unlock Waka's celestial weapon, World Champion, you can use its double overdrive to give the equipped creature 2 power and double strike. In the actual game, Double Overdrive is an ability that allows you to charge your overdrive or limit break twice as fast, so this is basically our equivalent. We also see Blitzball being a focus in the new art for fight rigging, in which we see the Albed kidnapping Yuna during one of Waka's Blitzball games. Finally, we also see Waka and Titus in Resourceful Defense's new art with Lulu and Kimahri in the background, which is about as good a time as any to look at Lulu. She's our black mage and is one of Yuna's most trusted guardians. She had lost her previous summoner during their pilgrimage, and now she fights fiercely to protect Yuna so that this doesn't happen again. Lulu, Stern Guardian, is a 2/3 for 2 and a blue that emphasizes this need to protect. Whenever an opponent attacks you, you can choose one of their attacking creatures and put a stun counter on them. You can also pay 4 mana to proliferate, essentially keeping these enemies frozen in place turn after turn so that they can't hurt you in the future. And frozen is actually the perfect word to lead us into our next card that Lulu appears on, Ice Magic. This is a tiered instant for 1 and a blue that lets you cast Blizzard to bounce a card to its owner's hand, or pay 2 more mana to cast Blizzara, putting that card on either the top or bottom of their deck, or you could pay 6 to cast Blizzaga, shuffling that creature into their opponent's library randomly. Following Lulu, we have Kimahri Ronso, who is aiming to protect Yuna at all costs and prove his worth. Kimahri, Valiant Guardian, is a 3/3 with Vigilance for 2, a green and a blue, who has the Ronso Rage ability. This is Final Fantasy X's blue magic system, which allows Kimahri to learn skills through the Lancet ability. In Magic, this puts a +1/+1 counter on him at the start of your combats and taps an opponent's creature, empowering him while weakening the enemy. But this ability doesn't stop there. Kimahri can also become a copy of the tapped creature while still holding access to Ronso Rage for future use. Kimahri also appears on Bred for the Hunt, an enchantment for 1, a green and a blue, that lets you draw a card whenever your creature with a +1/+1 counter hits an opponent. This card's art shows the battle between Kimahri, Biran, and Yenke on Mount Gagazet. Years earlier, Biran had broken Kimahri's horn, branding him as weak and exiling him from their tribe. But as Yuna approaches the end of her pilgrimage, Kimahri is challenged by his former rivals and earns their respect by defeating them. And our final party member is Riku, Yuna's cousin, and an Albed scavenger who rescues Titus early in the game. While the other members are supportive of Yuna's pilgrimage, Riku and the other Albed reject Yevon's anti-Machina doctrine, which often leads to her arguing with Waka. Her main card, Riku Resourceful Guardian, is a 2/3 for 2 and a blue that really leans into the idea of her being able to sneak and steal effectively. If any of your creatures get counters, then for the rest of the turn, your opponent can't block those creatures. She can also steal by paying 1 and tapping herself, which allows you to move a counter from your opponent's creatures to yours. Riku also appears in the new art for an offer you can't refuse, which fits the scene being shown as Titus had just washed up in this new world and she asks him to help with the Albed scavenging mission, though he can't really decline this as he would be stranded otherwise. Another alt art is Endless Detour, this time showing off the Thunder Plains where Riku is nearly frozen by fear because of the lightning. While we're on Riku, we might as well also cover our Albed cards as well. Firstly, another reskin is Scholar of the New Horizons, which of course features an Albed. This is fitting as the Albed are a group of technologists who oppose the traditions of Yevon and are looking for another way forward and not just this endless cycle of sacrifice that the religious order has in place. We also have the Albed Salvagers, a 2/3 for 2 and a black that drains 1 life whenever one of your creatures or artifacts die, making the most of the people and items from the past that they come across. Now, with the main party done, we can take a look at the Aeons, pretty vitally important figures in Yuna's pilgrimage. The first Aeon Yuna acquires is Valefor from the village of Besaid. This is a dragon-like summon that attacks with sonic wings. Summon Valefor shows this as a 5/4 with flying for 4 and a blue, and this is a saga creature with 4 chapters on it. The first of which, Sonic Wings, forces each opponent to choose their creatures with the highest mana value and then bounce them back to hand. Then chapters 2, 3, and 4 allow you to tap and stun a creature of your choosing. Following Valefor, Yuna gets Ifrit, however this one doesn't get its own summon card here. We do see him appearing in other games in this set, but he does appear in the new art for Altered Ego. After picking up Ifrit, we go on to find Ixion, a lightning-infused Kirin who makes use of Aerospark, a powerful lightning attack that dispels the target's buffs. Summon Ixion is a 3/3 with first strike for 2 and a white with 3 chapters. Turn 1 uses Aerospark, exiling a creature until Ixion leaves the field. Then on both turns 2 and 3, Ixion puts a +1/+1 counter on up to 2 of your creatures and gives you 2 life. From here we pick up Shiva, the Ice Aeon, known for her signature overdrive, Diamond Dust. In Summon Shiva, she appears as a 4/5 Saga Elemental for 3 and 2 blue with 3 chapters. Chapters 1 and 2 use Heavenly Strike to tap and stun an opponent's creature, and then in Chapter 3, she uses her overdrive Diamond Dust to draw a card for each tapped creature your opponents have. On to the Aeon that carried my 12-year-old self through Final Fantasy X, Bahamut, an immensely powerful summon that uses Mega Flare, an attack which can actually break the damage limit of the game. So, naturally, Summon Bahamut is an absolute monster, a 9/9 with flying for 9 mana with 4 chapters. In the first 2 of these, you can use him to destroy any non-land permanent. Chapter 3 draws 2 cards, and Chapter 4 is the Mega Flare Overdrive, dealing damage equal to the combined mana value of all of your permanents to each opponent. Bahamut and his Overdrive are a bit hard to follow, so our next summon works pretty differently. Yojimbo is a mercenary Aeon whose attacks deal damage based on how much money you want to throw at him. Summon Yojimbo is a 5/5 with Vigilance for 3 and a white that has 4 chapters. Chapter 1 exiles an artifact, enchantment, or tapped creature an opponent controls. Chapters 2 and 3 make your opponent pay 2 mana for each creature they want to attack you with. And finally, Chapter 4 makes a number of treasure tokens equal to how many creatures your opponent have with 4 or more power. Again, a pretty money or value-oriented summon. Anima is our next summon and requires us to go back to the ruin of Baj Temple. This chained summon was once Seymour's mother, who gave up her life to become a faith so that her son could receive the power of an Aeon and be respected across Spira in hopes of mending the relationship between humanity and Guado. This is because Seymour had a human mother and a Guado father, and as a result faced prejudice from both sides. Summon Anima is a 4/4 with Menace for 4 and 2 black and with 4 chapters. The first 3 of which use Pain, allowing you to draw a card by paying 1 life. Then, in Chapter 4, she casts Oblivion, forcing each opponent to sacrifice a creature and lose 3 life. And our final Aeon is the Magus Sisters, which only become available after getting all other Aeons and completing several side quests. This trio, Cindy, Sandy, and Mindy, can't be controlled directly, though you can shout suggestions at them, which they might follow in some vague way. Summon Magus Sisters is a 5/5 with haste for 4 and a green. This has 3 chapters, and fitting to the lack of control in the game, the Magus Sisters cards randomly choose one of their 3 abilities on each turn they are on the field. Combined Powers puts 3 +1/+1 counters on a creature. Defense puts a shield counter on a creature and gives you 3 life. And Fight lets you choose a creature an opponent controls to fight the Magus Sisters. But of course, Yuna isn't the only summoner in the game. We also have characters like Isaru and Dona, who are another set of characters aiming to take on Sid. However, they are captured and held prisoner in the Summoner's Sanctum in the Albed home. We see this in Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum, an aura for 2 and a blue which can be flashed out and attached to either an artifact or a creature to tap them and keep them stunned and unable to use their abilities while enchanted. Along with Dona and Isaru, we have Maroda and Pache, who are Isaru's guardians, as well as Valefor and Ifrit in the background of this card's art. And that brings us to our secondary antagonist, Seymour Guado. Being half human and half Guado, Seymour was harassed by both races until his mother became the Faith Anima so that he could become strong enough to be accepted. However, this only hurt Seymour, and the loss of his mother led him to see life as a cycle of suffering, which would only end if life itself ended. And so, despite rising through Yevon's ranks to become a maester, Seymour wants to merge himself with Sin to destroy Spira and free the world of pain. To this end, he kills his own father and tries to force Yuna into marriage so that he can legitimize his rule by marrying the daughter of High Summoner Braska, while also controlling the rest of her pilgrimage. Ultimately, the party takes him out, but even in death he returns, becoming an unsent and clinging to the world through sheer force of will to continue trying to stop the party. So let's take a look at Maester Seymour, a 1/3 for 2 and a green, who places a number of +1/+1 counters equal to his power on another creature you control. Seymour can also pay 5 to become monstrous, gaining +1/+1 counters equal to the number of counters on your creatures. Basically, the more he spreads his reach, the stronger he becomes, and the stronger he becomes, the more he can spread his reach, creating an endless cycle of its own, just as Sin does. When we encounter Seymour on Mount Gagazet, he has already been killed twice and continues to return as an unsent. And here he fuses with the Mortiorcus, becoming a grotesque monster called Seymour Flux. And this dude will absolutely devastate your party if you aren't ready for his total annihilation ability. Seymour Flux is a 5/5 for 4 and a black that lets you pay 1 life during your upkeep to draw a card and place a +1/+1 counter on him. This represents Seymour's willingness to drain life so that he can continue to grow and get powerful enough to accomplish his goal. Seymour Guado is also represented as a reskin for Kinnan Bonder Prodigy. He then appears on a new art for Syncopate, showing his boss battle where Yuna declares she will fight him despite him being a maester, to which he responds with,
"Your eyes, they burn with resolve. Beautiful."
Seymour's father, Lord Jiskel Guado, aimed to bring peace between Guados and humans. However, when Seymour began to spiral out of control, Jiskel tried to distance himself. However, it was already too late, and Seymour murdered him before he could reveal the truth about his son to the world. Jiskel's spirit left behind a Spear recording begging Yuna to protect Spira from his son. Lord Jiskel Guado is a 2/1 with flying for 1 and a white, and in reference to the warning he left behind, he creates a clue token at the end of each end step if you put a counter on a creature during your turn. Now, along with Seymour and his father, we also have Tromel, Seymour's butler. Tromel is Seymour's loyal servant and his most aggressive enabler. However, when Seymour kills Jiskel, Tromel ends up clinging to loyalty out of denial for how bad Seymour really becomes. Tromel is a 2/3 for 2 and a green that gives your non-token creatures a +1 counter when they enter. He also lets you pay 1 and tap him to proliferate a number of times equal to the number of non-token creatures that entered your battlefield this turn. All of this directly enables and enhances everything that the Maester Seymour card wants to do, fitting to Tromel's role in the game. With Seymour and the Guados down, we can finally get to Jecht. Jecht is Titus's father and a legendary Blitzball player from Xanarkand. He disappeared from Titus's world years before the game begins, only to be revealed as one of the Dreams of the Faith, summoned illusions maintaining a version of Xanarkand from the past. When Jecht was pulled into Spira, he joined High Summoner Braska on a pilgrimage to defeat Sin alongside Orin. At the end of their journey, Jecht sacrifices himself to become the final Aeon so that they could ultimately destroy Sin. However, there is a catch. Sin was originally created by Yu Yevon, an ancient summoner who fused with the final Aeon to create Sin as an all-powerful weapon that could be used to end war. But in doing so, he began a cycle. While Sin would stop war, his rampage created a new force which needed to be stopped. And so summoners would need to go out on their pilgrimages, sacrifice a guardian, and create a final Aeon as the only possible way of stopping Sin. But in doing so, the final Aeon would become corrupted. The remnants of Yu Yevon's parasite-like magic would slowly seep into the final Aeon who defeated Sin and ultimately create a new Sin, thus requiring another summoner to make a final Aeon and produce another Sin. And this is what happened to Titus's father. So, let's take a look at Jecht and at Sin. Jecht, Reluctant Guardian, is a 4/3 with Menace for 3 and a black. Whenever he hits another player, you can exile him and transform him into Braska's final Aeon. This bumps his power and toughness up to 7 and turns him into a saga creature with 3 chapters. In chapters 1 and 2, he will use Jecht Beam, forcing opponents to discard a card while allowing you to draw one. Then in chapter 3, he uses Ultimate Jecht Shot, making your opponents sacrifice 2 creatures of their choice, which you can think of as the summoner taking on Sin and their guardian. Jecht also appears in the new art for Pull from Tomorrow, separated and mirrored from his son Titus, showing the distance between them and how Titus takes a different path from his father. Once Yu Yevon corrupts him, Jecht turns into the new Sin, which we see in Sin Spira's Punishment, a 7/7 with flying for 4, a black, a green, and a blue. When Sin enters or attacks, you can exile a card from your graveyard at random and then create a token that's a copy of that. And if that exiled card is a land, you're able to do this again. And before we go on to the other Sin, we can go from Sin Spira's Punishment to Spira's Punishment, an alt art of Day of Judgment, in which we see Sin casting judgment over Kilika Port. Sin also appears in Sin Unending Cataclysm, a 5/5 with flying that tramples through civilizations, costing 5, a green, and a blue. When it enters, he removes all counters from any number of artifacts, creatures, and enchantments, wiping out summons, anything Seymour is trying to do, and also any Blitzball players trying to take him down. This might seem a bit antithetical since the final summon kills Sin, but once Sin removes those counters, he gains twice that that many +1/+1 counters for himself. Finally, when Sin dies, he puts his counters onto another creature you control, effectively preparing them to become the next Sin while you shuffle this card into the library. This means when he enters again, he will absorb those counters, becoming twice as strong in his next iteration, before inevitably passing those counters on, getting resummoned in an endless cycle. Very cool card flavor. We also see another of Sin's attacks in Inexorable Tide's new art. This specifically shows his attack on Xanarkin at the start of the game. Aside from Sin himself, he does release Spawn in his attacks which fight in his stead. We get these in a new art for Bane of Progress and for Luminous Broodmoth. These show off the Sin Spawn GUI and Sin Scales respectively. But with the apocalypse dealt with, let's get back to something a bit more fun, Blitzball. Blitzball Stadium shows off a Blitzball Stadium. It's an artifact that costs X and a blue, which supports for X when it enters. The more your team is willing to train and the more effort they put in, aka the mana you spend, the more talent they will have in the game. Then you can go for the goal by paying 3 life and tapping the stadium, letting you draw a card for each type of counter on a target creature that has hit an opponent. And it even gives that creature momentum by not allowing your opponents to block it. Similarly, Strixhaven Stadium gets a reskin as Luca Stadium, and when you're putting on a show like that, the audience is going to be going pretty wild, which is where we see Generous Patron. That brings us to our side characters and NPCs, one of the most iconic of which can be seen in Grateful Apparition's new artwork featuring Bahamut's Faith. Owaka Traveling Merchant is Owaka the 23rd, a merchant who follows the party and sets up shops across Spira. He is a 1/2 for 1 and a blue, who, once again, lets you buy from him. By tapping Owaka and letting him take away one of your counters, he lets you draw a card. Then we have Gata and Luzu, 2 members of the Crusaders dedicated to defending Spira. Depending on the player's actions, one of these characters will die while the other will be left alive and stricken with grief. Their card is a 1/1 for 2 and a white that has flash, arriving just in the nick of time to protect anyone they can. When they enter, they will defend one of your creatures from damage and instead give them +1/+1 counters for each damage prevented. Kind of similar to the Crusaders, we have the Chocobo Knights, a mounted unit consisting of Lukol, Elma, and Klasko, who the party come across several times in their journey. This is a 3/3 for 3 and a white that gives your creatures with counters double strike when they attack. Following them is Shelinda, Yevon's acolyte, a priestess in training who tries to support summoners and spread the teachings of Yevon. As the truth about Yevon is revealed, Shelinda adapts and is instead focused on helping and giving aid after Sin's attacks. She is a 2/2 for a green and a white, and has lifelink to show the support that she gives everyone she comes across. When a creature enters your field, Shelinda puts a +1/+1 counter on them if their power is less than hers, or on herself if hers is lower than the new creature. Essentially, she is prioritizing helping the weak first, and then focuses on her own personal growth once everyone else is okay. Ride the Shoepuff shows us a Shoepuff, the creature that the party uses to cross the Moonflow River. Just as they help you reach new lands, this enchantment puts a +1/+1 counter on one of your creatures when a new land enters your field. The Shoepuff can also make an appearance if you pay 7, turning this enchantment into a 7/7 beast. Farseek's Final Fantasy X art features Machen, a scholar who tells the party about Spira's history at several points in the game. We then have 3 new alt arts for cards which show off mages or clergy members, though they aren't really any specific characters as far as I can tell. This includes Gyre Sage, Incubation Druid, and Fathom Mage. From there, we can go to the monster cards. Chasm Skulker's new art shows off Geoskano, who guards the entrance to the submerged ruins of Baj Temple, where Anima is hidden. Duskshell Crawler gets an alt art of a Raldo, an armored enemy that the party finds on the Mi'ihen High Road. Evray appears in Sunscorched Regent. This is Bevel's guardian worm who challenges the party on the Fahrenheit. Then we have the Obliterator in Walking Ballista. This is a Machina weapon fought at the Luca dock. As its name suggests, it attacks by launching blitzballs at your party. Rampant Rejuvenator is yet another boss from the game, Lord Ochu from the Kilika Woods. Forgotten Ancients alt art is the Omega weapon, or Nemesis. I don't know, they are nearly identical. Either way, strong-ass boss. Ice Flan is a 5/4 for 4 and 2 blues that taps and stuns an opponent's artifact or creature, or you can use it to cycle for an island, since, you know, it's mostly water. And our last cards before our lands are Sphere Grid and Path of Discovery. Sphere Grid shows off Final Fantasy X's leveling system. It's an enchantment for 1 and a green that puts a +1/+1 counter on your creatures when they hit an opponent. Then we have Unlockability, which gives your creatures with +1/+1 counters reach and trample. Essentially, this card lets you gain XP and abilities for defeating your enemies. As for Path to Discovery, its new art shows off the Calm Lands, which connect Mount Gagazet and Macalania. This area is also shown off in the Brushlands new art. Speaking of the Brushlands, let's get into the rest of our Final Fantasy X lands. The full art of Island shows off the village of Besaid, where Yuna gets Valefor. This area is also seen in idyllic beachfront, where a Blitzball is sitting on the beach. Final Fantasy X's Command Tower has the Dream Zanarkand maintained by the Faith. Mushroom Rock Road is on Evolving Wilds. The home of the Guado Salem, can be seen on Exotic Orchard and on Guado Salem Farplane Gateway. This location leads to the gate to the Farplane, where the spirits of the undead are sent. The Farplane itself can also be found on Radiant Grove. Macalania Woods is on the art for Flooded Grove. We also see this in the Nesting Grounds, which show a red butterfly that alludes to the Butterfly Hunt minigame that we play in this area. The Monster Arena in the Calmlands, where the players can send captured enemies so they can battle them again, is shown in Forge of Heroes. Hinterland Harbor has Moonflow River and even has a shoe puff out in the distance. In Overflowing Basin, we can also see this river as well, though this time the art has pyreflies floating around in the air. Port Town represents Lucca, the second biggest city in Spira, which is home to the largest Blitzball Stadium. Meanwhile, the biggest city in Spira, Bevel, is on the Seaside Citadel. This is Spira's political and religious capital and houses the main temple to Yevon. And of course, this is also where Yuna's wedding takes place. Kilika Island is shown on Sun Petal Grove, though of course this is before Sin's attack. Similarly, Kilika Jungle Path, which leads up to Kilika Temple, is depicted on Tangled Islet. Speaking of temples, there are many of them in this game, which get depicted as Temple of Enlightenment, which shows Macalania Temple, Temple of Mystery, showing Remium Temple, Temple of Plenty, showing Kilika Temple, and Vineglimmer Snarl, showing Baj Temple. Meanwhile, the Temple of the False Gods features the Chamber of the Final Summoning in the ruins of Zanarkand. And finally, Zanarkand Ancient Metropolis also shows these ruins, though it can be cast as Lasting Faith, a sorcery for 4 and 2 greens that makes a hero token and puts a +1/+1 counter on it for each land you control. There's also a second art for this card, which shows a split between Titus's version of Zanarkand and the ruins of What Remains. The following year, in 2002, we received Final Fantasy XI, a bit of a departure from the regular formula and the first MMORPG in the series. Set in the world of Vana'diel, which was once ravaged by the Crystal War, and which now faces the threat of rising Beastmen forces. Players choose to come from either Sandoria, Bastok, or Windurst, and go on to take on the God of Darkness, travel through time, and explore ancient empires as they shape Vana'diel's fate. A bit of a shorter summary this time, just because as an MMO, there's so much to go over, and there's just not enough cards to justify that time sink. But don't worry, we will get our MMO talk when we reach Final Fantasy XIV. Anyways, we're just going to talk about the actual cards for this installation. Starting off, we have Shantoto. This is a legendary Tarutaru Black Mage from Windurst, and one of the most powerful magic users in all of Final Fantasy XI. She plays a huge role in multiple expansions, particularly Shantoto's Ascension, where an experiment gone awry results in her evil clone attempting to take over Vana'diel. That said, even the normal Shantoto isn't exactly the best person. She's basically a sociopath who just happens to be benefiting from the current established system. So while she isn't evil, she is kind of a dick. Shantoto Tactician Magician is a 0/4 for 1, a blue and a red, and gets power equal to the mana spent on non-creature spells. They then draw you a card if a spell costs 4 or more. They also appear in Shantoto's Coercion, an alt art for Diabolic Intent that shows off her willingness to make sacrifices to further herself. Again, not evil, kind of a dick. Another notable character is Prish, a girl whose darkness crystallized into a gem on her chest, resulting in her never aging and becoming effectively immortal. This led to the church and average citizens fearing and hating her, calling her the Abhorrent One and keeping their distance. Despite this, Prish sets out on countless journeys to travel the world and helps as many people as she can. She appears on Prish's Wandering, an instant for 1 and a green that lets you grab a basic land or town from your deck and play it tapped. You can then put a +1/+1 counter on one of your creatures, which is basically her visiting a new place and helping people if she can. Knights of Sandoria is a new alt art for Ranger Captain Eos. These knights are divided into 2 major groups: Royal Knights protecting the kingdom and the monarchy, and Temple Knights who support the kingdom's religious order and provide security for places like the Cathedral and Chateau Thisward. Another reskin is Gix Yawgmoth's Praetor, who is being displayed as the Shadow Lord, the main antagonist for Final Fantasy XI's base game. Once a general named Raugrim, he was brutally betrayed by his comrades and became a host to the dark energy of the Empty, ultimately becoming the Shadow Lord and aiming to unite the Beastmen and destroy the major nations of Vana'diel. However, an even more iconic boss fight than that is Absolute Virtue, a battle so hard that it took a group of players days to figure out how to beat it, and that only happened by exploiting a vulnerability, which Square immediately patched out of the game. Essentially, this was a super boss that wasn't meant to be killed, and there's a lot of really cool story to it. I'll link a video that goes into the history of Absolute Virtue in the description down below. I obviously don't have time to go into it for just one card, but it's pretty cool if you have a few minutes after this video. Regardless, to represent this, Absolute Virtue is an 8/8 with flying for 6, a white and a blue, that cannot be countered. Then once on the field, he gives you protection from your opponents, making you the ultimate unkillable super boss that the devs wanted him to be on release. I wish he had a bit more protection to fit this theme, but still pretty okay. On the much smaller side of monsters, though, we have the Gubu, seemingly peaceful golems that guard their surroundings, but which can be vicious when provoked. They'll eat just about anything or anyone that threatens them, which might be worth the risk as the flowers growing on their backs are extremely valuable. We see one of these proudly growing a plant in Gubu Gardener, a 1/3 for 1 and a green, which, in line with the nature theme, taps to make green mana. The Kikern are a race of small beastmen who can be presented as both monsters or peaceful NPCs. Kikern Merchant is a 1/4 for 2 and a blue that has 2 activated tap abilities. For 1 mana, they let you draw and discard a card. Or for 7, you can sacrifice them to draw 3 cards instead. However, this cost is actually reduced for each town that you control, meaning for each city in their trade network, they can offer you better prices and better deals. Laboratory Maniac gets a reskin as Vanadil Adventurers, with new art that hosts several different races and classes of player adventurers to represent all of the kinds of characters you can play in your journey. Players who choose to become Dragoons, for example, gain access to a Wyvern partner which grows and changes along with the player and their job choices. And as such, we have Dragoon Wyvern, a 2/1 with flying for 2 and a blue, that creates a hero token when it enters to reflect this connection to the adventurer. As is tradition, Final Fantasy XI also has summons, for example, Fenrir, which the player acquires by completing the Moonlit Path quest. Summon Fenrir is a 3/2 for 2 and a green with 3 chapters. Chapter 1 is Crescent Fang, allowing you to put a basic land from your deck onto the battlefield. Chapter 2 is Heavenward Howl, giving the next creature that you play this turn a +1/+1 counter. And Chapter 3, Ecliptic Growl, draws a card if you control the creature with the highest power. Next up, Gysahl Greens, a type of food that is almost always connected with Chocobo throughout Final Fantasy. That said, what they do does differ depending on the game you're playing. For example, in their first appearance in Final Fantasy III, they would allow the player to summon the fat Chocobo to store their items. However, in Final Fantasy XI, they were used to have the player's Chocobo dig up items while you rode them. Gysahl Greens is a sorcerer for 1 and a green that makes our typical Chocobo bird token, though it also has a flashback cost for 7, which is just a bit on the expensive side. However, some things are exclusive to Final Fantasy XI, for example, the Cutrub. These are undead who were charmed by Lamii while they were alive. To this end, they go through dark rituals that allow them to live as undead so that they can serve their mistresses forever. This monster makes an appearance as Cutrub Forayer, a 3/2 for 2 and a black that allows you to either exile 2 cards from a graveyard or destroy a creature that was damaged this turn. This game also features the cousins of the Cactuars. These are the Sabotenders, and like the Cactuars, they're known for using needles to attack their prey. Their card, however, is a 2/1 with reach for 1 and a red. It allows you to fire a needle in every direction and deal 1 damage to each opponent when you play a land. Speaking of which, on to Final Fantasy XI's lands. This set's forest shows off East Ranfur, an area just outside of Sandoria, and we even get to see a Sunderclaw crab in the art. Then we have Windhurst Federation, which, as the name suggests, shows off Windhurst, with flavor text talking about the Star Sibyl, the Tarutaru leader of Windhurst who can read the stars and predict the future. Moving on to 2006 and the release of Final Fantasy XII. This game is set in the world of Ivalice, where the empires of Arcadia and Rosaria are locked in a cold war as smaller kingdoms like Dalmasca become pawns in their struggle. The game starts with Arcadia invading Dalmasca, resulting in the death of their king and the presumed suicide of their heir, Princess Ashe. 2 years later, a street urchin named Vaughn breaks into the royal palace and comes across Ashe, who is now leading a resistance against the Empire, a pair of sky pirates named Balthier and Fran, and the knight accused of killing the king, Bosch. As the group journeys across Ivalice, they uncover the role of magical stones called Nethicite, as well as the immortal beings who have guarded history from the shadows called the Ocuria. Meanwhile, the Arcadian prince Vayne Carudus Solidor seeks to defy the Ocuria and claim power for humanity, while Ashe struggles with whether to use the destructive power of Nethicite to reclaim her throne or to forge a new path forward. So, on to our heroes, beginning with Vaughn, Street Thief. This is a 2/2 for 2 and a red that allows you to exile and cast the top card of your opponent's deck whenever one or more scouts, pirates, or rogues hit them. If you choose not to cast that card, you still get a treasure token, so Vaughn never leaves empty-handed. However, if you do cast a spell that you don't own, Vaughn places a +1/+1 counter on each scout, pirate, or rogue that you control. And this is of course in line with his dream of being a sky pirate, as well as how he joins up with Balthier and Fran, who are themselves sky pirates. Vaughn also appears in Vaughn Aspiring Sky Pirate, which is a reskin of Captain Lannery Storm, another pirate that makes treasure tokens in line with this theme. Finally, Vaughn can be seen on Undercity Dire Rat, reflecting one of the first missions in the early game where you have to clear out a bunch of rats to get your reward. This is a 2/2 for 1 and a black that creates a treasure token when it dies. Our next party members are Balthier and Fran. Both of these characters left their homeland seeking adventure by becoming sky pirates. Balthier was an Arcadian noble who turned away from imperial life, while Fran is from a tribe of secluded Viera who couldn't stand that isolated life anymore and wished to leave the forest. Balthier and Fran are a 4/3 for 1, a red and a green, and as each of these characters use range attacks in the game, they have reach. And as sky pirates, they give your vehicles +1/+1, vigilance, and reach so that they can help you take down any aerial threats. Finally, in line with their partnership allowing for more dynamic attacks, if you crew a vehicle with them, you can pay 3 to get an extra combat phase. Balthier's airship, the Strahl, also makes an appearance as a reskin for Smuggler's Copter. Next up we have Ashe, Princess of Dalmasca, a 3/2 for 2 and a white, and when she attacks, you can search the top 5 cards of your library for an artifact, and then add that to your hand. A reference to the role of Nethicite that plays a huge part in Ashe's story and development. On that note though, Ashe comes to a very difficult decision to either destroy a large fragment of Nethicite called the Suncrest, or to use it to take revenge against the kingdom that attacked her homeland and to bring her nation back into power. This moment is seen in Fate of the Suncrest, an instant for 4 and a white that can destroy a non-land permanent, which makes sense as the Suncrest can easily wipe something off the map. However, you do get a 2-mana discount if you target a tapped creature, which is thematically excellent as, in most cases, that would mean that that creature attacked you, making this a great way of showing how easy it would be for Ashe to retaliate against Arcadia. Speaking of Arcadia, we have Wall of Omen's new art, which depicts the imperial city of Arcades. Here is where we find the Draklor laboratories and confront Dr. Sid. Final Fantasy XII's main villain is Vayne Solidor, a prince of Arcadia who tries to steal the throne through manipulation, always putting forward a hopeful and diplomatic face to the public, but secretly scheming to reshape Ivalice by overthrowing the Ocuria. Vayne appears on Vayne Carudus Solidor, a new version of Finn the Fangbearer, where we see him standing behind his brother Larsa. He also is shown on Vayne's Treachery, an instant for 1 and a black that can give a creature -2/-2, or you can kick it by sacrificing an artifact to give it -6/-6 instead. This scene reflects the moment where Emperor Gramus dies, and Vayne takes temporary control over the throne due to Larsa's age. Another powerful opponent is Gabranth. He is the twin brother of Bosch, who grew up to resent Bosch after he abandoned his people to join the Dalmascan military. This ultimately resulted in Gabranth being alone with their mother, who went on to die in poverty. This bitterness led Gabranth to join the Arcadian Empire, where he rose to prominence to become the Judge Magister, which we see on Judge Magister Gabranth, a 2/2 with Menace for a white and a black. He gains a +1/+1 counter whenever another creature or artifact dies. As an enforcer for the Arcadian Empire, Gabranth ruthlessly takes the life of anyone who opposes them, or anything that could be a potential threat, and with each completed mission, his notoriety and position in the Empire improves. A personal favorite set of quests in Final Fantasy XII are the monster hunts, which we see in side quest Hunt the Mark. On the bounty board, we see requests for the Flowering Cactoid, White Moose, Carrot the Marlboro, Trickster the Chocobo, Feral Retriever, Dextera, the Cluckatrice, and most importantly for this card, Yasmat. Hunt the Mark is an enchantment for 3 and 2 black that destroys a creature when it enters. Then, during your end step, if a creature died this turn, you can make a treasure token. Finally, if you control 3 treasure tokens, you can transform this card. This is essentially how the hunts work in-game. Kill a monster, earn a reward, and once you've cleared enough of these or progressed through the story, you gain access to higher tier hunts. The last of which is Yasmat, the strongest boss in the game, who has an insane 50 million health. I don't know if you've ever looked up a monster on a game's wiki and seen that the first thing the wiki says about them is that it will take at least an hour to kill them, and going on to say that it will probably take you longer unless you are very high leveled and very good at the game. I don't know if I've ever seen that before, kinda crazy. But if you can take this monster down, you will be declared Ivalice's greatest hunter and earn the Godslayer badge, 1/3 of the requirements to get the Worm Hero Blade. Fitting to this boss's incredible health pool, Yasmat Ultimate Mark is a 5/6 which can make itself indestructible if you sacrifice an artifact or a creature, ensuring that your opponents will be fighting this monster for a long time. As I mentioned, one of the marks we hunt is Trickster the Chocobo, but that's not the only Chocobo in the game. In fact, there is one much more feared and much more deadly. The level 99 red Chocobo has a 1 in 256 chance to spawn in the Howlow Green area once several conditions have been met, and this insanely powerful spawn's most iconic attack is the Choco Comet, blasting the party for upwards of 5k each. Fitting to this, Choco Comet is a sorcerer for X and 2 red that deals X damage to any player, and of course, you get the added benefit of also getting a Chocobo bird token. But on to Final Fantasy XII's lands. Firstly, we have a Full Art Plains, which is perfect for showing off Giza Plains, an early game area near Rabanastre that changes pretty drastically depending on if you visit it during the dry or rainy season. Speaking of Rabanastre, we have Rabanastre Royal City. This is the capital of Dalmasca and the home to several members of the main cast. And finally, City of Brass gets reskinned as Bujerba Floating City, showing the city that floats thanks to Levistone. In 2009, Final Fantasy XIII was released. The game is set in a divided world, the artificial paradise of Cocoon that is suspended in the sky, and the untamed wilds of Grand Pulse which lay below. The story begins when a former soldier named Lightning launches a personal mission to save her sister Sarah, who is branded as a l'Cie, essentially a person chosen by divine beings called Fal'Cie to carry out a specific mission or a focus. A lot of codenames in this game, we just kind of have to learn as we go. If a l'Cie fulfills their focus, they are turned into a crystal and enter an eternal slumber, and if they fail, they become a monstrous Seath. Lightning and her party, including Snow, Hope, Saz, Vanille, and Fang, find themselves branded as l'Cie after a failed rescue mission and are now fugitives from Cocoon's authoritarian government. Haunted by their cryptic focuses and pursued by Cocoon's ruthless military, the party struggles with their identities and the role that they're meant to play in this divine conflict. As the group travels through both Cocoon and Pulse, personal tensions begin to rise. Hope blames Snow for the death of his mother, Vanille hides a tragic secret, and Fang searches for her lost partner. Over time, they come to understand that the Fal'Cie seek to recreate the creator by causing massive destruction. Cocoon's Fal'Cie, Orphan, aims to sacrifice the entire population to summon their god Bunivelze. The l'Cie ultimately reject the roles forced on them and decide to forge their own destiny. In the climax, they confront Orphan and prevent the apocalypse, choosing self-sacrifice to save Cocoon. Ultimately, Vanille and Fang transform into a crystal pillar to support Cocoon above Pulse, preventing it from crashing and preserving countless lives in the process. The story ends on a bittersweet note as the remaining heroes are freed from their l'Cie curse, but must live without their crystallized friends. Lightning, our protagonist, born Claire Farron, adopted this codename after the death of her parents as a way of trying to become an adult faster. When Sarah is branded a l'Cie, Lightning initially refuses to believe it, but quickly takes up arms to fight the corrupted Cocoon government and the Fal'Cie who manipulate human lives like pawns. Lightning's first card, Lightning Security Sergeant, is a 2/3 with Menace for 2 and a red. Whenever Lightning hits a player, you can exile the top card of your library and play it as long as she is on your field. Lightning is all about forward momentum. Regardless of what she endures, she will press ahead and does all she can to rush towards a better future. As long as she survives, she can turn all of these sacrifices and loss into something better, and we see this impulse in her exiling of cards. They are wasted if Lightning dies, but while she stays alive and continues to fight, they will open the door to more possibilities in the future. Lightning Army of 1 is a 3/2 with First Strike, Trample, and Lifelink for 1, a red, and a white. In line with this much more aggressive set of keywords, we have Stagger. In the game, Stagger stagger was a mechanic which would fill a meter as your team chained attacks together until you hit an enemy's stagger point. When this happened, they would take a massive increase in damage from your party. On the card, it works pretty similarly actually. When lightning hits an opponent, that player and their permanents reach their stagger point and will take double damage for the rest of the turn. Finally, Lightning Lone Commando is an alt art for Ishin, 2 heavens as 1, and again leans into this constant attacking theme by doubling attack triggers. Lightning also appears on Thunder Magic, which, I mean, I know the spell is called Thunder, but every part of me wants this to be called Lightning Magic. Anyways, this is another tiered instant for 1 red that deals 2 damage to a creature by casting Thunder. Or you can pay 3 more to upgrade this to Thundara for 4 damage, or pay 6 to Thundaga with 8 damage. Then we have Lightning's sister, Sarah Farron. At the start of the game, Sarah becomes a Lassie, a branded servant of the Fal'Cie, and when she goes on to fulfill her focus, she is crystallized, seemingly lost forever. Sarah Farron is a 2/2 for 1, a white and a green, and discounts your first legendary each turn by 2 mana. Then, at the beginning of combat, if you have 2 or more other legendaries, you can transform her. Naturally, those 2 legendaries represent her connection to lightning and snow. Her other side is Crystallized Sarah, no longer a creature, just a legendary artifact. She maintains the same discount effect, but also gives your legendaries +2/+2. When Sarah turns to Crystal, Snow is crushed but not defeated. He takes it upon himself to protect Cocoon and make good on her promise to save it. As the story continues, his hero complex is tested, especially as he confronts the failure and collateral damage caused by his idealism. He joins the main group of Lassie not only to fight fate, but also to find meaning in Sarah's sacrifice and to preserve hope when all seems lost. His card, Snowvilliers, has 3 toughness, vigilance, and comes in for 2 and a white. His power, however, is equal to the number of creatures you control, which is pretty fitting for someone who sees himself as both a hero and a leader who pulls strength from his allies. Our next 2 characters, Fang and Vanille, will be covered together. They're both Lassie from Grand Pulse, chosen by Fal'Cie centuries before the events of Final Fantasy XIII. They were to become the monstrous Ragnarok and destroy Cocoon. However, when this plan failed, both women were left in crystal stasis and later awoke with no memory of their past mission. Vanille, feigning innocence, hides the truth of her role and her guilt, while Fang actively searches for her missing focus and protects Vanille at all costs. They ultimately make the decision to become Ragnarok once again, though this time to protect Cocoon rather than to destroy it. So let's take a look at their cards. Fang, Fearless Lassie, is a 2/3 for 2 and a black that draws you a card in exchange for 1 life when a creature leaves your grave, though it can only happen once per turn. Vanille, Cheerful Lassie, on the other hand, is a 3/2 for 3 and a green that mills 2 cards when she enters and returns another permanent from your graveyard to your hand. Each of these abilities relates to the idea of burying things in the past and digging them back up over time. At the beginning of your end step, if you have both of them on the field, you can then pay 5 to meld them together and create Ragnarok Divine Deliverance. This is a massive 7/6 with Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Reach, and Haste. And in the event that your opponent actually manages to kill it, you can both destroy a permanent and reanimate a non-legendary permanent from your graveyard. Fang also appears on Magic Damper, an instant for 1 blue, which gives a creature you control +1/+1 and hexproof for the turn while also untapping it. Next, we have Saz, a former civilian pilot turned Lassie against his will. His goal is to save his son Daj, who was branded as a Lassie by a Sanctum Fal'Cie and taken into government custody. While the others are fighting out of rebellion and fate, Saz is just a father caught up in the middle of a divine war. Saz is actually a massively important character when it comes to motivating and supporting the rest of the party on an emotional level, and this comes through in his card. Saz Katsuroy is a 3/3 for 3 and a green, and when he enters you can search your deck for either a bird or a basic land to add to hand. Then when he attacks you can put a +1/+1 counter on a creature and then double the number of counters that creature has. Naturally, this works really well with his trusty Chocobo, which we see in Saz's Chocobo. This is a 0/1 for a green that gets a +1/+1 counter whenever you play a land. We also have Saz's Summon, Brynhildr. While naturally a fire elemental, Saz can use end spells to change Brynhildr's element and make her incredibly versatile. And also, she can turn into a car, which is something we kind of miss out on in the card. Speaking of which, Summon Brynhildr is a 2/1 for 1 and a red with 3 chapters. The first is Chain, exiling the top card of your library and allowing you to play it for as long as you have Brynhildr on the field. Chapters 2 and 3 represent Gestalt mode, giving your next creature spell haste. So it can't turn into a car, but it can get your creatures moving, which almost counts. Finally, we have Hope, Hope is brought into the chaos when his mother is killed during the Sanctum Purge. He initially follows the group out of necessity, but over time he forms a strong bond with Lightning and begins to struggle with feeling powerless. This blossoms into a desire to help others, rather than allowing the need to take revenge to consume him. And ultimately, he becomes one of the most idealistic voices working towards saving Cocoon. Hope Estheim is a 2/2 with lifelink for a white and a blue, and during your end step he makes it so that each opponent mills a card for each point of life that you gain during your turn. It is a great way to show how Hope tries to stop the enemy with persistence and care rather than brute force. Hope also appears on this alt art of Cyclonic Rift called Hope's Arrow Magic. So we've talked about the l'Cie and their focuses quite a bit. However, in the event that a l'Cie fails to complete their focus, they will instead become a Seath. Horrific monsters that aren't quite alive and aren't quite dead, who are damned to wander until their corrupted bodies fall apart. We see one of these creatures in Shambling Seath, a 3/3 that enters tapped for 2 and a black. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Shambling Seath lets you pay 1 black mana, and if you do, you can return it from the graveyard to your hand. This is pretty in line with the Seath's inability to die, and the slow, unnatural way that they are forced to exist in their undeath. However, much bigger threats to the party exist. For example, the final boss of the game, Orphan. Orphan is a supreme fallacy created by the fallacy Eden to power and maintain the floating world of Cocoon. Though it appears to be divine, Orphan is a manipulative force that seeks to bring about its own destruction in order to awaken the Maker, a godlike being that abandoned the world in the past. It manipulates both the Sanctum's government and the party's journey, hoping that the l'Cie will fulfill their focus by destroying it and thus cause the fall of Cocoon, triggering a massive sacrifice and a divine reappearance. Orphan appears in the new art for Muldrotha the Gravetide, and specifically Orphan Cocoon Fallacy appears to be in its shell form in this card. Keeping on the trend of the fallacy, we have Thrum of the Vestige, our second Lightning Bolt reskin in the set, this time depicting the Vestige, an ancient fallacy structure hidden in the cocoon where the dormant anima lies. The Vestige also appears on Final Fantasy XIII's Full Art Island. The fallacy are also brought up in yet another alt art, this time in the Carpet of Flowers being redesigned as Fallacy's Paradise. This depicts the world of Cocoon. Now onto an iconic monster in the 13 games, the Ochu, a deadly plant monster which gets a few boss battles where a swarm of smaller Microchu support him. The Grand Pulse Ochu is a 1/1 with Death Touch for 1 green, but you can pay 8 to give him +1/+1 for each permanent in your graveyard for the rest of the turn, essentially giving us both the small Microchus and the big Ochu in one body. And as for the last Final Fantasy XIII card, we have Eden, Seat of the Sanctum, a townland that taps for a colorless mana, or which can allow you to pay 5, mill 2, and sacrifice it to return a permanent from your graveyard to your hand. This is of course in line with the Big Bad's plan to destroy Cocoon so that it can resummon the creator. And that brings us to 2010 with another MMO and the release of Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV takes place in Hydaelyn, a world that is blessed by a magical crystal, which is also called Hydaelyn, and so to keep things easy, we're going to refer to the world as its other common name, the Source. Much like earlier Final Fantasies, we follow the Warrior of Light, a flexible player character that can become whatever you want or need them to be. A great demonstration of this is in Champions from Beyond, an enchantment for X and 2 whites that creates X hero tokens when it enters. It then has the abilities Light Party and Full Party. When your party is light, meaning you are attacking with 4 or more creatures, you can scry 2 and then draw a card. Or if your party is full, meaning that you're attacking with 8 or more creatures, those creatures get +4/+4 for the turn. So this is flavorful for a few reasons. Firstly, and most obviously, the card's art is full of different races and jobs that the player is able to choose between. This card is literally the embodiment of you and your friends signing on together and your Warriors of Light coming together. But then there's the party mechanic. In Final Fantasy XIV, if you are in a light party, meaning you have between 4 and 7 members, you will all get a small boost to HP, MP, and accuracy. But if you are in a full party, meaning you have 8 members, this boost is doubled. The Warrior of Light, as well as several members of the Scion of the Seventh Dawn, who we will talk about shortly, appear on the reskin of Dovin's Veto, now called Shadowbringers, which is a reference to the 3rd expansion release. These characters then make another appearance on Endwalker, the alt art for Brainstorm, which represents the 4th expansion. Art from Endwalker also appears on Newfound Adventure, a reskin of Farseek which shows off the Newfound Adventure patch from 2022. And on the topic of our player characters, we also have the Duty Journal being shown in Tome of Legends. complete with quest objectives, stickers, and reward markers. But from the Warriors of Light, let's jump over to the named characters that are present in Final Fantasy XIV. Since we don't have party members in the traditional sense, this is about as close as we get. That said, we do have the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. The Scions formed after the fall of the Circle of Knowing and the Path of 12, two groups that studied the Primals and the Echo, a power that allowed individuals to experience other people's memories and to remain unaffected by the Tempering, which is the mind-controlling influence of the Primals. These characters are often some of the most important allies for the Warriors of Light, as well as the narrative backbone through each expansion. So let's start off our look at the Scions with Y'shtola Rule. She began as a conjurer and later evolves into a powerful sorceress and an expert in etherical studies. Over the course of the game, Y'shtola represents sacrifice and safety for the good of others, most notably when she uses a forbidden teleportation spell that traps her in the life stream between worlds. When she's finally rescued, she returns with a deeper connection to Aether, though in exchange she loses her eyesight. Over time, she embraces deeper forms of magic, including researching into the flow of time and the fabric of existence. Y'shtola Rule appears in a 3/5 for 4 and 2 blue, who can blink one of your other creatures at your end step, and then she can give you a second end step for the turn, referencing both her habit of briefly falling out of existence and her research into time. Her second card, Y'shtola Knight's Blessed, is a 2/4 with vigilance for 1, a white, a blue, and a black. Again, we are focusing on the end step, allowing you to draw a card if a player lost 4 or more life that turn. On top of that, when you cast non-creature spells that cost 3 or more, she pings each opponent for 2 and gives you 2 life. Y'shtola also appears on the new art of Voidrend, blasting a void scent with her magic. Following her, we have Alphino and Alice Levelieu. These are a set of twins and the grandchildren of a great scholar named Luceau Levelieu. They quickly become allies to the Warriors of Light, with Alphino being a confident but naive sage who relies on diplomacy and strategy, while Alice is an emotional and impulsive red mage. In Magic, these two are partners, allowing them to rely on each other and make up for each other's weaknesses. Alphino is a 2/4 with vigilance for 3 and a blue, which allows you to draw a card whenever you play your second spell each turn. This leans into his tactical mindset and ensures that you always have resources when you need to take action. His sister, Alice, is a 3/2 with First Strike that uses dual cast to make your second spell each turn cost 2 less. She's all about acting quickly, and every part of this card shows that. Alphino also appears being arrested on the new art for propaganda. Their grandfather, Luceau Levelier, founded the Circle of Knowing, which made up half of the group that composed the Scions. During the 7th Umbral Calamity, the Garlean Empire summoned the Elder Primal Bahamut, and with the realm under threat of being annihilated, Luceau used an ancient ritual to seal Bahamut away using the 12, the ancient deities who once walked Eorzea. However, the ritual failed when the gods refused to answer, so instead, Luceau turned the spell into a sacrificial teleportation, using all of his remaining power in order to scatter the Warriors of Light across time and space to save them from destruction. Impressed by him at this point, the 12 ultimately decided to bless him after all, and with their power he was able to temporarily turn into a primal himself, which was strong enough to stop Bahamut's final attack. However, Luceau's body would fall apart moments later. This moment is captured in Luceau's Sacrifice, an instant for 1 blue that counters an activated or triggered ability or a non-creature spell, with the caveat that you must either sacrifice a legendary creature or pay 2 more mana to cast it. Luceau's staff can be seen in Talisman of Progress, representing the sacrifice he made and how it allowed for the world to move forward. Also connected to the twins is Urianger. This is our resident astrologian who reads and plays cards for magical effects. He acts as a seer and tactician who often works in the background while the other scions take action. His card, Urianger Agarelt, is a 1/3 for a white and a blue that really plays into this quite a bit. Whenever you play a land or cast a spell from exile, Urianger allows you to gain 2 life. This leans into his ability and interest in prophesying, as well as looking into the future through his cards. And so, when you play with exiled cards, he is interacting with the unseen in a way that others can't. He also has 2 abilities tied to the Arcanum. Draw Arcanum lets you look at the top card of your library and exile it face down, while Play Arcanum lets you play those cards with a 2 mana discount. Notably, these abilities allow you to always have a card to play to benefit the twins' abilities, which makes them a very thematically fitting resource engine. Following Urianger is Thancred. When he was a young thief, his life was changed when he tried to steal from Luceau. Rather than turning him in, Luceau decided to have Thancred use his talents for the Circle of Knowing, and over time, Thancred studied and became an Archon, specializing in being a spy. When it came time for the Circle to become the Scions, Thancred followed and became an early member. His biggest shift comes in Shadowbringers when the Scions are pulled into an alternate world known as the First. Here, he finds himself in a new body and no longer able to use magic. However, he adapts by becoming a gunbreaker instead. While in this world, he becomes the Guardian of Reen. Thancred Waters is a 3/5 for 4 and a white who sneaks into the fray with flash. In line with his new role as a Guardian, Thancred has Royal Guard, allowing him to make another legendary permanent indestructible while he is on the field. On top of that, anytime you cast a non-creature spell, Thancred becomes indestructible for the turn. Next up is Tataru Taru. Tataru is more of a background member, acting as the chief administrator, financier, quartermaster, recruiter, and emotional support system for the Scions. While she might not be the one on the battlefield who takes on the world-ending threats, she is arguably one of the single most important members in ensuring the Scions' survival. Tataru Taru is a 0/3 for 1 and a white, again showing that they aren't meant for battle. However, when she enters, she allows you and one opponent to draw a card, creating a sense of camaraderie, politics, or trade to keep you and your allies safe. She then has Scion's Secretary, which allows you to create a treasure token once each turn if an opponent draws when it isn't their turn. Following Tataru, we have G'raha Tia. G'raha's ancestors were entrusted with the royal bloodline of the Allagan Empire, giving him access to the Allagan Eye. During A Realm Reborn, he would learn about his role in restoring the Crystal Tower as a beacon of hope, and ultimately he seals it off with him inside. 200 years later, he awakens and learns about the 8th Umbral Calamity that ends up taking the lives of the Warriors of Light and the Scions. To prevent this, G'raha partially fuses with the tower so that he can pull you into his time to help, though he does accidentally summon the Scions first. Together, you fend off the force which will destroy his timeline and which would have eventually spread into our own. Once the players put an end to this threat, G'raha uses the Crystal Tower to merge his memories and abilities with the G'raha of our own time, and that version of him joins the Scions. Which brings us to G'raha Tia, Scion Reborn. This cat wizard is a 2/3 with lifelink for a white, a blue, and a black. And much like the him from the future, he is all about summoning heroes. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you can pay life equal to that spell's mana value to summon X hero tokens with X +1/+1 counters on them. However, you can only do this once each turn. G'raha Tia is also a 3/5 with reach for 4 and a white. Here he has the ability Allagan Eye, meaning whenever one or more of your other creatures or artifacts die, you can draw a card. Though again, this only happens once per turn. The more G'raha is willing to sacrifice or the more people he loses, the more he can continue to move forward. The G'raha, which merges with the Crystal Tower, can also be found in the reskin of Coveted Jewel. Similarly, Dig Through Time's new art shows the moment that G'raha uses the Crystal Tower's power to transcend time and space and travel to the source. Our next Scion is Estenian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon of Ishgard, their greatest hero, who has some incredibly powerful equipment like the Gaebolg Spear and the Eye of Nidhogg, which imbues him with immense dragonic aether and slowly corrupts him over time, leading to him being possessed. Estenian Verilo is a 3/3 for 2, a white, and a black that gains flying on your turn and a +1/+1 counter whenever you cast a non-creature spell. This is in line with other dragoons in the set, though we are adding an element of powerful magic as well. During your second main phase, Estinian lets you draw cards and lose life based on the amount of damage that he or a dragon dealt to an opponent this turn, representing his great strength and the cost of using the Eye of Nidhogg's power. Speaking of which, the Eye of Nidhogg also gets its own card as well, an aura for 2 and a black that turns a creature into a 4/2 dragon with flying and death touch. However, it loses control of itself and becomes goaded. That said, getting rid of this curse is far from easy, as when the eye is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, you can return it to its owner's hand. As I mentioned, he also wields the Gaebolg, which makes an appearance in Dragoon's Lance, an equipment for 1 and a white that creates a hero as it enters. The Lance gives the attached creature +1 power, makes them a knight, and gives them flying during your turn, essentially giving them access to the jump ability. Following him is Kryl, one of the most spiritually attuned Scions and a powerful user of Echo, which allows her to perceive the souls and memories of others. She was asked to use this power to help find the missing members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, though she does join up as an official member afterwards. Kryl Balderson is a 2/1 with lifelink for a white and a blue with Trace Acer. Once per turn, this activates when you cast a non-creature spell, allowing you to return a creature from your graveyard to your hand that costs as much as the spell you cast. So again, Kryl helps us find our lost allies. On to the most fun name in the entire set, Papalymo Totolimo. Papalymo is a genius Lalafell mage and one of the earliest members of the Scion. He often partners with Ida, who we later learn is Lys, and while she provides the brawn, Papalymo brings the brains as an absolute master of magic. In Heaven's Ward, Ilberd summons the primal Shinryu in hopes of destroying the region, and as a last resort, Papalymo uses Luso's staff and channels all of his magic into a containment barrier which costs his life, but ultimately manages to seal Shinryu in a cocoon of light. His card is a 1/2 for a white and a black that drains 1 health whenever you cast a non-creature spell. You can also pay for and sacrifice Papalymo to force each player who lost life this turn to sacrifice their creature with the most power. And our final major member of the Scion is Lys Hext. Lys first appears in A Realm Reborn using the alias Ida, a masked Scion of the 7th Dawn who serves as a pugilist alongside Papalymo. After Papalymo's tragic death in Heaven's Ward, Lys reveals the truth. She isn't the original Ida, who is actually her older sister, and her real name is Lys. She had been masquerading as her sister out of guilt and grief, but with Papalymo gone, she decides to embrace her true identity. Lys Hext appears as a 2/2 with prowess for 1, a white, and a blue. She discounts your non-creature spells by 1 mana, and gains double strike if you've cast 2 or more non-creature spells that turn. With that though, we can move on to our non-Scions, starting with Ardbert. When we explore the first, we come across this version of the Warrior of Light, and this is Ardbert, the Warrior of Darkness. He and his companions travel the realm defeating primals and driving back the force of darkness, but they are too successful and unbalance their world. This allows light to overwhelm everything and creates the Flood of Light, which threatens to erase all of life on the first. As such, Ardbert, Warrior of Darkness, is all about embracing and disrupting this sense of balance. When you cast a white or black spell, your legendary creatures get +1/+1 counters. The white spells also give them vigilance, while black gives them menace. Speaking of the Flood of Light, we can also see this represented on the new art for Cleansing Nova. Onto what is easily one of the best villains that Final Fantasy has ever offered. Long before the current story, Emet-Selch lived as Hades, a member of the ancient godlike civilization of Amarot. He served as one of the 14 Convocation members, holding the seat of Emet-Selch, which was a title passed down among its chosen officials. When he was younger, Hades was close friends with Hythlodaeus and Venat, 2 other influential figures at the time. When the final day began, this being an apocalyptic event caused by aetheric imbalance and fear manifesting into destruction, Hades, along with the other members of the Convocation, became desperate for a solution. At Venat's request, the people created Zodiark, a god of order, to halt the chaos. In exchange for Zodiark's power, a portion of their population was sacrificed. The crisis ended, but when the Convocation proposed more sacrifices to restore the world fully, Venat objected. She and her followers summoned Hydaelyn to oppose Zodiark, and the resulting clash sundered the world into 14 shards, killing most of the Amarot population and fragmenting the survivors' souls. Before moving on, we can see Zodiark on his card, Zodiark Umbral God, an indestructible 5/5 for 5 black that forces every player to sacrifice half of their non-god creatures. He also gains a +1/+1 counter whenever a player sacrifices any of their creatures, becoming more powerful based on the number of lives given to his cause. After the Sundering, Hades was one of the few who survived with his soul intact, becoming an immortal Aesion. As Emet-Selch, he worked over millennia to rejoin the shards of the world and restore the ancient civilization he had lost. This required orchestrating disasters and calamities across the source to cause the rejoining of each shard. Events which killed countless people, but which moved the worlds closer to becoming whole again. Over the centuries, Emet-Selch possessed various historical figures, including Solus Zaz Galvis, the founder of the Garlean Empire, in hopes of manipulating the course of history. While guiding the Empire's rise, he also laid the groundwork for further rejoinings by leading towards war and magical instability. During the events of Shadowbringers, Emet-Selch takes a more direct role in the story. Posing as a diplomat, he shadows the Warrior of Light and the Scions in the first, observing them and subtly challenging their beliefs. Eventually, he reveals his true identity and attempts to bring about the Flood of Darkness to counteract the light that is devouring the first. So, with that all said, let's take a look at his cards. First up, Emet-Selch of the Third Seat, a 3/4 for 2, a black and a blue, which gives spells cast from the graveyard a 2 mana discount. Then, once per turn, whenever your opponents lose life, you can cast an instant or sorcery from your graveyard. All of which are very fitting abilities for someone obsessed with bringing back what was lost in the past. Emet-Selch Unsundered appears as a 2/4 with Vigilance for 1, a blue, and a black. When he enters or attacks, you can draw and then discard a card, and then if there are 14 or more cards in your graveyard at your upkeep, you can transform him. We can consider these cards you are cycling through and the count in your graveyard as the 14 fragmented worlds which he is trying to bring together. Once these worlds are ready to be reunited, he becomes Hades, Sorcerer of Eld, a 6/6 with Vigilance that has the new ability Echo of the Lost, which allows you to play cards from your graveyard, though if any new cards would be sent to the graveyard, they are exiled instead. At one point, Emet-Selch talks about how killing the people who live in the fragmented worlds shouldn't be considered murder, as he doesn't consider them to truly be alive. They are fragments created from shards of the one true world, and as such, it is only right that they are erased for that world to be reunited. So he only acknowledges the cards from the past, those in the graveyard, while he lets everything else in the new world fade away from existence. Really cool representation of his story. Emet-Selch also appears in a few reskins. Firstly, Emet-Selch Ascian is a new form of Kurik, son of Yawgmoth. As well, we have a new art for Vindicate, showing off Emet-Selch's last moments and quoting his last words in its flavor text. That said, we do have a few cards which are also related to Emet-Selch. For example, the Final Days. This is the apocalypse which sundered the world, and is a sorcery for 2 and 2 black that creates 2 tapped 2/2 horror tokens. However, if cast by its flashback cost, it will create tokens equal to the number of creatures in your graveyard instead, which checks out as people like Fandaniel, who we can talk about shortly, act to bring about the second set of Final Days. The art of this card shows off the End Beast Rampage, specifically Svarbanu, the final boss that we fight in Vanaspati. Now, along with Hades, we have Hermes, another member of the Amarant. Hermes held the title of Fandaniel, a seat of the Convocation similar to Emet-Selch. Before joining the Convocation, he served as the chief overseer of Elpis, a celestial research facility where new life forms were tested before being introduced into the world. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Hermes questioned the cold, utilitarian logic of the Amartine society. He believed that life, even flawed or dangerous life, deserved a chance to grow and choose. This perspective put him at odds with the more rigid members of the Convocation, and he often felt burdened by the weight of his role, especially since his duties involved evaluating which creations were worthy of existence and which should be erased. During his time in Elpis, Hermes created Meteion, a being composed of many clones all linked by a shared consciousness. This bird girl was designed to explore the stars and discover the meaning of life. And so Meteion and her sisters traveled to countless worlds, but the results were devastating. Every civilization that she visited had fallen into despair or extinction. Unable to fully process these outcomes, the Meteion Collective reached a nihilistic conclusion, that being that life is meaningless and suffering is inevitable. Hermes was horrified and overwhelmed by the implication of this, but refused to let the Convocation erase Meteion. Instead, he took drastic actions, using his authority as Fandaniel to erase the memories of everyone present, including himself and Venat, before launching Meteion into space, hoping to shield her from judgment and give her time to find an answer on her own. This event, though it was forgotten by everyone there, laid the foundation for the Final Days. As Meteion's despair grew, she returned to Etheris and triggered a calamity that would eventually cause the world to unravel. After the Sundering, Hermes' soul was reincarnated many times, but fragments of his identity and his will persisted. Long afterwards, one of his shards would become Fandaniel again. This post-Sundering Fandaniel believed that existence was meaningless and wanted to recreate the Final Days. Not to restore Amarant like the other Ascians, but to end all life. Hermes, Overseer of Elpis, is a 2/4 for 3 and a blue, and much like his role on Elpis, he creates life. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Hermes creates a 1/1 bird token with flying and vigilance. And then when you attack with those birds, you can scry too. This bird token is Meteion, flying to different worlds, watching over them with vigilance, and ultimately deciding their fate by scrying. As he continues down his darker path though, we have Fandaniel Telophoroi Ascian. This is a 4/5 for 4 and a black that lets you surveil whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, an ability in line with him trying to guide the future and throw the world into destruction, or at least into the graveyard. At the beginning of your end step, Fandaniel asks opponents to sacrifice a non-token creature of their choice. If they don't, they lose 2 life for each instant or sorcery in your graveyard. As for the art on this one, this shows the moment that Fandaniel steals the power of Zodiark before Xenos can take it for himself. Speaking of Xenos, we have Xenos Ye Galvus, who was born into the imperial family of Garlemald as the son of Emperor Varys. From childhood, he saw the world as dull and empty. He crushed every opponent he faced, became a master of swordsmanship, gunblade combat, and later even ethereal manipulation through artificial means. However, despite his status, he felt no purpose and was consumed by boredom until he met the Warrior of Light. This was the first person to really challenge him, and so he became totally obsessed with the idea of battling this worthy rival. To this end, he tries to recreate the final days with Fandaniel to force the Warrior of Light into the ultimate battle, a fight which of course actually ends up happening and ends with his defeat. Xenos Ye Galvus is all about this theme of rivalry. He's a 4/4 for 3 and 2 black, and when he enters, the ability My First Friend activates. You choose the creature an opponent controls, and until the end of the turn, all creatures except that one and Xenos get -2/-2. When you do manage to remove that target, Xenos transforms into Shiryu, Transcendent Rival. Xenos merges with the primal Shinryu, and out of pure force of will manages to gain control over it, resulting in an 8/8 with flying. When Xenos becomes Shinryu, you can choose an opponent, and when that player loses, you win the game. This is the perfect rivalry card, showing off Xenos' obsession with his first friend. Xenos also appears in the art of Magitech's Scythe. After becoming a Reaper, Xenos channels Void Scent energy through his weapon, allowing him to benefit with his newfound obsession with battle. This is a 4-mana equipment that gives a creature +2/+1 and automatically attaches when it enters. And if it equips this way, it gives that creature first strike and forces your opponent to block them if able. On to Gaius von Baelser. Gaius is a high-ranking general for the Garlean Empire and was introduced as the main antagonist for A Realm Reborn. Rather than blind nationalism or loyalty to the Empire, Gaius respects strength, order, and justice above all, and despises the worship of the primals as he believes they are tools used to manipulate and spiritually enslave the population. Gaius von Baelser is a 3/2 for 2 and a black that forces opponents to make a difficult choice. You can force them to sacrifice a creature token, a non-token creature, or an enchantment. And since gods, like the primals, tend to be enchantments in Magic, that last one is especially fitting. Gaius can also be seen on the reskin of Rite of Replication, in which we see Gaius summoning phantoms of himself to attack his enemies. Gaius' mask appears on Talisman of Dominance's new art, that being a reference to how he is used and controlled by the Ascian. And finally, Gaius' stronghold, the Praetorium, can be seen on this set's Bastion of Remembrance. Alright, returning to the Ancients, once again, we have Venet. Venet's title in the Convocation was Azam, and she stood starkly opposed to the idea of sacrificing lives to summon Zodiark in hopes of stopping the final days, as she believed that this would only delay the world's collapse rather than actually solving the problem or preventing it. Instead, Venet chose another path, offering herself as the core of a new primal, Hydaelyn, a force of hope meant to oppose Zodiark's stagnation. With her followers' aid, she sundered the world into the Source and the 13 Reflections, giving life and fate room to evolve rather than being frozen in sacrifice. Importantly, she also intentionally introduced a flaw into the sundering, sparing Emet-Selch, Elidibus, and Lahabrea. Venet appears on Venet, Heart of Hydaelyn, a 3/3 for 1 and 2 whites that lets you draw a card once per turn when casting a legendary spell. Her ability, Hero Sundering, costs 7, exiles a non-land permanent, and transforms her into Hydaelyn, the Mother Crystal, an indestructible 4/4 with Blessing of Light, an ability that puts a +1/+1 counter on one of your other creatures at the start of combat. On top of that, that creature becomes indestructible until your next turn. Then, if that creature was legendary, you can also draw a card. Hydaelyn makes one more appearance on Into the Story's new reskin. Now, from something truly tragic to slapstick humor. Hildebrand, the Manderville Man, is a character from a line of slapstick joke quests. These ultimately result in him being caught in an explosion and dying, only for him to show up years later, seemingly completely fine, if not a little bit undead, though he does explain that he had a great nap when we see him. Hildebrand Mandeville is a 2/2 for 1 and a white that gives your tokens +1/+1. When he dies, you are able to cast his adventure from the grave until the end of your next turn. And speaking of his adventure, Gentleman's Rise is an instant for 2 and a black that makes a 2/2 zombie token. Fitting to his story, Hildebrand's art shows a bomb flying towards him, and he even gets a unique zombie token which shares the same pose as his card. Roban is from the militaristic nation of Alamigo, which was conquered by the Garlean Empire. After the fall of his homeland, he became a gladiator, eventually rising through the ranks and earning his freedom along with immense wealth in the process. However, Roban didn't retire. Instead, he purchased a seat on the Syndicate, which was Uldal's ruling council. His card shows off a moment where he and the Sultana of Ulda are betrayed by a group of scheming merchants. After the queen is poisoned, one of the conspirators taunts Roban, only for Roban to cut them in half and challenge anyone else to try him. Roban, Bull of Alamigo, is a 2/2 for 1 and a red. He has Ward, which forces opponents to pay life equal to his power to target him. Then, whenever he attacks, you can attach an equipment you control to an attacking creature. Roban's ward ability, where the player has to pay life to target him, is a reference to the infamous Roban EX incident from Stormblood's launch. Early in the expansion, players were required to speak with Roban to start a solo instance. But server overload from thousands of players trying to trigger this at once led to a massive queue failure, effectively blocking all players' progress through the main story. For days, Roban became an immovable gatekeeper, sparking memes, frustration, and the legendary status as a boss more powerful than anything in the expansion. He is truly all-powerful, and if you are gonna try and get past him, you are going to need to be willing to risk your life, or at least your game instance closing, which might be worse. Roban also appears on a Realm Reborn, an enchantment for 4 and 2 green that lets your other permanents tap for any color of mana. The art reflects the rebirth of Eorzea after the 7th Umbral Calamity. After Bahamut nearly wiped the world clean, the realm begins to rebuild under the unified states of Gridania, Lominsa, and Ulda, with each of their leaders being on this card. Next up we have Matoya, a legendary Charlayan Archmage who served as Y'shtola's mentor and appears on Matoya Archon Elder, a 1/4 for 2 and a blue that allows you to draw whenever you scry or surveil. These are a set of keywords that are very tied to spellcasters, so Matoya benefiting from all the triggers shows his mastery over magic and those who wield it. The Wandering Minstrel appears several times through Final Fantasy XIV and provides high-end challenges for the players. More importantly though, this guy is based on Naoki Yoshida, the game's director. Wandering Minstrel is a 1/3 for a green and a blue, and lets all of your lands enter untapped. Then, at the beginning of combat on your turn, if you have at least 5 towns, you can make a 2/2 elemental token. Finally, he allows you to pay 3 and Wooburg to give your creatures +X+X equal to the number of towns you control. The Namuza are a fish-like beast tribe known for their flair for business, love of festivals, and tendency to stumble headfirst into disaster. In their questline, they set out to host a grand festival in hopes of proving their worth to the gods and avoiding total oblivion. Namuza Trader is a 3/4 for 3 and a black, and when it enters the battlefield you lose 1 life to create a treasure token. Then, whenever it attacks, you can sacrifice another creature or artifact, and if you do, you can surveil 2. Laviva Heavens Reader is the founder of modern astrologian practices, and a key figure in the astrologian job quest. While not a named legendary creature, she appears in the art and flavor text for Archmage Emeritus' reskin. The new art for Authority of Councils shows Yotsuyu, the Garlean-appointed Imperial Viceroy of Doma, standing above a beaten subject as onlookers watch in silence. Dark Confidant's new art depicts a robed Ascian, and we also get a few Moogle cards in Final Fantasy XIV. Cloudbound Moogle is a 2/3 for 3 and 2 white, which has flying. When it enters the battlefield, it puts a +1/+1 counter on another creature, and it also has plane cycling for 2. Much cooler though is the Delivery Moogle. This is a support character stationed all over the world that runs the Moogle delivery service. It allows players to send and receive mail or gifts to one another. Delivery Moogle is a 3/2 with flying for 3 and a white. When it enters, you can search your library or grave for an artifact that costs 2 or less and add it to your hand. Essentially, they can retrieve your packages for you, but let's not make the Moogles carry anything too heavy. And finally, Loporrit Scout, a member of a rabbit-like race created by Hydaelyn to oversee construction of an ark in case of global emergency. In line with the Noah's Ark theme of keeping creatures safe, this card is a 3/2 for 2 and a green that gets +1/+1 whenever another creature enters your field. Now, on to Final Fantasy XIV's monsters. We got a new art for Baleful Strix, one of my favorite cards in Magic, that shows off a Skatain, which is a magically enhanced owl-like bird. Hredsvelgr is one of the 7 children of Midgardsormr, making him a member of the First Brood, the original generation of dragons born on Hydaelyn. Long ago, Hredsvelgr fell in love with a mortal woman named Emet-Selch, who became the primal Shiva after forming a deep bond with him. Through her, Hredsvelgr came to understand the fleeting beauty and tragedy of mortal lives. However, after Shiva's death, he went on to isolate himself. The Warrior of Light and the Scions seek his help to stop the Dragon Song War, and though he initially refuses to intervene, he does ultimately choose to aid the Warrior of Light, inspired by Shiva's ideals of coexistence and trust between races. Hredsvelgr of the First Brood is a 5/5 for 4 and 2 blue, with Flying, Vigilance, and Ward 2. His ability Shiva's Aid triggers both when he enters and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, granting a creature +1 power and making them unblockable for the turn. Hredsvelgr can also be seen on Crux of Fate's reskin in his battle against Nidhogg. Then we have Hypnotic Sprite and Murderous Rider, both creatures with adventures that get new arts featuring the Ice Sprite and the Pale Rider respectively. Another fairy can be found on Ilmeg Pixie, a 2/1 with flying that surveils when it attacks. And then we have Omega, one of Final Fantasy XIV's most powerful enemies. This is a legendary war machine from beyond the stars, as Omega is not native to Hydaelyn, but arrives as an autonomous alien construct with the singular goal of analyzing and evolving through combat. After detecting the primal Bahamut during the events of A Realm Reborn, Omega awakens and begins tracking and testing powerful entities across the world to determine the ultimate life form. We see him in Omega Heartless Evolution, an 8/8 for 5, a green, and a blue. When it enters the battlefield, it taps a non-land permanent for each opponent, placing a stun counter on them equal to the number of non-basic lands you control, while also gaining you that much life. Thought Vessel's new art in the set depicts a central processing node inside of Omega's simulation chamber. Now, on a much smaller note, we have the Sahagin. This is a recurring beast tribe that is deeply devoted to the patron deity Leviathan, a primal which they summon to protect their spawning grounds. The Sahagin is a 1/3 for 1 and a blue, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell that is at least 4 mana, it will put a +1/+1 counter on itself and become unblockable for the rest of the turn. The Demon Wall is a boss fight that the player is forced into on a narrow pathway without railings. The wall will repeatedly knock players off before advancing, and can easily push you to your death. Demon Wall is represented in a 3/3 defender with Menace for 1 and a black. You can pay 6 mana to put 2 +1/+1 counters on it, and while it has counters, it can attack as though it didn't have Defender. And rounding out our enemies is the new Torrential Gearhulk, which features a primal that can manipulate time, Alexander, which is fitting as Torrential Gearhulk can rewind the clock to give you access to an instant from your grave. But obviously the primals play a pretty big role in Final Fantasy XIV, and as such, many of them make appearances in this set. For example, Garuda, Lady of the Vortex, is the primal surrounding the Ixal tribe. She embodies the destructive power of the wind, and is one of the first major battles that the Warrior of Light faces. Summon Primal Garuda is a 3/3 with flying for 3 and a white. She has 3 chapters. Firstly, Aerial Blast deals 4 damage to a tapped creature. Then in chapters 2 and 3, she can cast Slipstream, giving a creature +1 power, as well as flying for the turn. Next we have Good King Mogglmog the 12th, the self-proclaimed monarch of the Mughals. Long ago, the Mughals served as the loyal helpers to the gods. When a war threatened the heavens, their king led his people to safety and made a rope long enough to bring his people to the mortal world. As his subjects descended, the king remained at the top, holding the line to ensure they all made it safely. However, this meant that no one remained to hold the rope for him, and he had no way to follow them down. In paying respects to him, the Mughals chose to never name a new monarch, and instead revere him as a hero and a guardian. Eventually, one of the Asians offers a ritual to summon Mogglmog, and the Moggles guard accept without hesitation. However, the primal they summoned was not the king himself, and instead was a physical embodiment of their faith. Like all primals though, he began to crave for aether and followers to sustain himself. This caused him to begin draining the world around him, endangering his subjects. And so the Warrior of Light steps in to stop him and succeeds, but the Moggles guard just ends up resummoning him again. He makes an appearance on Summon Good King Mog the 12th, which is a 4/4 with flying and lifelink for 4 and a white with 4 chapters. Chapter 1 has you create 2 Moogle tokens. Chapters 2 and 3 makes copies of a token that you control whenever you cast a non-creature spell. And finally, Chapter 4 puts 2 +1/+1 counters on each other Moogle you control. Now, on to the big one. Unlike other primals, Odin does not need to be summoned and is not bound to the land itself. Instead, he inhabits his sword, Zantetsuken. Players can be completely caught off guard by Odin, only being warned as the skies begin to blacken before a fate encounter, at the end of which Odin uses Zantetsuken to instantly kill everyone still inside the fate if he isn't defeated in time. Summon Primal Odin is a 5/3 for 4 and 2 black with 3 distinct chapters. Firstly, Gungnir will destroy an opponent's creature. Second, Zantetsuken gives him the ability to instantly cause a player to lose the game if he deals combat damage to them. And finally, Chapter 3 is Hall of Sorrow, drawing 2 cards and dealing 2 damage to each player. But with those out of the way, let's get into the job-related equipments of Final Fantasy XIV. Each of these cards creates a 1/1 hero token when they enter, and then attach to that token immediately. They then give an ability and a creature type, which is connected to the associated job. And of course, once the hero dies, a new adventure can always equip these items later. Starting off with the Paladin card, Paladins are protectors who mix combat and healing magic to shield their allies. Paladin's Arms comes in for 2 and a white, and makes the hero a knight in addition to giving it +2/+1 and ward. Similarly, we have Dark Knights, tanks which make use of great swords and dark magic that can pull from their own health pool to make the best of both offensive and defensive strategies. Dark Knight's greatsword costs 2 and a black, and makes the hero a knight as well as giving them 3 power. That said, while this offers less utility than other job equipments, it leans into that idea of spending life for power, as the equip cost is paying 3 life rather than spending any mana. Astrologians are a support job focused on channeling celestial magic through cards. Astrologian's Planisphere costs 1 and a blue, makes your hero a wizard, and gives them a +1/+1 counter whenever you cast a non-creature spell or draw your 3rd card in a turn. As we've discussed previously, blue mages learn magic by mimicking the abilities of monsters they've defeated, making them extremely versatile and adaptable. Blue Mage's Cane costs 2 and a blue, and again makes the hero into a wizard. However, this time it gives them 2 toughness, and allows you to cast an instant or sorcery from the defending player's graveyard whenever they attack, stealing the skills of those you've bested in battle. Sages are kind of a jack-of-all-trades spellcaster, providing healing, protection, and damaging spells, which are enhanced by their newliths. In line with this utility, we have Sage's Newliths, an equipment for 1 and a blue that makes your hero a cleric, gives them 1 power, and allows them to untap another attacking creature when they attack. Summoners conjure familiars and echoes of primals to fight in their stead. These will cycle through phases of different elemental magic through their fight, while the summoner themselves can keep at a safe distance. Summoner's Grimoire costs 3 and a green, makes your hero a shaman, and gives them the ability to put a creature from your hand onto the battlefield when they attack. If that creature from your hand happens to be an enchantment, like say summons, icons, or primals, then they enter tapped and attacking. Ninjas are agile and sneaky, dealing incredible burst damage before hiding away until their cooldowns are ready to strike again. Along those lines, we have Ninja's Blades, an equipment for 2 and a black that turns your hero into a ninja and gives them +1/+1. Then when that creature deals combat damage to a player, you can draw a card and discard, and then burn an opponent for damage equal to the discarded card's value. Samurai deal massive damage through their combos as they generate sen and work towards their powerful finishers. Samurai's Katana costs 2 and a red, and makes your hero a samurai who gets +2/+2, trample, and haste to rush through your opponents. Reapers wield scythes and command void avatars, which can be empowered by harvesting victims to build up the soul gauge. This can ultimately be unleashed in brutally powerful attacks. Reaper's Scythe costs 2 and a black, and turns your hero into an assassin, giving it +1/+1 for each soul counter that the scythe has on it. Much like the soul gauge, these soul counters are built up through battle. During your end step, the scythe will get a soul counter for each player who lost life during your turn. Dancers are a mobile damage class that can slice through nearby enemies or throw chakrams at a distance. They can also empower allies by making them a dance partner to echo the dancer's abilities around them. Dancer's chakrams are an equipment for 3 and a white. Your dancer hero becomes a performer, gets +2/+2 and lifelink, and then turns your commanders into dance partners, also giving them the same buff. Bards are ranged attackers who inflict damage over time effects with their bows, while also using their songs to apply party-wide buffs. Bard's Bow is an equipment for 2 and a green that creates a hero, makes them a bard, and gives them +2/+2 and reach. Machinists are tinkerers who wield powerful guns that build up heat to enable their other skills. Machinist's Arsenal costs 4 and a white, makes your hero an artificer, and gives them +2/+2 for each artifact you control. And also connected to that machinist role are the constructs that they can create in battle. For example, the Rook Auto Turret. This can be seen on Rook Turret, a 3/3 with flying for 3 and a blue that lets you draw and discard whenever an artifact you control enters. But of course, the job equipments aren't the only artifacts in the set. Eater and Priwen are a legendary sword and shield combo which the player forges for the Paladin job in the Anima questline. This comes in for 6 mana and attaches for 5, but once it's equipped, it sets the base stats of your creature to be equal to your life total. The new art for Archaeomancer's map shows off a treasure map. Starting in Heaven's Ward, the highest level maps have a chance to spawn a portal to a treasure dungeon, which can be seen in this card's art. Another alt art for Colossus Hammer in this set is Gaia's Dark Hammer. Gaia plays a central role in the Eden Raid series, where she begins as an amnesiac manipulated by an Ascian, but over time she regains her identity and asserts control over the darkness within her. Gaia also makes an appearance alongside Reen Waters in the new Sublime Epiphany, showing off the end of the Eden Raid, where Gaia ultimately decides to focus more on their future together. Herald's Horn gets a reskin featuring a Moogle playing a horn. Relic of Legend also gets an alt art in which we see Orshfon Greystone's shield, which had been shattered moments earlier in an attempt to protect the Warrior of Light, ultimately a sacrifice which led to his death. Talisman of Hierarchy gets a new art depicting a red mage, and flavor text which implies their versatility that places them above white or black mages, as their magic is a combination of both. We are here for red mage supremacy. And finally, White Auracite is a powerful magic stone that absorbs and imprisons the essence of immortal beings like the Ascians. The art features Minfilia Ward, who sacrifices herself to become an Oracle of Light and seals away La Habrea. White Auracite is an artifact for 2 and 2 whites that exiles a non-land permanent when it enters until this card leaves the field. It also can be tapped for a white mana. Now, on to our spells for Final Fantasy XIV. Circle of Power depicts Leylines, a black mage ability that reduces their cast time while standing within the circle. This is a sorcery for 3 and a black that allows you to draw 2 and lose 2 life. It also creates a black mage token similar to the ones we saw in Final Fantasy IX. Transpose also represents a black mage ability. This is an instant for 2 and a black with rebound that lets you draw a card, then discard a card with the extra cost of paying 1 life. Then, if this card was cast from your hand, you can make a black mage token. This is one of the most flavorful cards in the set, as it is one of the worst black mage spells in all of Final Fantasy XIV, and it is nearly unplayable in Magic. The Watcher makes an appearance in Observed Stasis. This was a construct created by Hadolin to guard Zodiark's prison on the moon. In line with this aura with Flash enters for 3 and a blue, attaches onto an opponent's creatures, steals them away by removing all of their abilities, and prevents them from attacking or blocking. On top of that, when this enters, the enchanted creature is removed from combat, and then you draw a card for each tapped creature that player controls. Final Fantasy XIV also sees the return of the Triple Triad card game. And if you collect every card, you gain access to a flying card mount, which leads us to Side Quest Card Collection. This is an enchantment for 3 and a blue that draws 3 cards and discards 2 when it enters. Then, if there are 8 or more cards in your graveyard at your end step, you can transform it into Magicked Card, a 4/4 flying vehicle representing the mount. And then we have our reskins and alt arts. This Japanese Arcane Denial shows off the Endsinger, the transformed and combined form of the Medea. Cutadil's reskin shows a meeting between 3 of Eorzea's leaders, whose names I'm not even going to try to pronounce, as they were clearly made by letting a cat walk across a keyboard. D-Spark's gorgeous new art is of Elidibus's defeat, and the flavor text are his final words, just in case you want to cry in the middle of a Commander game. Rostic Liubash, who is featured in the Gunbreaker questline, can be found in the new art for Exsanguinate. We can also see a swarm of Sin Eaters in the reskin of Final Judgment. These are beings corrupted by the Primordial Light and stand as a kind of counterpart to the Void Sent, who were transformed by Primordial Darkness. Lethal Scheme's reskin shows off a meeting of the Convocation of 14, naturally being on a card with Convoke. And Aya can be found in the Lingering Souls new art. These are a mysterious race found in Ultima Thule at the edge of the universe. They represent the limits of existence, retaining their knowledge but lacking bodies, hope, or purpose. Edda, a character obsessed with reuniting with her dead fiancé, embraces the power of the Void in an attempt to bring him back, and she can be seen in Snuff Out's new art for this set. Swords to Plowshares reskin has a Warrior of Light planting their weapon in the ground in a moment of peace. And finally, through Endwalker, the Warrior of Light take on several towers, which are used to summon primals, and this can be seen in Siphon Mind. With those finally done, we can move on to Final Fantasy XIV's lands. Firstly, we have the Full Art Swamp, which is not a swamp, but is a lake. Specifically, this is Silver Tier Lake, along with the Keeper of the Lake, which we can see perched here. Choked Estuary represents the Loch, a key battleground during the liberation of Alamigo. This battle is also seen in Demolition Field. Command Tower's new art shows the Crystarium in the first. The Source's version of this is the Crystal Tower, at the base of which you can find the Labyrinth of the Ancients, shown on Drowned Catacomb. Contaminated Aquafire is the Bojan Southern Front, where the final battle for the Save the Queen questline takes place. The Wanderer's Palace can be seen in Darkwater Catacombs. Meanwhile, the Glacial Fortress shows off where we battle Shiva at the Ak-Afa Amphitheater. The capital city of Ishgard can be seen in Ishgard, the Holy See. This can also be played as an adventure called Faith and Grief for 3 and 2 whites, returning up to 2 artifacts or enchantments from your graveyard to your hand. The location depicted in Prairie Stream is Hydatos, the 4th zone within the forbidden region of Eureka on the Isle of Val. On the opposite end of the environmental spectrum is the Burn, a desolate desert that was drained of its aether from excessive primal summoning. We see this in Scavenger Grounds. Charlean Nation of Scholars is the seat of knowledge and academia in Eorzea. Shine Shadow Snarl is Holminster's Switch, a peaceful village that the Warrior of Darkness arrives in to find it completely overtaken by Sin Eaters. Diadem can be seen in Sky Shroud Expanse. This is a floating archipelago suspended within the Sea of Clouds. Skulla, an ancient city submerged beneath the waters of Lochseld, can be seen in Sunken Hollow. Sunken Ruins shows Amarot, an illusory recreation of the fallen city of the ancients. Emet-Selch creates this to preserve the memory of his lost civilization and to show the Warrior of Light what was sacrificed to save the star. Sunlit Marsh is Ilmeg, which is the land of the Fae. And finally, Satstasha Seagrot is a hidden coastal cave system originally used by pirates for smuggling and raiding, which can be found on Underground River. On to 2016 with Final Fantasy XV. This is the story of Prince Noctis Lucius Calum, the heir to the Kingdom of Lucius, as he embarks on a road trip with his closest friends Gladiolus, Ignis, and Prompto on his way to marry Lady Lunafreya. Their political marriage is meant to unite warring nations, but while they are away, Noctis receives news that his home city of Insomnia has fallen to the invading Niflheim Empire. His father, King Regis, is killed, the crystal protecting the city has been stolen, and Noctis is presumed dead. Stranded and grieving, Noctis and his companions begin a long journey across the continent, seeking to reclaim his birthright and learn the truth behind the invasion. As they travel, Noctis learns about the Astrals, divine beings who once protected the world, and begins forging covenants with them, gaining their powers to use as he combats the Empire. He also learns that he is the chosen King of Light, destined to destroy the darkness that is consuming the world, but fated to sacrifice his life in doing so. Meanwhile, Lunafreya works in secret to aid Noctis, but is ultimately killed by the mysterious Chancellor Arden, who is later revealed to be an immortal man corrupted by darkness and seeking revenge on the royal bloodline. Noctis's first card is Noctis, Prince of Lucius, a 4/3 with lifelink for 1, a white, a blue, and a black, that allows you to cast any artifact from your graveyard by paying 3 life in addition to that card's cost, though whatever you bring back comes in with a finality counter. In Final Fantasy XV, Noctis and his royal lineage have the power to summon weapons called royal arms. These are legendary armaments from past kings through the Armiger system. These weapons seem to materialize from thin air, just as the artifacts that Noctis can bring back from the grave. This power is also represented on Armiger Unleashed, a reskin of Forge Anew, which shows off the many armaments available to our heroes. Noctis can also be found on the new art for Kenrith the Returned King. This is Noctis Lucius Calum, and is presented after he disappears for 10 years into the realm of the crystal, where he is imbued by the power of his ancestors. This older version of Noctis represents his final role as the true king. Then there is an alt art for Dam, Noctis's death magic, in which Noctis uses the Ring of the Lucii to cast death, draining the life force from his enemy until they disintegrate. Speaking of the Ring of the Lucii, this legendary ring holds the souls of past kings of Lucius, which allow the wearer to channel Eos's crystal to give the player access to a slew of different magical effects. It appears as a 4-mana artifact that taps for 2, and which can allow you to tap a non-land permanent if you pay 2 mana and 1 life. Next up we have From Father to Son, a card that showcases the moment that King Regis passes the Regalia down to Noctis. This is a sorcery for 1 and a white that allows you to search your library for a vehicle that you can add to your hand. However, if you cast this for its massive flashback cost, then you can put the vehicle right onto the battlefield. Just as the art implies, this card alludes to King Regis passing the torch to his son by giving him access to the Regalia. However, when cast from the grave, or after the king dies, this inheritance carries a lot more weight. And speaking of the Regalia, this is a 4/4 vehicle with haste for 4 mana. When the Regalia attacks, you can look at the top card of your deck until you find a land, then put it onto the battlefield tapped. And much like the Chocobo, the Regalia is in line with the idea of crossing new lands, bringing you to new regions of the map, and so it has a kind of similar effect to many of the Chocobo. Another important figure in Noctis's life is Lunafreya, and we see an image of them from the game's promotional art in Blessing of the Oracle, a reskin of Akroma's Will. Our last Noctis card is a side quest, being side quest Catch a Fish. As with all side quest cards, this represents a minigame that we play through our journey. This enchantment for 2 and a white lets you look at the top card of your library during your upkeep. If that card is an artifact or a creature, you can add it to your hand, and if you reel a card in this way, you can cook it into a food token and transform this into Cooking Campsite. This is a land that taps for a white and allows you to pay 3 and sacrifice an artifact to feed your creatures by giving them +1/+1 counters. Our next party member is Gladiolus. Their family leads the Crown Guard, where his father protected King Regis, and he is meant to protect Noctis, acting as his shield. His magic card expresses both the idea of being a bodyguard and of traveling the world with Noctis. Gladiolus Amaketia is a 6/6 for 4, a green and a red that puts a land from your deck onto the battlefield when he enters. Then his landfall ability empowers an ally by giving him +2/+2 and trample. Gladiolus also appears on Instant Ramen, a 2-mana food artifact with flash that lets you draw a card when it enters. Like all food, you can sacrifice it for 3 life. This card, fitting to its name, makes the food instant by giving it flash, and that's kind of fantastic. Following Gladius is Ignis. He is Noctis's royal advisor and strategist, as well as the party's cook whenever they set up camp. These meals allow him to give the party stat boosts, like boosting their health, attack, or resistances, and we see this in his card as well. Ignis Scientia is a 2/2 for 1, a green and a blue, that looks at the top 6 cards of your deck for a land to put on the battlefield. But more importantly, he can come up with a new recipe by paying 3 life and tapping him to exile a card from a graveyard.
That's it!
What's up, Iggy?
I've come up with a new recipe.
He then makes a food token if that card was a creature, basically cooking up whatever Noctis manages to fish, whatever the party kills, or whatever he buys from the vendors. And our final boy is Prompto. He is Noctis's best friend, and is both the party's sharpshooter and photographer. Despite being created as a clone in the Niflheim Magitech project, Prompto manages to escape that life and instead grew up a normal citizen in Lucius. His card, Prompto Argentum, is a 2/2 for 1 and a red, who has the ability Selfie Shot. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell that costs 4 or more, he makes a treasure token. This ties into the photography quests we do for Viv in the game, which give you experience upon taking pictures of certain locations. On to Final Fantasy XV's Big Bad. 2,000 years ago, Arden was a healer chosen by the gods to absorb the Star Scourge, a plague-like darkness that transformed people into demons. However, after sacrificing his body and soul to save others, the gods deemed him impure, rejecting him as a king in favor of his brother Somnus. Betrayed and made immortal against his will, Arden became consumed by hatred and the need for vengeance. He plotted for centuries, manipulating the Niflheim Empire and orchestrating events that led to the fall of Lucius and the death of King Regis. All of this in service to destroying the royal bloodline and the gods who abandoned him. His card, Arden the Usurper, is a 4/4 for 5 and 3 blacks that gives your demons Menace, Lifelink, and Haste. He also has the ability Star Scourge, allowing you to exile a creature from the grave at the start of combat to make a copy that is a 5/5 demon. This is the disease that Arden once absorbed into his body to save others, which he now infects his enemies with, turning them into demons that he can manipulate. Arden also appears on an alt art of Varigoth, Blood Sky Sire, as Arden Izunia, the false name that he used through most of the game. The scene being shown here is an image of Noctis's return to the Citadel after the time skip, where he confronts Arden for taking his throne. Noct originally intended to battle him with his friends, however before the fight begins, Arden uses his magic to incapacitate Gladiolus, Ignis, and Prompto, and we see this in Unseat the Usurper, the new art for Praetor's Grasp. From Arden, we can get into the Astrals. Astrals are these 6 godlike beings who watch over Eos and shape the world's history, with each representing a primal force of nature. Noctis is able to gain the favor of the Astrals by completing their trials, after which they serve as summons for the party to use in battle. Titan, the Astral of Earth, is a massive stone colossus who guards the land, and we see him on Primeval Titan's new art, Astral Titan. He also gets an appearance in Summon Titan, a 7/7 with Reach and Trample for 3 and 2 greens. This summon has 3 chapters, the first of which has you milling 5 cards, the second returns all lands from your grave to the battlefield, and in the final chapter, Titan gives your creatures Trample and stats equal to the number of lands you control. Leviathan is the Astral of Water who rules the sea. They appear on Summon Leviathan, a 6/6 with Ward 2 for 4 and 2 blue. This saga creature has 3 chapters as well, the first of which bounces all non-Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, and Serpent creatures back to their owner's hands, while chapters 2 and 3 allow you to draw a card whenever any of those types of creatures attack. Next up, we have Final Fantasy XV's monsters and generic enemies. Ancient Adamantoise represents a super boss which King Regis fought in the past but was unable to kill. It is the largest and oldest creature in the game that is said to have been born at the dawn of time, so naturally, we must hunt them. The Adamantoise has a massive health pool that can take a long time to get through, like meant to be beaten over several sessions of playing long time. But if the party does manage to do this, they are rewarded with the Adamantine Bangle, which gives its wearer 10,000 health. Its card, Ancient Adamantoise, is a massive 8/20 with Vigilance and Ward 3 for 5 and 3 greens. Being a creature that Regis had fought before Noctis does, the Ancient Adamantoise doesn't remove damage between turns. He is a monster that you can hunt turn after turn after turn, much like different generations of the royal family have taken him on in the game. On top of that, any damage that you or your permanents would take is instead dealt to the Adamantoise. And finally, when it dies, you create 10 treasure tokens, fitting to the huge reward you get for taking this monster down. Another monster we come across is the Marlborough, with their iconic attack, Bad Breath, which poisons all targets in range. Marlborough is a 4/4 for 4 and 2 black that makes use of Bad Breath to force opponents to discard a card, lose 2 life, and exile the top 3 cards of their library when it enters. You can also cycle this card to add a swamp to your hand. The Coeurl is a cat-like monster with electrically charged whiskers, which it uses to paralyze the party. In Magic, we see them as a 2/2 for 1 and a white that can pay 2 mana to tap itself and tap a non-enchantment creature, effectively using its action to paralyze them. Then we have the Gigantode, another recurring enemy in the series who is usually fought in swamps and rainy regions, and which attacks with its long tongue. In its card, Gigantode is a 4/4 for 3 and a green that gets +2/+2 when we have at least 7 lands. Next up, Magitech Infantry, a 1/1 for 1 white that gains 1 power when you control another artifact. You can also pay 3 to recruit another copy of Magitech Infantry from your deck onto the battlefield. These are the Empire's mass-produced robotic soldiers who are animated by human souls extracted through Star Scourge experiments. One of the most common demons that you encounter in the game are the Iron Giants, who wield massively oversized blades and emerge from the darkness to ambush the party. Iron Giant is a 6/6 with Vigilance, Reach, and Trample for 7 mana, who is just kind of a big lad who hits like a truck. On to Final Fantasy XV's lands. The full art plains shows off the regalia driving through Lead, and as you might imagine, Insomnia Crown City shows off the Crown City Insomnia. This is the capital of the Kingdom of Lucius, protected by a magical barrier powered by the crystal and ruled by the Royal Calum bloodline. On to our newest addition to the series, Final Fantasy XVI, which released in 2023. This game is set in the war-torn land of Valisthea, a continent divided among several powerful nations, each reliant on massive magical crystals called Mother Crystals. The overuse of these Mother Crystals is causing a spreading corruption known as the Blight. Each nation is also home to dominants, individuals who can channel the power of godlike beings called Icons, which are this game's summons. The story follows Clive Rossfield, the first son of the Archduke of Rosaria, who was expected to inherit the Icon Phoenix's power, but instead serves as the protector of his younger brother Joshua, the actual dominant of Phoenix. Clive's life is upended when tragedy strikes Rosaria. The nation is betrayed, Joshua is presumed dead, and Clive is enslaved as a magical soldier. Over the years, Clive uncovers the truth behind the war, the manipulation of the dominants, and the corrupt influence of the Mother Crystals. Eventually, he gains the power of multiple icons and becomes a figure of resistance against the Mother Crystals and their true master, the god Ultima. Clive inherits the power of Ifrit and becomes the second dominant of fire. At first, these transformations are uncontrollable as they are fueled by rage and grief, but after confronting the truth of his identity and accepting the fiery Eikon within, Clive gains full command over Ifrit's powers. We see this taking shape in Clive, Ifrit's Dominant, a 5/5 for 4 and 2 reds. When he enters, you can discard your hand and draw cards equal to your devotion to red, and then you can pay 6 to transform Clive into Ifrit, Warden of Inferno. This monstrous 9/9 form has 3 chapters. The first is Lunge, allowing him to fight another creature, while chapters 2 and 3 allow you to harness Ifrit's power and gain 4 red mana. And if it's going into chapter 3, he then reverts back to the Clive form. Clive Rothsfield and Ifrit also appear in an alt art for Vile Smasher the Fierce. Another reskin we get here is Torgal, Clive's companion, who was a direwolf that was raised alongside him. We get a younger version of Torgal in this alt art of Yoshimaru Ever Faithful. Meanwhile, the full-grown Torgal can be found in Torgal a Fine Hound. This is a 2/2 for 1 and a green that lets you put a +1/+1 counter on the first human that you cast each turn, equal to the number of dogs and wolves you control, which is pretty fitting as Clive's partner. Torgal can also be tapped for a mana of any color, proving once again how reliable of an ally he is. The two of them also make an appearance on FF16's full art Waste card. But Torgal isn't Clive's only animal companion, as we also have Ambrosia Whiteheart, the Chocobo that he raised. Ambrosia saves Clive at the Phoenix Gate, however she is forced to flee before Clive transforms into Ifrit. She ended up joining a flock of wild Chocobo and spent nearly 2 decades with them, throughout which she went on to begin protecting traveling merchants from bandits and wild animals, ultimately earning her the nickname Whiteheart. Luckily, Clive ends up finding her again and she rejoins him as his steed after that. Ambrosia Whiteheart is a 2/2 for 1 and a white that can flash in to return another permanent to your hand, renewing her role as a protector by sending things to safety. Fitting to a mount that can take you across the map, she also has a landfall ability, getting 1 power for the turn whenever a land enters. Then, in Clash of the Eikons, we see Clive embracing Ifrit's form to take on Titan Lost in one of the coolest battles of the game, where you charge through a valley, climb up the giant stone tendrils, and close the gap. This is a sorcery for a green that lets you choose one or more, force a fight between a creature that you control and an opponent's, remove a lore counter from a saga, or put a lore counter onto a saga. This battle was massive in Clive's ability to understand Ifrit and saw him developing throughout the fight, so modulating a summon's chapters to reach different stages of growth is great flavor. Also, Clash of the Icons is a reference to the phrase Clash of the Titans, which is also kind of a double play on words because we are battling the Icon Titan in this moment. Great name. Clive's Invictus Blade is also made into a reskin of Blade of Selves. This is one of the 7 legendary blades forged in Mount Drastanis' fires, and it is traditionally used by the Archduke's most trusted protector. As such, it was given to Clive as a sign of responsibility to protect his brother. Speaking of which, Clive's brother Joshua is the first dominant of fire. The power of the Phoenix gives him control over flames and restoration. He and the Phoenix both appear in the new art of Rograk, son of Roga, in Joshua Rossfield, which comes from the promo art for the game. An older Joshua can be seen in Joshua Phoenix's Dominant, with a cloak of phoenix feathers sprouting from his back. This is a 3/4 for 1, a red, and a white, and similar to his brother's Dominant card, Joshua lets you discard cards to draw. However, you are capped at 2 rather than being tied to devotion. You can pay 5 mana to transform Joshua into Phoenix Warden of Fire, a 4/4 with flying and lifelink that has 3 chapters. In Chapter 1 and 2, Phoenix uses Rising Flames, dealing 2 damage to each opponent, while in Chapter 3, you can return creatures whose mana add up to 6 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield before transforming him back into Joshua. Our next dominant is Jill. Jill Warwick became the dominant of Shiva after her homeland was devastated by the Blight and a brutal coup. Orphaned and on the run, she teams up with Clive and the Resistance using her newfound power over ice to protect her allies and restore hope. Jill, Shiva's dominant, is a 2/2 for 2 and a blue that bounces a non-land permanent when she enters. You can then pay 5 to transform her into Shiva, Warden of Ice. This 4/5 saga's first 2 chapters use Mesmerize, making it so a target creature can't block this turn. Then on Chapter 3, she casts Cold Snap, tapping all the lands your opponents control before transforming back into Jill. Yet another dominant is Dion. Dion Lesaz is the crown prince of the Holy Empire of Sombrek, as well as being the dominant of Bahamut, the Icon of Light. Dion commands the Dragoons and leads his empire's forces from the skies. However, political betrayal within Sombrek causes Bahamut to go berserk. Though he struggles with guilt and self-doubt, Dion ultimately regains control of Bahamut's power and joins Clive. Dion, Bahamut's dominant, is a 3/3 for 3 and a white who creates a 2/2 night token when he enters, this being Sir Terrence, Dion's love interest. The ability Dragonfire Dive gives all of your knights flying until the end of the turn. This is Dion leading his knights and turning them into dragoons, giving them the jump ability that we've seen throughout the set. You can also pay 6 mana to transform Dion into Bahamut, Warden of Light. This is a 5/5 flying saga creature who uses Wings of Light as his first 2 chapters, putting a +1/+1 counter on each of your other creatures and giving them flying for the turn. This is an advanced version of Dion's base skill. Then in Chapter 3, he casts Giga Flare, destroying a permanent before returning back to Dion. Benedicta Harmon is the dominant of Garuda, serving as an elite spy and commander of the Walid Intelligence Force. She appears on the alt art for Ishai Ojatai Dragon Speaker. Benedicta also appears in Deadly Embrace, a sorcery for 3 and 2 blacks that destroys a creature and then lets you draw a card for each creature that died this turn. In this battle, we see Benedicta channeling Garuda to make a brutal dive attack on Clive during their fight. Similar to Benedicta, we have Barnabas Tharmer, who is yet again another alt art, this time of Crown Ludovic's Opus. Barnabas is the dominant of Odin, the Icon of Darkness. Judgment Bolt is an instant for 3 and a red that deals 5 damage to a creature and then damage to its controller equal to the number of equipments you control. The art of which shows off the moment that Sidolphus, Ramuh's dominant, arrives to assist Clive so that he can catch up to Gav before the Imperials reach him. Sid drops the absolutely badass line from the flavor text, and later we see Clive echoing this moment as well. Hugo Kupka is yet another dominant, serving as the vessel for the Titan icon. After awakening as a dominant, Hugo quickly rose from common soldier to political and economic power, and he was elevated to a position on the Dalmekian Council. Hugo appears on a reskin of Bruce Tarl, Boorish Herder, with Titan's face behind him. Now, while we're on the subject of the icons, we might as well get into the antagonist for Final Fantasy XVI and the creator of the icons. Ultima, a godlike being who has been manipulating the world from behind the scenes for centuries. He plans to use Clive's body as a vessel to create a perfect new being called Mythos, who can wipe the slate clean and restore the world to his version of divine order. Ultima, Origin of Oblivion, is a 4/4 with flying for 5 mana. When he attacks, he infects lands with the Blight, erasing all of their abilities and replacing the mana that they would have made with colorless mana instead, wiping away anything that doesn't fit into his image of a perfect world. That said, once Ultima completes his vision, the land that you tap for colorless mana will produce an extra colorless. In other words, he creates a world where only he can prosper. Now, in line with this desire to reshape the world and wipe away anything out of his vision, we have the spell Ultima, a sorcery for 3 and 2 white that destroys all artifacts and creatures at the expense of ending your turn. We also get a version of this for Final Fantasy XIV, but I like this art more, so we're going to go with this one. Another of Ultima's spells is Primogenesis, which is a reskin of Feed the Swarm. Primogenesis covers the world in purple clouds that block out the sun and the moon. Aether stops flowing towards the mother crystals and instead starts spraying towards the sky. This eventually leads to Aether Floods, which just about turn any living creature into Akashic. They are stripped of their sense of self, made drastically stronger, and will blindly attack anything that hasn't been turned. As for Final Fantasy XVI's lands, we have Capital City, a town that taps for colorless mana, or which can be used to fix 1 mana for you. This can also be cycled as well for some versatility. As for Clive's Hideaway, this shows off his new hideaway, which is carved into the remains of a dead icon. Fitting to its name, this land has Hideaway 4, with the condition to play that card being that you need 4 or more legendary creatures on your board. With that, we have covered all 16 games and the hundreds of cards in this set. Hopefully this video helps you appreciate the story and the themes running through all the new cards. That said though, this was an absolute monster to put together, so if you enjoyed, remember to leave a like, share the video, and subscribe for more in the future. For now, I am exhausted and completely out of mana, so I will see you all in the next one.